Chapter 150. On the roof, everyone's weapons could not help but shake. Xiao Qin grasped the lunar shadow's saber tightly, trying to struggle free. Xiao Qin thought to himself in astonishment, listening to the sword and communicating with it, it's listening to the sword and communicating with it again. This was the second person that Xiao Qin met who grasped this state since he came to Xia province. However, it was clear that Lu Ryue's listening to the sword and communicating with it was much stronger than Lung Liusu's. Back when he fought with Lung Liusu, his weapon did not have such a reaction. While Xiao Qin was astonished, Lu Ryue's figure flashed and arrived beside Xiao Qin. The saber in her hand chopped mercilessly at Xiao Qin. Dang! Ding! Ding! Xiao Qin brandished his saber to block. When the weapons clashed, it gave off a metallic sound. Lu Ryue's speed became faster and faster. Soon, Xiao Qin could only see a blurry saber image. He could only rely on his intuition and continuously execute drawing the saber. What a fast saber! Xiao Qin was astonished. This should be the result of Lu Ryue suppressing her strength. The force of the saber was controlled to a level that Xiao Qin could endure. Xiao Qin had never seen such a fast saber before. The other party was not using any exquisite saber techniques. It was just a simple sweep, hack, push, slice, skim, chop, chop and pierce. These were the 8 movements of the basic saber techniques. However, they caused Xiao Qin to be unable to retaliate. He could only continuously execute drawing the saber to block. However, to continuously execute drawing the saber required constant concentration. Furthermore, every time he executed drawing the saber, it would be blocked. Before the momentum of the rushing thunder saber could rise, it would be extinguished. This was a great taboo in the rushing thunder saber technique. Like this, Xiao Qin's stamina was depleting quickly. On the other hand, Lu Ryue did not seem to know fatigue. She did not stop her saber for even a moment. Huang! After a while, Lu Ryue sheathed her saber. Her charming face revealed a satisfied smile. She said, "Your reaction is not bad. However, your fundamentals are not solid enough. I can tell that you have not practiced for long enough." After she spoke, she walked over to Xiao Qin. Her lily-white hands pinched Xiao Qin's face. Xiao Qin was already very tired. When he saw this, he was startled. He did not know where he got the strength to take a big step back. He was so fast that he did not seem exhausted at all. Lu Chen and Tang Dingtian, who were next to him, could not help but laugh out loud when they saw that. They said immediately, "Little brother Yi Chen, don't worry. I'm just testing your bone age." Testing one's bone age was something that many sects would do. It was mainly to prevent people from falsely reporting their age and practicing fraud. Xiao Xiao from Xiao 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 Qin. To Qin. To say. From Xiao Xiao Qin. 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 To Jin Qin started to test his age from to his Chens to Xiao Xiao. They started to test Xiao Qin's bone age. This time, Xiao Qin did not dare to move. He just stood where he was. Lu Ryue started to rub her hands rhythmically. The bones in Xiao Qin's upper body were so close. The faint fragrance from the girl entered Xiao Qin's nose. It caused Xiao Qin's heart to be in a mess. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. After a while, Lu Ryue withdrew her hands. She revealed a faint smile and said, "You are indeed 16 years old. A 16-year-old inferior grade martial grandmaster. You are slightly weaker than me back then, but still passable. You are Yi Qin, right? Call me master." Xiao Qin sweated profusely. He felt a headache coming. Since he came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he must have thought of taking a master. However, even if Xiao Qin was beaten to death, he would never have imagined that his master would be such a girl who did not look much older than him. Seeing Xiao Qin remain silent, Lu Ryue raised her eyebrows. She said fiercely, "Are you not willing? Since you are not willing, then don't choose my Qingyun Peak. If I make a wasted trip, the consequences will be severe. Even Feng Feishue will not be able to protect you." Lu Ryue's right hand grasped her saber hilt. Her face revealed a murderous intent. She was prepared to draw her saber at any moment. Xiao Qin was speechless. This girl is too intrepid. Lu Chen had a gentle smile on his handsome face. He slowly walked over and said, "Yi Chen, you don't have to worry. If you enter Qingyun Peak, your stipend will not be lower than that of the other peaks. Furthermore, with senior sister Yulan's strength, it should not be a problem for her to teach you. In the future, if you become a core disciple, you can enter the Divine Saber camp as well. The most important thing is that senior sister Yulan is now the acting peak master. If you become her disciple, your seniority will be the same as Brother Tang. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly in his heart. There were quite a lot of benefits. However, no matter how he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. This Lu Riyue was only a few years older than him. It was hard for him to get over this hurdle in his heart. He could not help but lower his head. He glanced at the lunar shadow saber in his hand from the corner of his eye. His heart could not help but tighten. It had been almost half a year since he left Mo City. Didn't he come out to undo the seal on Ao Jiao in advance? This was a great opportunity. Coincidentally, Lu Riyue had grasped listening to the sword and communicating with it. Taking her as his master was clearly the best choice. After thinking this through, Xiao Chun knelt on one knee and said decisively, "Disciple Yi Chen, today, I sincerely come to take Qingyun Peak's peak master, Lu Riyue, as my master. I hope master will grant me this wish." Actually, Xiao Chun already had a plan in his heart. After all, he was currently using an alias. Furthermore, he had changed his appearance. He could just fall out with her at any time. The murderous intent on Lu Riyue's face slowly disappeared. Her charming face revealed a gentle smile. She said seriously, "Qingyun Peak's Regeneration's peak master, Lu Riyue, will accept Yi Chen as my disciple today. I will do my best to teach him seriously." After Lu Riyue spoke, she helped Xiao Chun up. She said to Lu Chen and Tang Dingan, "The two of you have to be my Qingyun Peak's witnesses." Lu Chen smiled faintly, "Don't worry, I will immediately change Yi Chen's identity. I will also make a new identity token." Tang Dingtian took out a short saber from the universe ring and handed it to Xiao Chen. "Congratulations, Brother Yi, on becoming a disciple of Qingyun Peak. Take this short saber as my gift to you for taking you in as my disciple." Xiao Chen received the short saber and slowly pulled it out. A cold light flickered on the saber. It was actually an earth-ranked spirit weapon. This Tang Dingtian was really willing to part with it. Lu Riyue smiled at Lu Chen. "Junior brother Lu, shouldn't you do something as well? Chief Steward Tang gave you an earth-ranked spirit weapon." Lu Chen took out a book and smiled faintly. "I can see that the aura in your body is unstable and abnormally chaotic. You must have learned too many things and are unable to unify them. When you have time, read this flowing cloud scripture. It will be beneficial to you." Xiao Chun quickly gave his thanks and received it. This flowing cloud scripture was really good stuff. He had heard of it before. It was derived from the ancient martial scriptures and Taoist scriptures. It was very famous. Xiao Chun did not expect that he would be able to obtain a handwritten copy of the flowing cloud scripture from Lu Chen after taking Lu Yueru as his master. This was a pleasant surprise. Lu Yueru brought Xiao Chen onto the green bird and bid farewell to the two of them. After that, the green bird flapped its wings and created a huge shockwave, bringing the two of them into the air. Tang Dingan watched the two of them leave and said, "I say, Brother Lu, you are really generous. Normally, when I ask you to borrow the flowing cloud scripture, I have to spend a lot of effort. Today, you are very straightforward, directly giving it away." Lu Chen turned around and smiled at him. "You are not much better off than me. That dagger is called Magatama. It came from the hands of a Haotian. It is not an ordinary earth-ranked spirit weapon." Tang Dingtan sighed. "I feel pity for this youth's talent. He had Miss Feng's recommendation letter and even hunted down a rank 5 spirit beast before he could obtain the qualifications to enter the inner sect. Gu Yunbin allowed him to enter Qingyun Peak. I really don't know what he was thinking. It is very strange." Lu Chen revealed an astonished expression. "He hunted down a rank 5 spirit beast by himself? He is only an inferior grade martial master. How is this possible?" Tang Dingan withdrew his gaze and said, "I'm afraid you will be even more astonished. When he hunted down the rank 5 spirit beast, he was only a peak superior grade martial master. He only advanced after that." Lu Chen's expression immediately changed. However, after a while, he laughed carefreely. Tang Ding Tian did not understand. Lu Chen replied, "Let's go and have a drink later. My treat today." High up in the sky, the green bird soared in the sky. Xiao Chen sat behind Lu Riyue and asked, "Master, can I ask you a question?" Lu Riyue smiled gently, "When there is no one around, just call me elder sister Ria like Feng Feishue does. I am not that much older than you, so I cannot bully you." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He finally understood why Lu Riyue dared to accept him as her disciple the first time they met. A large part of the reason was probably because he was acquainted with Feng Feishue. "I would like to ask, how many inner disciples does our Qingyun Peak have? How many elders are there? And how many disciples does elder sister Riyue have?" Xiao Chen had been curious about this question for a long time. Now that he had an opportunity, he could not help but ask in one breath. Lu Riyue turned her head and asked in a strange tone, "Don't you know? Don't tell me that you came to Qingyun Peak without knowing anything?" Suddenly, Xiao Chen had a bad feeling in his heart. He smiled bitterly. "I really did not know anything before I entered Qingyun Peak." Lu Riyue felt a headache coming on. She said in a very grave tone, "Before you came, the answers were all zeros. After you came, they were all ones." Xiao Chen felt dizzy. Although he already knew that Qingyun Peak was the weakest, he did not expect it to be so weak that there was not a single person there. Lu Riyue smiled. "This is also the reason why I accepted you as my disciple. In this Qingyun Peak, there is no one to teach you. However, you don't have to think so much. There are benefits to having fewer people. With this peak master giving you special treatment, not many people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion have such treatment. A peak master who is not even a martial king? It had to be known that the strength of the outer sex sect master, Gu Yunbin, was already a peak martial king. How could the strength of the inner sex peak master be low? However, Xiao Chen did not mind in the end. After all, he was here to learn listening to the sword and communicating with it. Listening to the sword and communicating with it was not related to strength. It did not mean that one would be able to grasp it just because they were strong. In the end, it was still about talent and comprehension. To Xiao Chen, having a master who knew listening to the sword and communicating with it was enough to make up for all of Lu Riyue's disadvantages. After a while, a sharp, lonely peak appeared in front of Xiao Chen. It pierced the sky. There were clouds surrounding the peak. It was boundlessly hazy, making it hard to see clearly. Chapter 151. The forest on the peak was lush and verdant. Occasionally, there would be groups of buildings hidden in the greenery. The green bird carried the two of them and landed halfway up the mountain. Lu Riyue was the first to jump down. Then she said to Xiao Chen, "This is Qingyun Peak. In the future, you will be one of my Qingyun Peak's people. Later, I will find someone to bring you around." Xiao Chen nodded his head and started to size up his surroundings carefully. There were tall trees all around him. There was a small platform in front of him, and there was a stretch of buildings. A young man quickly floated over from the front. His figure was strangely fast and soon, he arrived before the two of them. "Lu Suifeng, why are you here?" Xiao Chen exclaimed in astonishment when he saw this person's face. When Lu Suifeng saw Xiao Chen, he was astonished as well. "Yi Chen, why are you here?" When Lu Riyue saw that the two of them knew each other, she was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled and said, "It's great that you know each other. Suifeng, bring Yi Chen around Qingyun Peak. At the same time, help him find a place to stay. This is the disciple that I just accepted." Lu Suifeng had an expression of disbelief in his eyes. "That can't be. Sis, you can actually accept a disciple? This is too illogical. Are you asking for a beating? Hurry up and do something for me." Lu Riyue frowned and scolded jokingly. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "Never mind, brother. Let me bring you around first. There are very few people on this Qingyun Peak. Otherwise, if you get lost, you might not even be able to find your way back." Lu Suifeng did not expect Lu Riyue and Lu Suifeng to be siblings. It was such a coincidence. Lu Suifeng brought Xiao Chen and started to wander around. The two of them chatted along the way. Lu Suifeng did not hide anything about Qingyun Peak and told Xiao Chen everything honestly. 20 years ago, the entire heavenly saber pavilion suffered a calamity. Even the pavilion master at that time died in that calamity. Among the 7 peaks, Qingyun Peak suffered the greatest loss. Almost all the elders of the previous generation of Qingyun Peak died. Furthermore, the peak master, who was Lu Suifeng's father, lost his martial spirit in the calamity and became a cripple. Just like that, the entire Qingyun sect had completely declined. Without the older generation to hold down the fort, the younger disciples had almost all left in recent years. The disciples that joined the Heavenly Saber Pavilion all knew about Qingyun Peak. Naturally, no one would choose to go to a peak that did not even have a martial king. Some of the weaker cultivators wanted to fish in troubled waters and get close to Qingyun sect. As for Lu Riyue, she did not think much of them. This resulted in the number of Qingyun Peak guests dwindling over the past 20-odd years. There was not a single official disciple. Xiao Chun felt suspicious as he asked, "What kind of calamity is it?" All the older generation of Qingyun Peak died. Even the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's pavilion master passed away. This is too horrifying. Lu Suifeng hesitated for a while before saying, "There is no harm in telling you. After all, it is not a secret. Every big sect in the Great Qin nation has a large spatial crack sealed within. Originally, these seals were unbreakable. However, 1,000 years ago, the Thunder King, Sang Mu, came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and fought with the pavilion master at that time. At that time, the two of them, Sang Mu and the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's pavilion master, were peak martial sages. The shockwaves from their battle could easily flatten a peak. The shockwaves from their battle affected the seal left by the 3 holy masters. The seal was damaged. Every once in a while, we have to invite the people of the 3 holy masters to repair it. However, 20 years ago, it was the divine martial gate's turn to repair it. In the end, something unexpected happened and they arrived late. Lu Suifeng paused for a while before continuing, "You should be able to guess what happened after that. All sorts of demons from the demonic world came out. There was even a demon master. I heard from the older generation that the sky of the entire Lingyun mountain range was covered in demonic qi. After the battle, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion became like this." Actually, Lu Suifeng did not know much. 20 years ago, he was not even born yet. All this was what he heard from the older generation. Hence, there were some parts that he was not clear about. Xiao Chun looked at the lunar shadow saber in his hand and his heart tightened. No wonder the old man outside the city said that if people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion knew that he was the successor of the Thunder King, he would not have a good ending. So that was the reason. If it were not for the Thunder King's arrival, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would not have suffered such a calamity. Suddenly, Xiao Chun thought of something. He said, "That's right, where is your father now? Is he not at Qingyun Peak anymore?" Lu Suifeng pointed to the summit and said, "He spends most of his time at the summit of Qingyun Peak. They say he is in closed-door training. I only see him a few times a year." Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. The old man outside the city also did not have a martial spirit. It was easy for people to associate him with that. However, it seemed like that was not the case now. After the two of them walked for a distance, a loud shout came from the front. Xiao Chun looked forward and discovered that it was the tall and sturdy youth that he had seen before. His arms and legs were bound with metal blocks, and he was practicing his fist techniques. Beside him, there was a delicate-looking girl practicing some kind of interesting fist technique. Her speed was very slow, but it looked very charming. When Xiao Chun looked carefully, he discovered that it was similar to the Wing Chun fist of his previous life. Lu Suifeng explained, "This is Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng. They are the descendants of an old friend of my father. They grew up with me. However, their physiques are special. They are unable to condense a martial spirit." "What martial technique are they practicing? I don't think I have seen it before," Xiao Chun asked suspiciously. Without a martial spirit, one was equivalent to a cripple. Back then, he was mocked by the Xiao clan for many years because he was unable to condense a martial spirit. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "It is passed down in the family. Don't underestimate them. Even if that Xiao Yang was a regular martial master, he would not be a match for him." When Xiao Yang heard the voices of the two of them, he took a careful look. His face revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. He removed the metal from his arms and legs and quickly ran over. Elder brother Sui Feng, has our benefactor already entered the inner sect? Xiao Chun felt a little uncomfortable. He smiled gently and said, "It is just a small matter. Xiao Yang, you really don't have to take it to heart. Just call me Yichen. We are all of the same age, there is no need to be so reserved." Xiao Yang's honest face revealed a simple smile. He said seriously, "You saved my life and Xiao Meng's. It is definitely not a small matter." Lu Suifeng, who was at the side, said, "Yichen has already been accepted as a disciple by my elder sister. In the future, he will be staying at Qingyun Peak." When Xiao Yang heard this, he was pleasantly surprised. He said, "Is that so? In that case, Xiao Meng and I will go help out and tidy up the room. In the future, if elder brother Chen has any matters, you can instruct us at any time." After Xiao Yang spoke, he brought Xiao Meng and rushed forward. Lu Suifeng could not stop them at all. He could not help but smile bitterly. Why do I not feel that these two fellows are usually so hardworking? The two of them continued to walk towards the peak. Along the way, they saw many tall buildings. However, they were all empty. There was not a single person in them. Finally, Lu Suifeng brought Xiao Chen to a pavilion halfway up the mountain. There was a small stream flowing slowly beside the pavilion. The stream was boundlessly green, and there was the sound of splashing water. There was a cool breeze in the pavilion. After walking for a long time, the two of them were already sweating. When the cool breeze blew, it was very refreshing. Lu Suifeng said softly, "If we go further up, we will reach the important places of Qingyun Peak. Some of the library halls and Qingyun Pavilion are up there. There are people from the main hall standing guard there. If there is nothing important, it is best not to go there." "That's right, Yichen. I feel something is strange. Of the 7 inner sects, why did you choose Qingyun Peak? With your talent, you should be able to enter the other sections." Xiao Chen thought for a while and decided to tell the truth. "I came to Qingyun Peak mainly for the sake of learning listening to the sword and communicating with it." Listening to the sword and communicating with it? You chose the right place. In the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion, only my elder sister and Lung Liusu know listening to the sword and communicating with it. However, listening to the sword and communicating with it is somewhat ethereal. It is too much of a test of comprehension and talent." Lu Suifeng said in astonishment. He did not expect Xiao Chen to come to Qingyun Peak for this reason. Xiao Chen thought, Lu Suifeng is Lu Ryue's younger brother. His understanding of listening to the sword and communicating with it would definitely be better than others. So he asked, "I heard people say that listening to the sword and communicating with it is innate. If you are not born with it, no matter how talented you are, you will not be able to learn it. Is that true?" Lu Suifeng smiled gently. "Nonsense. My elder sister grasped it on her own. However, no one knows how she learned it." A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Lu Ryue's listening to the sword and communicating with it was actually grasped by herself. However, he felt that it was much stronger than Lung Liusu's. However, listening to the sword and communicating with it is something that can only be chanced upon. If you focus on it, you will not be able to comprehend anything in your entire life. It is best not to be too stubborn about it. Otherwise, it will delay your cultivation. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, indicating that he understood. If he grasped listening to the sword and communicating with it, it would be of great help to the weapons he learned in the future. A normal person might need to learn a martial technique for a few days or even a few months. However, a person who grasped listening to the sword and communicating with it might be able to learn it in a day. Furthermore, they would be able to understand it more thoroughly. However, this kind of state was too ethereal. Many people pursued it bitterly. In the end, not only did they not learn it, they even delayed their cultivation. There were many such examples. Xiao Chen grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly. He felt somewhat conflicted in his heart. He did not know if he would end up like these people, obtaining nothing in the end. However, for the sake of his oath, he had to give it a try. If he did not even have the courage to try, he would seem too weak. After that, Lu Suifeng brought Xiaochen back to his residence. There were very few people in Qingyun Peak. Xiaochen was allocated a large courtyard. Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng were helping him clear up the rubbish and dust in the courtyard. By the time everyone left, it was already dusk. As the sun set, it looked very different from the mountain. Xiaochen did not rest for long. After he returned to his room, he immediately entered into a state of cultivation. The purple thunder divine incantation slowly circulated in his body. The surrounding spiritual energy was like a mist pouring into his body in an endless stream. What a dense spiritual energy! Xiaochen sighed in his heart. The spiritual energy here was at least twice as dense as at the foot of the mountain. It was even denser than the strange cave at the source of the Zhuang River at the edge of Savage Forest. No wonder the competition between the outer sect and the inner sect was so intense. Cultivating here, the environment was much better than at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 152. Xiaochen had just advanced to inferior grade Martial Grand Master not long ago. He needed to stabilize his cultivation. The surging spiritual energy circulated in his body for a great cycle. Finally, it all flowed into his dantian. It was like a surging flood. The river instantly swelled up. The tiny blue dragon swam freely in the river, occasionally creating splashes. These splashes were the purest essence. With just a thought from Xiaochen, the river immediately surged with a huge wave. A huge amount of essence poured out from his dantian and flowed into the various meridians in his body. The essence permeated his meridians and entered his skin, flesh, and bones, nourishing Xiaochen's strong physical body. When the essence was exhausted, the spiritual energy that he absorbed from the surroundings flowed back into his dantian, repeating this process over and over again. Time passed very quickly while Xiaochen was cultivating. When Xiaochen opened his eyes, the sky was already bright. After stretching his legs, Xiaochen felt refreshed, filled with boundless energy. There was a series of knocks on the door. Lu Ryue's melodious voice could be heard, "Little disciple, stop sleeping in. It's time to wake up." Just as Lu Ryue was about to continue knocking, the door to Xiaochen's room suddenly opened. Lu Ryue looked at the energetic Xiaochen and said, "You are in good spirits. Let's go. In the future, remember to go to the dueling grounds punctually at this time. If you don't go, you will be punished." Xiaochen nodded and said, "It seems like I have not eaten breakfast yet. It's best not to. Otherwise, your stomach will spoil," Lu Ryue said casually with a smile on her face. "That's serious?" Xiaochen had a bad feeling in his heart. He followed Lu Ryue and arrived at a vast dueling ground. This dueling ground was very large. It was completely made of the hard heavenly mountain stone. Just the ceiling alone was 100 meters tall. When standing in the middle, one would feel very small. The area of the dueling ground was very obvious. There were all sorts of equipment. However, there was only Lu Suifeng in the huge dueling ground, practicing his saber alone. It seemed very spacious. When Lu Suifeng saw Xiaochen, he smiled faintly as a greeting. "Elder sister Ryu, do you have any powerful saber techniques to impart to me?" When they arrived at the dueling grounds, Xiaochen felt much more relaxed. He said with a smile on his face. Lu Ryue mocked, "You want to learn a powerful saber technique with your foundation? Not to mention a heaven-ranked saber technique, even if it was an earth-ranked saber technique, you would not be able to learn its essence." This was not the first time Lu Ryue said that Xiaochen's foundation was weak. Xiaochen was not convinced, even though he only learned saber techniques halfway through. However, ever since he started cultivating, he had been diligent and had never slacked off. Why did he always say that his foundation was weak? When Lu Ryue saw Xiaochen's expression, she was not convinced. She smiled. "If you are not convinced, then show me your most powerful saber technique. I guarantee that it will not exceed the strength of a martial grandmaster." Xiaochen also wanted to test Lu Ryue's strength. Back in the returning Cloud Hall, because of Lu Ryue's sudden attack, he was not convinced in his heart. It could be said that he was waiting for this opportunity. Holding the lunar shadow saber horizontally in front of him, Xiaochen smiled faintly. "In that case, watch carefully." I will only execute the fastest saber technique in the world once. I will definitely convince you. Kasu. A cold light flashed and the lunar shadow saber was instantly drawn from its scabbard. The instant the saber light was drawn, there was a clap of thunder behind Xiao Qin. The lunar shadow saber flickered with electricity. Drawing the saber. Xiao Qin's aura slowly rose. The saber light was extremely fast as it hacked at Lu Riyue. At such a close distance and making the first move, Xiao Qin was absolutely confident that he could force Lu Riyue back. As long as Lu Riyue retreated, the rushing thunder saber technique would instantly unleash a chain of attacks. His aura would slowly rise to the peak. Even if he could not defeat her, she would not dare to underestimate him. Ding! A melodious metallic sound rang out. Xiao Qin did not even see how Lu Riyue drew her small saber. He discovered that the small saber in Lu Riyue's hand was even faster. Even though it was launched later, it arrived first and hacked at the lunar shadow saber. A huge force came from the saber. Xiao Qin's right hand, which was holding the saber, felt numb. He felt an urge to throw the lunar shadow saber away. The huge force was transmitted into Xiao Qin's body. He took 2 steps back before he could stand stably. Lu Riyue's swift saber strike was still in his mind. That was just an ordinary saber strike. It was not like drawing the saber, which was a martial technique. However, its speed was boundlessly fast. However, Xiao Qin was still unconvinced. He had not executed the rushing thunder saber technique yet. If he had the opportunity to execute it, Lu Riyue would definitely look at him in a different light. Xiao Qin shouted and took a ferocious step forward. Thunder roared again, and the gushing river in his dantian splashed up. It turned into a strand of vast essence and poured into the saber. Saber lights appeared everywhere as Xiao Qin executed drawing the saber again. However, the result did not change. Lu Riyue did not move from her original position. The small saber in her hand arrived first and easily broke the saber strike. Seeing Xiao Qin flying back, the corner of Lu Riyue's lips curled up. A faint smile appeared on her charming face. This is the fastest saber technique in the world? It is merely so. After being ridiculed by a girl who was only a few years older than him, Xiao Qin became anxious. He executed drawing the saber again, but the result did not change. Xiao Qin moved back again and waved his hand. No way, you cannot block this move of mine. Otherwise, I will not be able to execute the more powerful moves. Lu Riyue burst out in laughter. A rare mischievous expression appeared on her face as she said, "As you wish. Let me experience the fastest saber technique in the world." A gleam flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes. The moment Lu Riyue said that, he immediately executed drawing the saber. Lu Riyue flew back and Xiao Qin quickly executed the arc-light chop. Dang! Xiao Qin's hand was still in the stance of the arc-light chop. However, a cold light flashed and struck the hilt of the lunar shadow saber. This saber strike was fast and accurate. It struck the hilt of the saber. The space between Xiao Qin's fingers and the hilt of the saber did not injure Xiao Qin's fingers at all. Lu Riyue sheathed her saber. Her pretty face was solemn and she emitted a killing intent from her body. The fastest saber technique in the world, I will only use one saber strike. I will show you what is the true drawing the saber. Right after she spoke, Lu Riyue had already drawn the small saber in her hand. The instant the saber left the scabbard, a strong wind appeared out of nowhere. The saber light was extremely resplendent and dazzling. The dazzling saber light caused Xiao Qin's eyes to hurt. He instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the strong wind had already stopped. Lu Riyue sheathed her saber and stood there motionlessly, as if everything that happened earlier was just an illusion. However, Xiao Qin felt a chill on his neck. He extended his hand to touch it and felt a faint pain. It was unknown when a small wound had appeared on his neck. He could not help but be startled. If this wound was any deeper, he would have died. However, he did not react at all. The resplendent saber light lit up and in the blink of an eye, he was struck. Furthermore, in the instant she drew her saber, Lu Riyue had controlled her strength to the extreme. The so-called withdrawing and releasing as one wished, killing in the blink of an eye, was a description of Lu Riyue's current state. Xiao Chun could not help but find it funny. In the past, he thought that he was already very fast when he drew his saber. Today, he was completely convinced. Lu Ryue smiled faintly. Little Yi Chen, do you still dare to doubt master's strength? Xiao Chun smiled embarrassedly. I don't dare anymore. I will listen to elder sister Ryue in the future. Can you start teaching me now? A beautiful smile appeared on Lu Ryue's face. However, when Xiao Chun saw this, he trembled in fear. There are some training blocks over there. Tie 100 kilograms of metal to me and run 20 laps around the dueling ground. You are not allowed to use essence. If I discover you using essence, I will seal your acupoints and double the punishment. Xiao Chun looked at the huge dueling ground. If he ran 1 lap around it, it would be at least 1,000 meters. He could not help but feel a headache. This? Elder sister Ryue, isn't this a little too much? Lu Ryue smiled faintly. First, you tease master. Now, you contradict me. Add another 10 laps. Damn. Xiao Chun cursed in his heart. This Lu Ryue looks like a gentle big sister. I did not expect her to be so heartless when she becomes ruthless. When one was under someone else's roof, they had no choice but to lower their head. Xiao Chun helplessly walked to the side of the dueling ground and slowly tied the metal to his body. Then he started to jog. Fortunately, his physical body was not weak, so he did not find it too difficult. Lu Suifeng looked at the jogging Xiao Chun with a smile on his face. He walked to Lu Ryue's side and said, Sis, this rushing thunder saber technique has been used by Xiao Chun to create thunder with every saber strike. It is very imposing and can be said to be pretty good. Why do you still want to deal a blow to him? Lu Ryue revealed a faint smile on her pretty face. This fellow is too arrogant. He should have a lot of combat experience. If you do not deal a blow to him, he will not be convinced by you. Furthermore, his foundations are indeed too weak. He needs to be trained properly. The potential of the rushing thunder saber technique can still be dug out. Lu Suifeng thought of something and said, That's right, sis. What do you think about the matter I told you yesterday? Listening to the sword and communicating with it? Lu Ryue revealed a contemplative expression. Since Yi Chen was recommended by Feng Feishue, and he saved Xiao Yang and Xiao Ming earlier, there should not be any problems with his character. If he wants to learn, there is no harm in teaching him. However, this listening to the sword and communicating with it is too vague. I will temporarily suppress him. Lu Suifeng looked at Xiao Chen's back and said, I feel that Qingyun Peak might have a chance in this year's end-of-year competition. When Lu Ryue heard this, there was a trace of melancholy in her eyes. She said indifferently, All these years, I have always wanted to prove myself. However, there has never been a suitable successor for Qingyun Peak. I hope you will not disappoint me this time. Xiao Chun ran 30 laps for 4 hours before he finished. The first few laps were nothing much. After all, he had the strength of his physical body. Even if he did not use his essence, there was no pressure. However, after running for a while, Xiao Chun felt that something was wrong. There was definitely some special material under the dueling ground. He felt that his stamina was being depleted very quickly. Chapter 153. In the end, with every step he took, his bones felt like they were going to fall apart. He breathed like a bull, and every step he took was extremely arduous. There were a few times when Xiao Chun felt like lying down and not running anymore. However, when he looked at the beautiful figure in the middle of the field and saw the expression in her eyes, he could not help but feel proud. I must not collapse in front of her. That would be too embarrassing. When the final lap was over, Xiao Chun finally heaved a sigh of relief. He did his best to suppress the urge to collapse. He took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation. When a person was tired and their body reached its limits, entering a state of cultivation would allow them to bring out their full potential. In the past, Xiao Chun understood this principle. However, there was no one to supervise him, so he had never entered such a state. Now that he had this opportunity, there was naturally no reason for him to give it up. The purple thunder divine incantation slowly circulated in his body. When the essence circulated once in his body, it seeped into his skin, flesh, and bones. Xiao Chun felt a sense of relaxation that he had never felt before. His body felt extremely comfortable. The sweat on his body slowly evaporated into white smoke. Lu Riyue stood at the side and saw all this. She revealed an apologetic smile, and a look of reminiscence flashed in the depths of her eyes. It was like she was looking at herself from the past. After a while, Xiaochen slowly stopped circulating the essence in his body. He opened his eyes and happened to meet Lu Riyue's gaze. He smiled gently and stood up. Xiaochen said indifferently, "Elder sister Riyue, you can teach me now, right?" Lu Riyue smiled gently, "Not bad. The saber technique you used earlier should be the rushing thunder saber technique. I practiced this saber technique when I was young. However, it did not suit my style, so I gave up on it." A look of doubt flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. Lu Riyue practiced the rushing thunder saber technique before? This was very strange. Didn't Feng Feishue say that the saber technique came from the Heavenly Qin school? Seeing the doubt in Xiaochen's heart, Lu Riyue explained, "Don't be too surprised. Aside from some inherited martial techniques, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has most of the saber techniques in their collection. I once gave up on this saber technique because of its style. Let me ask you now, what do you think the style of the rushing thunder saber technique is? Do you think it suits you? What is the style of the rushing thunder saber technique?" Xiaochen had never considered this question before. Even more so, he did not consider whether this saber technique was suitable for him. However, after practicing the rushing thunder saber technique for so long, Xiaochen had some understanding of the style of the rushing thunder saber technique. After thinking for a while, it was not difficult for him to answer, "Fierce and fast, imposing and forceful. It is like a gushing river. After it is unleashed, it will flow unceasingly, advancing forward with an indomitable will." Lu Riyue nodded and said, "It looks like your understanding is pretty good. However, the words you used earlier were to describe the characteristics of the rushing thunder saber technique and not its style. Style is the last sentence. Move forward with indomitable will and never retreat. Taking a step back is the difference between life and death. Putting yourself on the edge of death to fight and forcing yourself into a dead end. Do you think you are suited for this style?" Hearing this, Xiaochen felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. It was as if he had been enlightened. Some of the problems that he had been unable to figure out in the past suddenly became clear. In the past, he always felt that his understanding of the rushing thunder saber technique was lacking something. Today, he finally understood what he was lacking. What he was lacking was that kind of decisiveness. That kind of overwhelming decisiveness, to not retreat even in the face of death. However, am I really suited for this style? Xiaochen could not help but ponder this question. After a while, a resolute look flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. He thought of the past and said seriously, "I understand now. I am suited for this style. Even though I am still lacking now, I will not give up on it in the future." Lu Riyue smiled faintly, "I feel that you are not suited for it. When we exchanged moves earlier, you actually wanted me to let you have one move first. You wanted to take advantage of the situation. That is definitely not the style of the rushing thunder saber technique." Xiaochen asked doubtfully, "However, you have already broken my saber technique. How can I not retreat? That is impossible. If I were to face an opponent of equal strength or a similar cultivation realm, I would definitely not retreat." "You are really stubborn. The strength I used earlier definitely did not exceed that of a martial grandmaster. If you don't believe me, you can try again." Lu Riyue's pretty face was filled with smiles. She had an eager look on her face. When Xiaochen thought of the situation earlier, he smiled embarrassedly, "I think it's better not, I'll just believe you." Lu Riyue felt it was a pity as she said, "Never mind, I will not tease you anymore. It is too early to tell you all this. It is normal that you do not understand. You should practice the 8 basic saber techniques first. Let me see." Xiaochen revealed an embarrassed expression. "I don't think I have learned the basic saber techniques before. When I was young, my family only required me to learn the basic palm techniques and fist techniques. The basics of the saber and the sword were optional. At that time, I did not think of practicing the saber, so I did not practice them." When he was young, Xiaochen was unable to condense his martial spirit. He focused all his attention on it and did not have the time to practice the basic saber techniques. Later on, after Xiaoqun successfully condensed his martial spirit, he did not pay attention to the basic saber techniques because he learned too many things. Although he did not dare to slack off when he cultivated, he did not practice the basic saber techniques. Lu Ryu felt a headache coming on. Sui Feng, come and die. Lu Sui Feng, who was practicing the saber at the side, stopped what he was doing. He quickly walked over and asked, "Sis, what's the matter?" "I was defeated by this fellow. Come and teach him the 8 basic saber techniques. I will give you 1 day. I will check on him tomorrow." Lu Ryua rubbed her head, feeling a headache coming on. "I will take my leave first. I will check on him tomorrow." "That's right, don't remove the metal block in his hand." After Lu Ryua spoke, she left the place. Lu Suifeng looked at Xiaoqun and asked in disbelief, "Yichen, have you really not practiced the basic saber techniques before?" Xiaoqun countered with a question, "Is that important? I really have not practiced it before." Lu Suifeng smiled bitterly, "I really have to hand it to you. Fortunately, you did not enter from the outer sect. The basic saber techniques are the foundation of all saber techniques. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion has a rule long ago. If one has not practiced the basic saber techniques to the small perfection, one cannot learn any martial techniques. Thus, people like us, as well as those cultivators who want to enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, have to practice the basic saber techniques to the small perfection at the very least. Most of them would practice it to the medial perfection. Only a few people would persevere and practice it to the great perfection, like my sister." Xiaoqun did not expect the basic saber techniques to be so important. He could not help but ask, "In that case, what realm have you practiced the basic saber techniques to?" Lu Suifeng smiled helplessly, "I do not have the perseverance. I just reached the small perfection, so I stopped practicing it. Let's not talk about this anymore. It is not too late for you to practice it now." Xiaoqun nodded. As he spoke, he was about to remove the piece of metal in his hand. When Lu Suifeng saw this, he quickly stopped him. Xiaoqun could not help but say, "Don't tell me you are really making things difficult for this brother." Lu Suifeng had a serious expression as he said, "I am really not making things difficult for you. You are able to practice the rushing thunder saber technique to the point where it sounds like thunder. This proves that you have put in a lot of effort. Even in the history of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, not many people have been able to do this. My sister thinks very highly of you. Otherwise, she would not have given you pointers on some of the styles of the rushing thunder saber technique. The rushing thunder saber technique was created by a saber emperor. Although it is only a superior grade profound ranked martial technique, its potential is limitless. If you really want to improve further, you have to practice the basic saber techniques to the great perfection. If you want to learn it in a short period of time, aside from putting in a lot of effort, there is no shortcut." When Xiaoqun heard this, he could only stop what he was doing. Lu Suifeng started to explain and demonstrate the basic saber techniques. The basic saber techniques only had 8 moves: sweep, hack, push, scrape, sweep, chop, and pierce. They were also known as the 8 basic saber techniques. Since it was a basic saber technique, it was naturally easy to understand. Xiaoqun only needed to look at it once to understand it. After that, he started to practice by himself. Because he had 100 kilograms of metal strapped to his body, every movement was very difficult. Lu Suifeng shook his head continuously at the side. "Do not move your feet carelessly. You have to raise your arms higher. Do not stop when you are sheathing your saber." When Xiaoqun started to practice, he discovered that there were a lot of rules and regulations. There were clearly 8 simple movements, but he kept making mistakes. The morning slowly went by like this. During this period, Lu Suifeng continuously gave pointers. Occasionally, he would demonstrate it himself. He did not show any signs of impatience, causing Xiaoqun to feel very touched. "It is time to eat." Elder brother Suifeng and elder brother Yichen. Xiao Meng's sweet voice came from the dueling grounds. Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng were carrying food in their hands as they slowly walked over. When Lu Suifeng saw this, he smiled faintly. "Let's stop here for the morning. Don't listen to my sis." Back then, I spent 2 years practicing the basic saber techniques to the small perfection. It is impossible to grasp it in one day. Xiao Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead and nodded to indicate that he understood. The 8 moves of the saber were the foundation of all saber techniques in the world. As the saying goes, no matter how it changed, it would not deviate from the original. Since the Heavenly Saber Pavilion stipulated that one had to learn it to the small perfection, there would naturally be a reason for it. Xiao Chen was able to understand this point. Xiao Meng personally made lunch. First, she took out 2 bowls of porridge and placed them in front of Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng. Afraid that Xiao Chen would not understand, she said, "This is the rule set by elder sister Ryu. After a large amount of exercise, you have to drink a bowl of porridge first. It will nourish your stomach before you can eat the main course." When Xiao Chen heard this, he smiled faintly. He thought to himself, "This girl is quite meticulous. According to the diet of earth, there is such a saying. Pu Tong." Just at this moment, Bai suddenly leaped out of the spirit blood jade on Xiao Chen's chest. After it came out, it looked at Xiao Meng with its large, watery eyes. "What a cute little fox," Xiao Meng revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. Lu Suifeng glanced at the red jade pendant on Xiao Chen's chest and revealed a strange expression. He said, "Is this the spirit blood jade?" Xiao Chen nodded. He had not let the little fellow out for the past few days. Earlier, when Bai smelled the food, it strongly requested to come out. After Xiao Chen interacted with the people here, he found them to be kind-hearted. So Xiao Chen did not stop it. "Is there any more porridge?" "This little fellow is hungry," Xiao Chen said as he looked at Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng smiled and nodded. She took out a small bowl and filled it with porridge before handing it to Bai. Bai revealed a cute smile on its face. It rubbed its head happily against Xiao Meng, causing her to laugh gently. Chapter 154. After they finished their porridge and had lunch, Lu Suifeng pulled Xiao Chen to the side. "If I am not wrong, your little spirit fox should have the bloodline of a 6-tailed spirit fox." Xiao Chen nodded. "Is there a problem?" Lu Suifeng said seriously, "If there is no need, do not bring this little fellow out of Qingyun Peak. As the saying goes, do not reveal your wealth. Yichen, you should understand this." Xiao Chen felt it was strange. Could it be that there are no rules in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Lu Suifeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Naturally, this Qingyun Peak is a pure land. However, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is filled with all sorts of people. It is not the pure land that you think it is. The strong preys on the weak. This happens every day." Xiao Chen frowned slightly and could not help but think about Lu Chen and the other outer disciples. If the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is filled with such people, then Lu Suifeng's words are really thought-provoking. After lunch, Bai left the dueling grounds with Xiao Meng without any conscience. Xiao Chen knew it did not like to stay in the spirit blood jade. Since there was no danger in Qingyun Peak, he did not bother with it. "Yichen, I have something to do in the afternoon. I cannot accompany you." "Sorry." Lu Suifeng said apologetically to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded. Lu Suifeng did not impatiently guide him for the entire morning. He was already very grateful. There was no need to force him to continue guiding him in the afternoon. Furthermore, the 8 basic movements of the saber did not require any guidance. When Lu Suifeng saw Xiao Chen nod, he smiled and said, "You are a good friend. I will take my leave first. Remember not to remove the metal bars on your body. If my sister sees it, I will be in trouble." Seeing Lu Suifeng leave, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He was not in a rush to practice the basic saber techniques. He warmed up his body and waited for the food in his body to be completely digested. Xiao Chen started to run along the dueling grounds. He relied on the strength of his physical body to slowly run. After jogging in the morning, Xiao Chen had already felt the benefits of cultivating after his body reached its limit. The effect was several times better than usual. After a while, Xiao Chen slowly ran 5 or 6 laps. This time, he could clearly feel that the rocks on the ground seemed to have a mysterious suction force. With every step he took, he would expend a lot of energy. This feeling was a little familiar. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chen finally remembered where he had encountered this feeling before. Back in the sage remnant in Savage Forest, Xiao Chen had exhausted a lot of essence with every step he took toward the stone platform that towered into the sky. There was a huge difference between the two. One absorbed physical strength, while the other absorbed vitality. However, they both achieved the same result through different means. With every step he took, he would immediately consume a bit of energy. It was just that he did not know if the two were related. Sweat slowly covered his forehead. Xiao Chen wiped it away. He could feel his stamina being depleted. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen continued to run forward. Round after round, Xiao Chen ran tirelessly step by step. Relying on his tenacious willpower, he endured the boundless loneliness. In the vast dueling grounds, he ran forward courageously. Run. I have not reached my limit yet. I have to continue persevering. After running 30 laps, Xiao Chen felt slightly dizzy. However, he knew that this was not his limit. Just like that, Xiao Chen ran 50 laps before he slowly stopped. He resisted the urge to lie down immediately. He slowly sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. He slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. Essence slowly flowed through the various meridians in his body. It was unknown when, but Lu Riyue was already standing there quietly, watching Xiao Chen silently. When she saw Xiao Chen's desperate appearance, it was like she saw her younger self in his eyes. Because the older generation had left, the originally bustling dueling grounds became very quiet. However, she still dragged her young body and ran continuously, step by step, just like Xiao Chen was doing today. Enduring the boundless loneliness and relying on his tenacious willpower, he finally made it to this stage step by step. The essence passed through the meridians and entered Xiao Chen's flesh and bones. That numbing feeling came again. The sweat on his body evaporated continuously, giving off white smoke. The cells in his bones, skin, and flesh started to undergo this intense activity. Under this extreme state, his physical body was continuously tempered by the essence, becoming stronger. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and got up to stretch himself. A series of crackling sounds came from all the bones in his body. Every crisp sound made him feel energized. "Elder Sister Ryu, why are you here?" Xiao Chen heard footsteps and turned his head to take a look. He discovered Lu Riyue, who was still wearing her tight-fitting long robes, slowly walking towards him. Lu Riyue smiled faintly, revealing a gentle smile. She perfectly displayed the charm of a mature woman. That brat Sui Feng always goes to Jade Maiden Peak in the afternoon. I was worried, so I came to take a look. You should have learned the 8 basic movements of the saber, right? Show me now. Xiao Chen nodded and drew the lunar shadow saber with a huang dang sound. He focused and calmed himself down. Xiao Chen took a step forward with his right foot, and the saber created a strong wind as it swept through the air. This was the first move of the basic saber technique, sweep. The saber paused in the air for a moment. Xiao Chen stepped forward with his left foot and brought his legs together. He shouted and chopped down with the saber. This was the second move, chop. The instant the saber descended, when it reached the bottom, Xiao Chen did not take a step back. Instead, he pulled the saber up. This was the third move of the basic saber technique, draw chop, sweep, hold, chop, and pierce. Xiao Chen executed the remaining 5 moves together with his footwork without stopping. Although it was somewhat shaky, he managed to do it in one breath. Lu Riyue nodded gently at the side. She smiled and said, "Not bad. At least your basic movements and footwork are correct. However, you still lack some momentum and consistency. However, you just have to take it slow. You can use the 8 basic movements of the saber to exchange moves with me. I will slowly guide you, and you will understand in the future." This basic saber technique was refined by our ancestors after tens of thousands of years. It is very important to a bladesman. When Xiao Chen heard that Lu Riyue wanted to use the basic saber technique to exchange moves with him, he was overwhelmed by the favor. A medial-grade martial saint was willing to exchange moves with him and teach him the basic saber technique step by step. No one had ever received such treatment before. "Elder Sister Riyue, this is not appropriate. It is just a basic saber technique. I can practice it myself. There is no need to waste your time," Xiao Chen rejected. An impatient expression flashed on Lu Riyue's pretty face. She said, "Stop wasting time. As a man, can you be more direct? Being so wishy-washy is even more annoying than a woman." Xiaochen did not dare to disobey. He sheathed his saber and stood opposite of Lu Riyue. Only then did Lu Riyue reveal a smile. "That's more like it. I will make the first move." Right after Lu Riyue spoke, a cold light flashed. The small saber in Lu Riyue's hand moved forward and pierced toward Xiaochen's chest. This was the basic saber technique's pierce formula. It was a simple stab, but Lu Riyue's aura was like a rainbow. No one dared to underestimate it. Xiaochen remembered their agreement. He could only use the 8 basic saber techniques to break this move. He quickly executed the pull formula and swung his saber upwards, blocking Lu Riyue's move. This was not a true battle, they were just exchanging moves. Thus, there was no killing intent. During the exchange, Lu Riyue would occasionally give Xiaochen pointers, telling him of his mistakes. Then, she would make her own move and demonstrate the correct saber technique to him. Her expression was extremely serious. Xiaochen's talent was high in the first place. After exchanging moves, he improved very quickly. Slowly, he found the feeling. The days of Qingyun Peak passed peacefully like this. Lu Riyue insisted on coming every afternoon to exchange moves with Xiaochen. Aside from practicing the basic saber techniques, Xiaochen would take time out during the day to run a few laps around the dueling grounds. Every day, he would push his body to its limits. Then, he would immediately start cultivating, tempering his body at his limits. Now, Xiaochen could easily run 100 laps around the dueling grounds. In the middle of the night, Xiaochen would lie on his bed and read the flowing cloud scripture that Lu Chen gave him. He would sort out the meridians in his body that were in a mess due to cultivating the battle sage origins. This was one of the rare peaceful days he had since he left Mo City. He could systematically sort out the martial techniques and knowledge that he had learned. Normally, if he had any questions regarding martial techniques, he could ask Lu Riyue for guidance. She would always give him a satisfactory answer. Although his cultivation realm did not increase by much in the past few days, his combat prowess had reached an unprecedented peak. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed just like that. Xiaochen's basic saber techniques had made great progress. He had already reached the peak of small perfection. After practicing the basic saber techniques to this level, Xiaochen could clearly feel that when he used the rushing thunder saber technique again, its might was much stronger than before. Furthermore, he was able to integrate it better. He was just one step away from the fusion that he had not completed in the past, and he would be able to reach a perfect state. In the end, there were still some unfortunate matters. Even when he tried to ask her about learning listening to the sword and communicating with it, he was rejected by Lu Riyue. She said that it was not the right time yet. Since he had a favor to ask, Xiaochen could not be too forceful. The most important thing was that Lu Riyue had treated him very well in the past 2 months. On this particular day, Xiaochen woke up very early as usual, preparing to rush to the dueling grounds. The instant he opened the door, he discovered Lu Riyue, Xiao Yang, and Xiao Meng standing outside with smiles on their faces. Xiaochen asked with some doubts, "What day is it today? Don't we have to go to the dueling grounds? Why are you all here?" Lu Suifeng giggled, "You are right. There is no need to go to the dueling grounds today. I was afraid that you would not be able to meet anyone and miss us. So I came to tell you this news in advance." Lu Riyue smiled warmly and continued the topic. "Today is the day the Supreme Elder of the Divine Saber Camp is giving a lecture at the Heaven Ascending platform. That is a true Supreme Elder. He is a martial monarch. So I decided to go with all of us." A martial monarch Supreme Elder. A fervent light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. His calm heart actually started to fluctuate. However, this was not surprising. Martial monarchs were already the strongest cultivators in the Great Qi nation. Chapter 155. There were 10 known martial monarchs, each of them guarding an area. It was impossible for an ordinary person to listen to his lecture. Xiaochen had not expected a martial monarch to personally lecture everyone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Although it was not a one-on-one lecture, listening to his words or watching from afar might be of great help to his cultivation in the future. Lu Ryue whistled softly and a green bird slowly flew in front of the group. Lu Ryue took the lead and leaped onto it. After that, she said to Xiaochen, "Yichen, come on. Come with me." Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "Sis, can you not be so biased? No matter what, I am still your biological younger brother. Don't give me that. If you had half of Yi Chen's willpower, you would not go to Jade Maiden Peak and fool around with those female disciples. Naturally, I would not let you walk to the heaven ascending platform." Lu Ryue lectured him from the green bird. When Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng heard this, they could not help but laugh gently. Under Lu Suifeng's envious gaze, Xiaochen sat on the green bird and followed Lu Ryue to the horizon. High up in the sky, clouds lingered. Xiaochen sat behind Lu Ryue, riding the green bird as they traveled through the clouds. Occasionally, flying beasts flew by. The people on them were cultivators heading to the heaven ascending platform. The green bird was only so big. It was unavoidable for Xiaochen to bump into Lu Ryue from time to time, causing him to feel restless. A gentle breeze blew, and Lu Ryue's hair occasionally hit Xiaochen's face. The unique fragrance of a girl flowed into his nose from her hair. As a novice in certain areas, Xiaochen did his best to control his body's normal reactions. This was something that made one's heart beat faster and was incomparably exciting. However, one had to do their best to control it. This made Xiaochen feel very uncomfortable. The fire in his heart grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, a magnificent ship flew over from behind the two of them. The hull of the ship was covered with all sorts of golden decorations, making it look extremely majestic. A black flag fluttered on the hull of the ship. The word, "Song," was written on the flag in a flamboyant style. This was a warship belonging to the Lingyun mountain range's Biyun Peak. On the bow of the ship, the youngest son of the Biyun Peak's peakmaster, Song Qianhe, was dressed in luxurious clothes. He looked very handsome, and his hands were placed on the railing. His clothes fluttered in the wind, giving him an indescribable elegance. There were also a few men and women on the deck. They were all disciples of Biyun Peak. They were like stars surrounding the moon, standing behind Song Qianhe, making him look even more noble. "Senior Sister Lu, the heaven ascending platform is still some distance away. Why don't you board my ship?" that youth said loudly as he looked at Lu Ryue's figure. Xiaochen turned his head back to take a look. He felt that the scene in front of him was very familiar. After a while, he thought about it. This was exactly the same situation as the rich second generation who drove Mercedes-Benz, BMWs, and wore branded clothes. He could not help but smile to himself. Tall, rich, and handsome people exist everywhere. Lu Ryue acted like she did not hear him. She did not even turn her head back as she continued to control the green bird to fly forward. That youth could not help but feel anxious. He thought that Lu Ryue did not hear him, so he raised his voice and shouted again. However, Lu Ryue was even more direct this time. She controlled the green bird to double its speed, leaving this person in the dust. When Song Qianhe saw the situation, he smacked the railing violently. He looked at Xiaochen, who was behind Lu Ryue, and revealed a murderous intent in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Who is that brat behind Lu Ryue? Why have I not seen him before?" The person beside him replied, "That is the disciple that Lu Yueru recently accepted. His name seems to be Yichen. He is 16 years old and is already an inferior grade martial grandmaster." The person who replied was called Zhang Jin. He had the nickname of Know-It-All in Biyun Peak. His personal strength was not much, but he loved to listen to gossip. Thus, he was very clear about these matters. Song Qianhe frowned slightly. He was somewhat astonished in his heart. Lu Ryue actually accepted a disciple. Is she still not going to give up? This brat is actually so close to Lu Ryue. She even let him ride the green bird with her. He had been eyeing this position for a long time. However, Lu Ryue did not care about him at all. She did not care about him at all. When she saw Xiaochen sitting on his seat, she wanted to kick him down immediately. Does this brat have any background? How did he enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Song Qianhe continued to ask. Zhang Jin quickly said, He used Feng Feishue's recommendation letter to enter Qingyun Peak. However, this person does not seem to have any background. If he did, he would not have entered Qingyun Peak. A gleam flashed in Song Qianhe's eyes. He smiled coldly. It is easy to deal with him if he does not have any background. Lu Ryue, I will make you give up. No matter what, Qingyun Peak will become history. On the green bird, Xiaoqun felt it was strange. He asked, Elder Sister Ryu, that person invited you to board. Why did you ignore him? A cold light flashed on Lu Ryue's face. She said in a cold voice, Don't mention that person. He is just scum, the same as his father. If I board his ship, I am afraid I will not be able to resist killing him. Xiaoqun quickly shut his mouth. He knew he asked something he should not have asked. Suddenly, a melodious bird cry came from above. Lu Chen was also riding a green bird, slowly descending from above. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the blue dragon he was riding was exactly the same as Lu Ryue's green bird, be it its size or color. Senior Sister Ryue, are you going to the heaven ascending platform? How about we make a bet to see who gets there first? The loser will give the other party 10 inferior grade spirit stones. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Lu Ryue rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, Cut the crap. Can't you see that I am carrying another person? Lu Chen smiled gently and did not mind. He said, Never mind, let's get down to business. A few days ago, I went to Saber Prison to see Leng Tianyue. He specifically said that he wanted to see your disciple. Xiao Chen was startled. His expression was somewhat unnatural. Back then, he had saved Leng Liusu from Leng Tianyue's hands. After he was locked up, he did not change his appearance. Lu Ryue smiled coldly. Leng Tianyue, who does he think he is? Wait until he comes out. Is my disciple someone he can meet whenever he wants? I have conveyed the message. Whether you want to go or not will depend on little brother Yiqin. I will take my leave first. After Lu Chen spoke, he rode on the green bird and soared into the sky, disappearing from the two of them. Xiao Chen was very surprised at Lu Ryue's reply. He did not expect her to be so straightforward. Especially the last sentence, it made Xiao Chen feel touched. The green bird rode on the two of them for a while. Soon, a towering mountain peak appeared in front of them. The mountain peak was like the heaven viewing platform. It looked like it had been chopped in half by someone, revealing a huge platform. That was the heaven ascending platform. The heaven ascending platform was different from the heaven viewing platform. It was completely bare. There were no buildings at all. There was only a tall stone platform. On the empty ground below the stone platform, there was a sparse crowd of people who had arrived earlier. As they were about to arrive, Xiao Chen could not help but ask, Elder Sister Ryue, don't you want to know why Leng Tianyue wants me to meet him? Lu Ryue smiled gently, I don't care what your identity was in the past. You just have to remember that you are my disciple now. Leng Tianyue made a huge mistake and is locked up in Saber Prison. He will never be able to come out in this lifetime. If he wants to meet you, it is definitely not a good thing. Curiosity kills the cat. Don't let me know that you are secretly going to meet him. As the two of them spoke, Lu Ryue had already controlled the green bird and slowly landed on the empty ground of the heaven ascending platform. Lu Ryue took the lead and jumped down. Then, she brought Xiao Chen to a secluded corner to rest. Most of the people on the platform were like Xiao Chen, riding on flying spirit beasts or warships. There were even more people below the mountain peak, rushing over quickly. At this moment, a sparkling and translucent jade ship slowly flew over from the horizon. There was the sound of ceremonial music coming from the jade ship. There were faint clouds surrounding it. It was like the legendary immortal ship. The moment the ship appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the platform, and they all looked up. They looked up and saw all sorts of girls standing on the bow of the ship. They were all as beautiful as flowers and had graceful figures. Melodious laughter resounded continuously. The Jade Maiden Peak's ship is here. I heard that the top beauty of Jade Maiden Peak, Chu Xinyun, will be coming as well. Is that true? This Chu Xinyun usually stays in Jade Maiden Peak. Although she is famous, I have never had the chance to see her in person. I wonder if she is as beautiful as the rumors say. She is one of the 3 golden flowers of our heavenly saber pavilion. Aside from Lu Ryue and Lung Liusu, there is no other girl in heavenly saber pavilion who can compare to her. Xiao Chen's ears were very sharp. He heard everything that these people said. He looked at Lu Ryue's charming face, which was filled with the charm of a mature woman. Jade Maiden Peak's Chu Xinyun could not help but look forward to this girl who was as famous as her. The jade ship slowly descended. One by one, beautiful women slowly walked down from the bow of the ship. In the Lingyun mountain range that was filled with spiritual qi, these women were all extremely beautiful. At first glance, they were extremely pleasing to the eyes. After a while, a girl dressed in white walked down under everyone's gazes of anticipation. Her eyes were intelligent, they were as deep as the stars. Her hands were soft, her skin was smooth, her collar was smooth, her teeth were sharp, and her eyebrows were like that of a moth. There was a faint smile on her delicate face. With just one glance, Xiao Chen felt like his soul was being hooked away. Is she smiling at me? All the men on the platform had the same question as Xiao Chen. They felt their heartbeats speed up. Is Chu Xinyun pretty? Suddenly, Lu Ryue's smiling question came from the side. Xiao Chen answered subconsciously, pretty. Is she as pretty as me? Pretty much. Pretty much your head. Lu Ryue ruthlessly smacked Xiao Chen's head. This little vixen has already hooked away Sui Feng's soul. If you get hooked away by her again, I will throw you off Qingyun Peak. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and rubbed his slightly swollen head. He cried out in pain and sighed in his heart, what an undeserved calamity. It looks like no matter where I am, I should not talk about another girl in front of a beauty. This was especially so when that girl was even more beautiful than her. All the more reason not to talk about it. Her current state was the best proof. Chapter 156. Lu Ryue. Just as Xiao Chen was letting his imagination run wild, a delicate voice entered his ears. He looked towards the figure and was startled. The person who came was Lung Liusu. He subconsciously hid behind Lu Ryue. Lu Ryue also saw Lung Liusu. She frowned slightly and a cold expression filled her face. When she saw Lung Liusu in a red dress walking over quickly, she smiled coldly. I thought you were killed by Lung Tianyue. I did not expect you to appear in front of me alive and kicking. Sorry to disappoint you. Not only am I not dead, I even advanced to martial saint, Lung Liusu retorted, not backing down at all. What a strong smell of gunpowder. Could it be that all the pretty girls in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion are not on good terms with Lu Ryue? Xiao Chen thought to himself, feeling a headache coming on. Furthermore, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Indeed, Lung Liusu saw Xiao Chen hiding behind Lu Ryue. He looked familiar and she said, Who is the one hiding behind you? Is he your new disciple? Don't tell me you are too ashamed to face others. When Lu Ryue heard this, she looked at Xiao Chen with a strange expression. She casually pushed him to the front and said, What is there to be ashamed of? What are you afraid of? Xiao Chen wanted to cry, but no tears came out. What he was afraid of had happened. He originally thought that he did not have to see Lung Tianyue and everything would be fine. He did not expect to meet Lung Liusu, who he did not want to meet even more than Lung Tianyue. Turn around and let me see. Lung Liusu found him more and more familiar as she stared at Xiao Chen. Damn it, I'm throwing caution to the wind. Xiao Chen turned around and smiled faintly. Miss Lung, we meet again. It's you. Lung Liusu paused for a while and said simply. Just when Xiao Chen thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, Damn pervert, you dare to appear in front of me again. I'll chop you to death. Lung Liusu drew her saber with a huang dang sound and quickly chopped at Xiao Chen. The saber lit up with a resplendent light and a saber chi left the saber. Xiao Chen was startled and quickly dodged. The saber chi flew towards Lu Ryue, who was behind him. Lu Ryue snorted coldly and drew the small saber in her hand. With a schwa sound, she chopped the saber chi into nothing. When Lung Liusu saw Xiao Chen dodge, the saber in her hand buzzed, reverberating in the air. Xiao Chen felt like the lunar shadow saber was going to run away by itself. Buzz. The small saber in Lu Ryue's hand started to buzz continuously. She flew forward and blocked in front of Xiao Chen, blocking Lung Liusu's attack. Bang. When the two sabers clashed, there was a clanging sound. Lu Ryue did not move at all, but Lung Liusu took 3 steps back before she slowly neutralized the force from the saber. The swords in their hands buzzed continuously. Lu Ryue and Lung Liusu executed listening to the sword and communicating with it at the same time. Instantly, the shockwaves spread out in all directions. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, everyone's weapons started to tremble. The sabers of some of the weaker cultivators flew out and stabbed into the ground in front of Lu Ryue and Lung Liusu. Very quickly, hundreds of sabers appeared on the ground. The surrounding cultivators all surrounded them. However, the identities of the two people fighting were not simple. For a moment, no one dared to stop them. Lu Ryue, are you going to stop me from killing this perverted thief? Lung Liusu said aggressively as she looked at Lu Ryue. Lu Ryue smiled coldly and did not give in. You keep saying that my disciple is a perverted thief. Do you think I will believe you just because you say so? I can even say that you are a perverted thief. Since you say that, then tell me, what did he do to you? Lu Ryue's words were very ruthless. Lung Liusu stammered for a long time. Her face turned red. However, how could she say such an embarrassing thing in front of everyone? Lung Liusu stomped her foot and said angrily, "Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I will kill you." After she spoke, she glared at Xiao Chen before quickly leaving the place. The commotion died down just like that. When the surrounding people saw that there was no more commotion to watch, they picked up their weapons and left. Before they left, they all gave Xiao Chen a meaningful look. Their meaning was clear. How powerful! He even dares to molest the daughter of the previous pavilion master. Xiao Chen would not be able to defend himself. Even if he wanted to explain himself, he would not be able to do so. It looked like the reputation of this perverted thief was going to spread throughout the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Lu Ryue sheathed her saber and circled around Xiao Chen a few times. She sized him up with a faint smile on her face, making it hard for people to understand her intentions. Xiao Chen felt uncomfortable from being stared at like that. He explained, "Elder Sister Ryue, actually, this is all a misunderstanding. I really did not do anything." Lu Ryue smiled gently, like a flower blooming. It was very beautiful. She patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and said, "There is no need to explain. Little Yichen, I understand. I really could not tell that a refined person like you had such capabilities." Xiao Chen was very depressed. He finally understood the difficulties that Fatso faced back then. Just as he was about to explain, another warship flew over from the horizon. This was a warship made entirely of black mysterious iron. A flag with the word Zhong on it was fluttering on the bow of the ship. A man dressed in black stood at the bow of the warship. His gaze was like lightning as he scanned the platform. The people that he looked at felt like their hearts were pierced by a sharp sword. It was extremely unbearable. Qinduan Peak's Zhong Xian is here. There is going to be a good show to watch. I wonder what expression he would have if he knew what happened earlier. He has been chasing after Lung Liusu for many years. He has not even touched her hand yet. This is going to be interesting. The people below discussed. There were many gazes directed at Xiao Chen. Their expressions were filled with schadenfreude. This made Xiao Chen feel extremely uncomfortable. The black warship shook for a while and stopped. Zhong Xian led the Qinduan Peak disciples to a corner. There were people in the crowd that Zhong Xian was familiar with. They quickly went over and told him what happened earlier. Zhong Xian stopped and his face immediately turned gloomy. He took heavy steps and led the Qinduan Peak disciples towards Xiao Chen. He was filled with killing intent. "Yichen, right?" Zhong Xian stopped about 3 meters away from Xiao Chen. He released all his aura and locked onto Xiao Chen with killing intent. He enunciated every word clearly. He looked at Xiao Chen, who was standing behind Lu Ryue, and said indifferently, "Do you dare to take a step forward?" His words were filled with killing intent. He did not hide it at all. As long as Xiao Chen took a step forward, a sharp attack would immediately be launched at him. This is undisguised mockery. We have not even started yet, and you already want to kill me. Xiao Chen was enraged. A strand of killing intent slowly appeared in his heart. His right hand quickly grasped the hilt of the lunar shadow saber. Do you dare to say that again? Just as Xiao Chen was about to make a move, Lu Riyue suddenly spoke. There was a cold look on her pretty face. It was as cold as ice. Zhong Xian thought about Lu Riyue's deeds and could not help but curse in his heart. I was too rash today. With my strength as a superior-grade martial saint, I am not strong enough in front of Lu Riyue. However, at this moment, if he retreated miserably in front of everyone, he would become a laughing stock. Furthermore, there were many Qianduan Peak disciples behind him. If they fought, he might not be a match for Lu Riyue. Thinking of this, Zhong Xian could not help but smile coldly. Why not? Ding. A cold light appeared and a saber light flickered. Just as Zhong Xian spoke, the saber was already right in front of him. A few strands of hair on his forehead were all cut off and slowly fell to the ground. Zhong Xian was greatly startled. He pushed off the ground and retreated rapidly. However, Lu Riyue was faster than him. Lu Riyue swung her saber downwards and a crack immediately appeared on the battle armor on his chest. Blood spurted out from the crack. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. If not for the battle armor, Zhong Xian might have been chopped in half. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Lu Riyue's move was the chop character formula of the basic saber techniques. He did not expect it to be able to display such might in her hands. Blood spurted out from his chest. It was incomparably painful. Zhong Xian was infuriated. He stretched his right hand to his waist, wanting to draw his saber. However, when he drew his saber halfway, it was blocked by Lu Riyue's left hand. Lu Riyue's right leg carried the sound of the wind as she kicked at Zhong Xian's chest with lightning speed. There was a loud bang as her foot landed on his chest. Lu Riyue controlled the force of this kick very well. Zhong Xian did not get sent flying. Instead, he fell to the ground. There were "kasi" sounds coming from his back. It was unknown how many of his bones were broken. Zhong Xian struggled to stand up. Lu Riyue mercilessly continued to stomp on his chest. Zhong Xian groaned in pain and a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth as he lay back down. Although all this seemed to have happened over a long period of time, it actually happened within a few breaths. The two of them had only exchanged one move. The Qianduan Peak disciples did not even have the time to react. By the time they reacted, Zhong Xian was already severely injured by Lu Riyue. He was lying on the ground, unable to move. Zhong Xian's position in Qianduan Peak was no lower than the grandson of the first elder, the Peak Master. He was also a true inheritor of Qianduan Peak. If anything happened to him in front of everyone, no one would have a good time. The Qianduan Peak disciples drew their sabers and rushed at Lu Riyue. Lu Riyue smiled coldly and her aura soared. The surrounding people could not help but tremble. This is the aura of a superior-grade martial saint. She actually reached the strength of a superior-grade martial saint. This is too horrifying. No wonder she only used one move to defeat Zhong Xian. The difference in strength is too great. Under this horrifying aura, the Qianduan Peak disciples all stopped in their tracks. They looked at Lu Riyue in horror, not daring to move even half a step. Zhong Xian, who was on the ground, was also shocked. He could not believe it. How can this be? 2 months ago, you were only a medial grade martial saint. How did you improve so quickly? After a cultivator became a martial saint, every time they advanced by a grade, there would be a world of difference in their strength. It was extremely difficult to advance further. Some people with poor talent might not even be able to take a step forward even after 10 years. Lu Riyue reached superior grade martial saint at the age of 24. There were probably not many people with such talent in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Lu Riyue withdrew her foot and looked at Zhong Xian on the ground. She said coldly, "Scram, don't put on such airs in front of me in the future. Otherwise, even if I kill you, your father would not dare to say anything." Chapter 157. The disciples of Qianduan Peak quickly helped Zhong Xian up and applied medicine on him. Then, they lifted him up and left in a hurry, as though they were fleeing for their lives. At this moment, 3 more warships flew over from the horizon. The banners on the bows had the words Lu, Yu, and Feng written on them. The people from Wanren Peak, Beichen Peak, and Gangyu Peak are here. What a coincidence! The true inheritors of these three peaks are also pursuing Lung Liusu. I wonder how they will react, someone below said with a smile. Damn, I almost have a personal guard already. Xiaochen felt a headache coming on. He finally understood the saying of Confucius, women should not be offended. He could not bear it. How many pursuers does this woman have? I wonder if there is no end. When Lu Riyue saw Xiaochen's frustrated expression, she smiled gently and said, if you were the young pavilion master of Heavenly Saber Pavilion, these men might come and pursue you. Xiaochen's face darkened. He said, this joke is not funny. Speaking of which, elder sister Ryu, a natural beauty like you, do you not have many pursuers? If there are, they can help me block them. Lu Riyue's pretty face did not show any expression. She said casually, if I had such a brainless pursuer, I would just kill him with my saber. I would not be able to afford to lose face. The three warships slowly landed. Someone immediately told them what happened earlier. The true inheritors of the three peaks glanced at Xiaochen. In the end, they feared Lu Riyue and did not come over. After a while, the cultivators from the foot of the mountain rushed to the platform. The huge platform was quickly filled with people. It looked like the teachings of a martial monarch had a fatal attraction to cultivators. When Lu Suifeng and the others saw Xiaochen, they quickly went over. However, Lu Suifeng only greeted Xiaochen before he rushed over to where the Jade Maiden Peak disciples were. Lu Riyue snorted coldly, useless. Bo. Just at this moment, an intense spatial fluctuation appeared in the surroundings. Ripples could be seen spreading out in the air. This was a sign that a martial monarch was coming. When a cultivator reached the realm of martial monarch, they would have a basic grasp of the laws of space. Traveling 1,000 kilometers in an instant was not a difficult task for them. They would be able to evolve their own laws and become a martial sage in one step, possessing a lifespan of 1,000 years. However, in the past 1,000 years, there had been very few martial sages in the Great Qi nation. Suddenly, the ripples moved quickly and a tiny spatial crack appeared on the high platform of the heaven ascending platform. An old man's figure appeared out of nowhere. The old man's face was covered in wrinkles, and his body was very lethargic. However, his eyes were as bright as the stars, deep and distant, as if they contained a boundless universe. A powerful aura instantly spread throughout the entire mountain peak. Everyone felt a huge pressure, and the noisy heaven ascending platform instantly fell silent. Xiaochen looked at the cultivator on the platform and felt astonished. This was probably the strength of a peak martial monarch. He was just one step away from becoming a martial sage. That was if the old man could last that long. I have not come out for a long time. I do not know if I will have the chance to in the future. I will not speak too much nonsense. I will only speak about my past experiences. However, everyone has their own style. Do not blindly follow others. You have to consider your own situation and not bite off more than you can chew. The old man's somewhat hoarse voice reached everyone's ears. It was not loud, but it seemed to imprint itself in their minds, making it impossible to forget. When I was young, I harbored a dream. I brought my beloved saber to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. I wanted to become the strongest bladesman in the world. I wanted to learn the unblockable saber techniques, the fastest saber techniques in the world. When I grew old, I realized how laughable I was back then. There was the saying, biting off more than you can chew, wanting to reach the heavens in one step. This was the principle. By the time I understood, I had already wasted several decades. Everyone thinks that the saber is tyrannical and ferocious. However, they do not know that every saber has its own emotions. It can be gentle like water, free and unrestrained, or direct. Every bladesman has their own personality. I remember that in the past, I met a few demonic geniuses. The saber that accompanied me for many years broke on the spot. I switched to a few sabers and trained bitterly for many years, but I was still no match for those geniuses. Some people are blessed by the heavens. Everyone will meet such geniuses. No matter what, you can change your saber, but the heart of the bladesman cannot be shaken. This old man spoke very slowly. The content of his speech was very different from what Xiaochen expected. Xiao Chen originally thought that the old man would be talking about a powerful martial technique. Who knew, he only talked about some of the old man's comprehensions and experiences. The old man's tone was extremely calm. He did not cite any classics or make up a long story. The old man only spoke about the problems he faced in every cultivation realm back then. The old man's ordinary experiences, coupled with his ordinary speaking speed, were very calm. However, everyone present had some sort of comprehension. This was because the experiences the old man spoke about were experienced by all the cultivators of different cultivation realms. Many of the problems they had were answered by the old man's words. When the old man spoke about the problems and setbacks he faced when he was a martial Grand Master, Xiao Chen listened very carefully. After that, he combined it with his current situation. Many of the problems he faced were suddenly cleared up. After that, when the old man spoke about the martial saint realm, it was like a beacon for Xiao Chen. This way, he would be able to avoid many detours. Not only did the old man talk about his experiences, he also talked about some of his unique understandings of saber techniques. Every understanding he had would be combined with his own experiences, using practical examples to illustrate. It did not make anyone feel empty. Everyone present could easily understand it. Xiao Chen could not help but admire the old man. This was what a true grandmaster was. He was not pretentious, not talking about big but empty things, not deliberately mystifying things. This was because even if he said it, no one would understand it. It would only confuse the people listening. A person's talent determines how fast they can go. As for a person's perseverance, it determines how far they can go. One cannot give up on oneself because of talent, belittling oneself. Perseverance is the most important thing. After saying this, the old man silently left. His voice was still echoing in everyone's ears, so no one noticed the old man's departure. After a long time, everyone came to their senses. Only then did they realize that the old man had already left for a long time. The stone platform returned to its bustling state. Cultivators walked in groups of 2s and 3s, heading down the mountain and discussing their earlier experiences. Xiao Yang said somewhat excitedly, "As long as I have perseverance, I will become a martial monarch one day." Earlier, the old man talked about how he once met a strong cultivator who cultivated the physical body. That cultivator was as strong as a martial monarch and was extremely strong. Hence, Xiao Yang was very encouraged. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything. He agreed with the old man's last sentence. No matter how talented one was, without perseverance, one would not be able to go far on the path of cultivation. Lu Rua looked into the distance at Lu Suifeng, who was smiling as he followed Chu Xinyun. She shook her head and said, "Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng, don't go to pick the ice crystal flowers today. Leave it to Yi Chen and Suifeng. I already spoke to Suifeng this morning. You just have to wait for him." Xiao Yang shook his head and said, "Elder Sister Ru, I feel a fire burning in my heart. Let me go." "Burning your head?" Lu Rua used the scabbard and knocked heavily on the stout Xiao Yang. "Do you really think that you are an expert after listening to a few words? Calm down first." Xiao Yang felt the pain and immediately shut up. He did not say anything else about his blood burning. He followed Lu Rua to the bottom of the mountain. Xiao Chen did not leave. He stood where he was and waited for Lu Suifeng. After a while, Lu Suifeng walked over to Xiao Chen. What made Xiao Chen surprised was that the top beauty of Jade Maiden Peak, Chu Xinyun, also followed. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. "What is this? This brat Lu Suifeng is too reckless. He is going out to do proper business, but he still brings a girl with him." Lu Suifeng quickly walked over. His handsome face was filled with smiles as he introduced her to Xiao Chen. "This is Miss Xinyun from Jade Maiden Peak. This time, she is going to Evil Wind Valley with us." "Hello, I am Chu Xinyun. Suifeng mentioned you to me before." Chu Xinyun smiled faintly and took the initiative to greet Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen stood so close to Chu Xinyun, that kind of unforgettable beauty nearly suffocated him. However, Xiao Chen had seen many beauties. He was somewhat immune to them. His expression did not change as he smiled gently. "I wonder why Miss Chu is going to Evil Wind Valley with us?" Before Chu Xinyun could say anything, Lu Suifeng spoke first. Aside from being a cultivator, Xinyun is also an alchemist. Although she can obtain some herbs in the sect, it is very taxing on her contribution points. Thus, she picks most of them herself. Chu Xinyun nodded, tacitly agreeing with Lu Suifeng's words. Xiao Chen was speechless. Looking at their attitudes, Xiao Chen was sure that Lu Suifeng had never even held Chu Xinyun's hand before. Never mind, as long as I can obtain the ice crystal flower, it will be fine. Hopefully, nothing unexpected happens, Xiao Chen thought helplessly. The three of them started to descend the mountain. Along the way, Lu Suifeng was very lively. He talked about all sorts of topics. Occasionally, Chu Xinyun would smile gently. She was extremely beautiful, making Lu Suifeng feel very satisfied. Xiao Chen shook his head, but there was nothing he could do. After the three of them descended the mountain, they did not leave Lingyun mountain range. Instead, they went to the spirit beast workshop of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The journey to Evil Wind Valley was very long. Although the three of them were not slow, they did not want to waste their essence on the journey. Thus, they planned to rent a few fast horses. Using their inner disciple identity medallions, the three of them could rent the lowest-ranked horses for free. If they wanted to rent spirit beasts, they would have to pay extra money. There were all sorts of spirit beasts in the spirit beast workshop. If you had enough spirit stones, you could rent some high-ranked spirit beasts to fight for you. However, the three of them could only look at these spirit beasts. Renting them was very expensive. Although Xiao Chen was not lacking in money, it was not good for him to expose himself. Chapter 158. After choosing their horses and registering them, a discordant voice came from behind them. "Brother Lu, stop." Xiao Chen turned his head to take a look. It was indeed Song Qianhe riding a 3-meter-tall flame cloud colt towards the crowd. A few Biyun Peak disciples were riding flame cloud colts behind him, slowly following behind him. This flame cloud colt was a rank 3-horse-type spirit beast. Its fur was like a red cloud of fire. It looked very beautiful. Furthermore, when it galloped, it was very fast, like a cloud of fire. When Lu Suifeng saw Song Qianhe, the smile on his face disappeared. He immediately turned his head and said, "Ignore him, let's go." After he spoke, he rode off on his horse. Xiao Chen and Chu Xinyun followed behind. Soon, they disappeared from Song Qianhe's vision. Song Qianhe smiled coldly and stroked the horse he was sitting on. He said, "Wait until I take care of your sister. Let's see how angry you are then." Zhang Jin, who was behind him, suddenly said, "Senior brother Song, it was not easy for that brat to leave Qingyun Peak. This is an opportunity. If we are fast, we will be able to catch up to them quickly." Song Qianhe smiled faintly. "I'm free to make my own decisions. Today is the day the ice crystal flower blooms. That sickly man on Qingyun Peak needs to use the ice crystal flower as medicine to prolong his life." It seemed like there was a big conflict between Biyun Peak and Qingyun Peak. Otherwise, the expressions of the Lu sisters would not change immediately when they saw Song Qianhe. Although Xiao Chen was curious, it was obvious that Lu Suifeng did not want to talk about this topic. Thus, Xiao Chen did not ask for a rebuff. The three of them galloped on their horses, kicking up a cloud of dust. Although they were not riding horses like the flame cloud colts, they were still much faster than ordinary horses. After traveling for 4 hours, the three of them finally arrived at Evil Wind Valley. Like before, the area outside of Evil Wind Valley was bustling. This might be the first time Chu Xinyun came to such a place. She was very curious and looked around. However, for an absolute beauty like her, if she did not keep a low profile when she went out, she was destined to be the center of attention. Soon, she attracted the attention of all the cultivators outside the valley. Xiao Chen could even hear some people swallowing their saliva. It was as wretched as one could imagine. He could not help but smile bitterly in his heart, hoping that there would not be any trouble. Fortunately, the silver tokens on their waists clearly indicated their identities. These outer sect disciples could only look at them and did not dare to do anything improper. Even the most ordinary disciple in the inner sect could easily crush 3 outer sect disciples. This was caused by the strict elimination system of the last place. At this moment, Lu Suifeng's complexion had already recovered. He familiarly found a place to store the horses, then the three of them quickly entered Evil Wind Valley. Xinyun, I'm afraid something might happen. How about we go pick the ice crystal flower first? Lu Suifeng asked Chu Xinyun. Chu Xinyun smiled faintly, I have no objections. After all, I am not in a rush for my medicinal pill. Just treat it as going down the mountain to take in the scenery. When Lu Suifeng heard this, he smiled. He quickly walked towards the place where the ice crystal flower was. There was a senior in Qinyun Peak who needed the ice crystal flower as an ingredient to prolong his life. Thus, every once in a while, Lu Suifeng would come to pick it. Fortunately, that senior was almost fully recovered. After picking it this time, he should be able to make a complete recovery. There would not be any more trouble in the future. Lu Suifeng led the way in front. He had come to this place more than once or twice. He was much more familiar with it than Xiaoqin. As they walked, they passed through the river and the forest. They did not meet any spirit beasts before they arrived at the cliff. Something's wrong, there's a problem. The three of them had just walked out of the forest when a strong smell of blood came with the cool breeze. Lu Suifeng's expression turned cold as he rushed forward. Below the tall cliff lay the corpses of two young ice apes. Their chests were torn open and the valuable internal organs and spirit cores had all been taken away. Looking at the cliff, the place where the ice crystal flower used to be was now empty. The ice crystal flower, even its leaves, had been pulled out by someone. This was a medicine that could be used to save lives. Unexpectedly, it was taken away by someone. Lu Suifeng revealed a blank expression as he muttered, How can this be? Who is so wicked to pull out the roots? Xiaoqin looked at the corpses of the young ice apes on the ground. The blood had yet to coagulate and the jagged teeth on the wounds were still very clear. This meant that this group of people had not left for long. Xiaoqin extended out his spiritual sense and spread it out continuously. In an instant, the surrounding 2,000 meters was imprinted in Xiaoqin's mind. Xiaoqin eliminated the cultivators one by one. Finally, two medial-grade martial grandmasters were stared at by Xiaoqin. The silver medallions on their waists were very eye-catching. Retracting his spiritual sense, he turned it into a line and scanned the two of them. Indeed, he saw that one of them had an entire ice crystal flower wrapped in his bosom. After the two of them walked for a long time, they stopped in a dense forest. A group of cultivators riding on flame cloud colts had been waiting there for a long time. The person leading them was Song Qianhe. He received the ice crystal flower and revealed a sinister smile. He said indifferently, Lu Ryu, let's see how you are going to reject me this time. When I completely subdue you, Qinyun Peak will naturally be annexed by my Biyun Peak. Xiaoqian's expression turned cold. He felt a rage in his heart for no reason. He revealed a heavy killing qi on his face and his expression became very sharp. Beside this group of people, there was an outer sect cultivator dressed in luxurious robes. It was the man with the scar, Yan Tianjing, who had mocked Xiaoqin previously. Yan Tianjing smiled faintly, Elder Brother Song, I did a pretty good job, right? I have the most spies in the outer sect. If you want me to keep an eye on someone, I will definitely be able to find out everything about them. This Yan Tianjing was the second young master of the Shihe province's Yan clan. He had a very strong background. Song Qianhe did not dare to slight him. He smiled slowly and said, Brother Yan, you must be joking. How can you say that you are doing me a favor? Song owe you a favor. I can give you a spot in Biyun Peak at any time. Yan Tianjing smiled in satisfaction. He had worked so hard for Song Qianhe for this result. If he could enter Biyun Peak, his position in the clan would immediately rise. Xiaoqin could not be bothered to continue listening. He placed a spiritual mark on Song Qianhe's body before quickly withdrawing his spiritual sense. Lu Suifeng still had a confused expression. Chu Xinyun, who was beside him, did not know how to persuade him. Xiaoqin thought for a while before saying, This ice crystal flower was taken by Song Qianhe. Song Qianhe? Lu Suifeng was stunned when he heard this. He immediately said, Yi Qin, how did you know? Of course, Xiaoqin could not tell him this. He could only lie, I have a secret treasure that can sense things very strongly. Earlier, I saw two inner disciples hand the ice crystal flower over to Song Qianhe. How hateful! Lu Suifeng said angrily. His right hand hammered down on the mountain wall violently. Cracks appeared on the stone wall and pieces of rock fell down. This Lu Suifeng must be trying to use the ice crystal flower to threaten my sister. Previously, his father wanted to use the excuse of marriage to invade my Qingyun Peak. After my sister rejected him, he did not give up. Now, he is using this despicable method. Chu Xinyun's thoughts were more meticulous. She said to Xiaochen, "Yichen, how many people did Song Qianhe bring? What are their cultivations like?" Xiaochen replied, "Including him, there is a total of 10 inner disciples. The one with the highest cultivation is Song Qianhe, a peak martial grand master. Aside from that, there is an outer disciple, Yan Tianxing, an inferior grade martial grand master. He was the one who found out Lu Suifeng's whereabouts and reported it to Song Qianhe." When Chu Xinyun heard this, her pretty face revealed a worried expression. The weakest inner disciple was a medial grade martial grand master. Adding in Yan Tianxing, they had a total of 11 martial grand masters. On her side, there were only 3 people. The difference in strength was too great. A cold gleam flashed in Lu Suifeng's eyes. He said coldly, "I don't care about anything else. We have to obtain the ice crystal flower. Otherwise, my sister might really fall into that bastard's hands. Yichen, lead the way. We have to intercept them before they leave the valley." Xiaochen nodded his head and felt for the spiritual imprint he had obtained. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and circled around the small path towards that group of people. His figure leaped across the ground, moving as fast as lightning. Along the way, Xiaochen kept thinking of countermeasures. The inner disciples of Heavenly Saber Pavilion were all elites. Within the same cultivation realm, ordinary cultivators were far from being a match for them. Xiaochen did not dare to be careless. Suddenly, Xiaochen stopped and said, "The distance is too far. Furthermore, they are riding flame cloud colts. We will not be able to catch up to them." After Xiaochen spoke, he did not care about the two's shock. A silver warship shot out from his eyes and he quickly said, "Quickly get on." The situation was urgent. Although Chu Xinyun and Lu Suifeng were shocked, they did not have the chance to ask. They jumped on without saying anything else. After the two of them got on, Xiaochen activated the formations on the silver warship with all his might. He turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly flew forward. After a short while, Xiaochen arrived in front of Song Qianhe and the others. Xiaochen quickly descended and leaped onto a big tree. "They should be passing by here. Don't show any mercy, kill them all." Xiaochen's words did not contain any emotions. They were incomparably cold. Chu Xinyun and Lu Suifeng trembled in fear. Chu Xinyun said, "Yichen, killing a fellow disciple is a huge crime in Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If you are discovered, you will be tortured to death. We can discuss this with Song Qianhe." "How naive," Xiaochen smiled coldly. "Do you think everyone is as pure as you? If you are afraid, you don't have to participate. Being soft-hearted will only ruin things. This matter has nothing to do with you in the first place." When Chu Xinyun heard this, she was stunned. She frowned slightly. She was so angered by Xiaochen that she choked. She did not expect Xiaochen to be so direct. There was no man in Heavenly Saber Pavilion who dared to speak to her like that. Lu Suifeng also advised from the side. This time, it might really be a fight to the death. "Xinyun, you better stay back." Don't. The sound of horses galloping came from the front. There were slight tremors on the ground. Xiaochen was hidden on top of a tree and he could feel the tree shaking slightly. He took out the Soul Slayer bow and Essence Light arrow. He focused and drew the bowstring. There was nothing else in his eyes. He just stared straight ahead. Chapter 159. So, when Song Qianhe and the others appeared in Xiaochen's vision, Xiaochen did not hesitate to release the Essence Light arrow. The Essence Light arrow turned into a beam of light, carrying a boundless killing chi as it flew forward rapidly. This arrow was not aimed at Song Qianhe. This battle was too dangerous. Xiaochen did not dare to be careless and wanted to kill him in one strike. This arrow was aimed at the weakest person in the group, Zhang Jin. As the horses galloped, dust billowed. Suddenly, Song Qianhe, who was on horseback, felt a killing qi. When he saw a cold light flying in front of him, he quickly jumped off his horse and shouted, "Enemy attack! Quickly dismount!" Xiao Qin was astonished in his heart. Fortunately, he did not aim the essence light arrow at this person. Looking at his reaction speed, this arrow might not be able to do anything. Zhang Jin was preparing to dismount when the essence light arrow pierced his throat with a "so" sound. The arrow carried a huge force and instantly pulled him off his horse. His body flew backwards and knocked into a cultivator. The flame cloud colt he was riding on was startled and jumped around frantically. The scene instantly turned chaotic. Amidst the chaos, another essence light arrow flew by gracefully. The flame cloud colt under him was immediately startled and jumped around wildly. The scene instantly turned chaotic. In the midst of the chaos, another essence light arrow flew by gracefully. A Biyun Peak disciple was pierced through the throat and pinned to the ground. When Xiao Qin saw that there were no more opportunities, he put away the Soul Slayer bow and took out the Lunar Shadow Saber. He said, "Make your move. Remember to help me delay Song Qianhe." Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun were in disbelief when they saw Xiao Qin kill 2 people from Biyun Peak in the blink of an eye. After all, these were fellow disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They had some reservations in their hearts. Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun were in disbelief when they saw Xiao Qin attack as he pleased. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 2 Biyun Peak disciples. After all, these were fellow disciples of Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They had some reservations in their hearts. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Xiao Qin descended from the sky and landed beside Song Qianhe. Behind the flame cloud colt, Song Qianhe saw Xiao Qin's appearance clearly. He was somewhat astonished as he said, "It's you, Lu Ryue's disciple. You actually dare to kill the people of my Biyun Peak. You are truly seeking death." The moment he spoke, the remaining 8 cultivators all poked their heads out. When they saw that Xiao Qin was alone, their initial fear instantly vanished. They surrounded Xiao Qin aggressively. "Since you delivered yourself to my doorstep, don't blame me for being merciful. Kill him," Song Qianhe said with a cold expression. Clank clank. The sound of a saber being unsheathed could be heard. The saber light rose up and the wind howled. 8 silhouettes rushed towards Xiao Qin quickly. Boundless killing intent swept towards Xiao Qin. Song Qianhe did not make a move. In his eyes, Xiao Qin was already a dead man. There was no need to pay any attention to him. He looked into the distance and saw 2 figures rushing over quickly. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun. "That's good as well. It gives me an excuse to make my move on you." Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiao Qin's expression was calm as he executed the disordered dance of 1,000 years. A strong gust of wind rose from his body. His figure was already in the air, continuously changing his position. Saber lights shot out in all directions and energy flew everywhere. There were clanging sounds. Xiao Qin, who was in the air, left behind a series of afterimages. In an instant he sent out countless saber strikes. Even though he moved later, he arrived first, attacking the 8 people first. His figure flickered. It was hard to tell which was the real one. The people of Biyun Peak looked at Xiao Qin, who was in the air. They could not figure out his figure at all. They could only passively block when the saber light flashed by. In an instant, Xiao Qin single-handedly dealt with these 8 people. Furthermore, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Xiao Qin even held the upper hand. The boundless saber lights seemed endless. Combined with the afterimages in the air, it was dazzling. After the disordered dance of 1,000 years was executed, Xiao Qin's body paused in the air. The blue dragon in the river in his body leaped up ferociously. Xiao Qin's feet pushed off the air as though he was on flat ground. His body quickly flipped backward. When they landed, the 8 cultivators all had a few wounds on their bodies. Yan Tianjing, who was in the crowd, suddenly shouted angrily, "I'll smack you to death." Dragon's seizing hand. A huge black hand appeared above Xiao Qin's head. It covered the sun as though it covered the sky and pressed down on Xiao Qin. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He did not expect this Yan Tianjing to be a Yan clan disciple with an inherited martial spirit. He pushed off the ground and quickly dodged. The remaining 7 people did not stop moving. They quickly rushed at Xiao Qin. Saber lights flashed wantonly. The 7 of them used their martial techniques, taking turns to attack Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin did not panic in the face of danger. He brought out all the comprehensions he had gained in the past few days. Using only the basic saber techniques, he broke the martial techniques of these people one by one. There were 8 saber techniques: sweep, hack, push, scrape, sweep, chop, chop, and pierce. Xiao Qin made use of every opportunity he had. He continuously executed them as he fought with the 7 people. Occasionally, he dodged the huge black palm descending from above. The heaven-ranked movement technique, blue dragon cloud soaring art, allowed Xiao Chen's body to be as nimble as a flood dragon. Although the situation was dangerous, he was not injured at all. These 7 people were Biyun Peak disciples. Normally, they trained together. Now that they worked together, their movements were perfect. Xiao Qin could not find any openings in a short period of time. Both sides could only fight in a stalemate. On the other side, Lu Suifeng knew that they had shed all pretense of cordiality. He did not hesitate to draw his saber and fight with Song Qianhe. The 2 of them had grasped the martial techniques of Qingyun Peak and Biyun Peak. Their fight was very intense. However, Song Qianhe's cultivation realm was higher than Lu Suifeng's. He had the upper hand. If it were not for Chu Xinyun helping him, he would have been in danger. Chu Xinyun, have you forgotten the rules of Heavenly Saber Pavilion? They dared to attack their fellow sect members. They have already committed a capital offense. If you continue to fight, you will be considered an accomplice. Song Qianhe saw that the fight was not going to end, so he used psychological tactics and shouted at Chu Xinyun. These words struck Chu Xinyun's weak point. Her hands could not help but pause for a moment. Song Qianhe smiled coldly and took advantage of the opportunity. 3 saber lights appeared in the air. His body was like flowing water and his speed doubled. This was Biyun Peak's 3 flowing cloud images. Lu Suifeng, who had been working together with Chu Xinyun, was caught off guard. He was struck by 3 saber lights, and 3 bloody wounds appeared on his chest. Blood immediately flowed out. Seeing Lu Suifeng injured, Chu Xinyun quickly recovered and blocked Song Qianhe's killing move. The 2 of them worked together to block Song Qianhe's attack once again. However, it was clear that they were at a disadvantage. Xiao Qin easily dealt with the saber lights of the 7 people. When he saw this scene, he could not help but sigh to himself. At the crucial moment of life and death, Chu Xinyun is still in a daze. This little girl is unreliable. Shua! Noticing that Xiao Chen was distracted, one of them took the opportunity to increase his speed. The saber in his hand left a small wound on Xiao Chen's arm. Everyone rejoiced in their hearts. After fighting for so long, they finally managed to injure Xiao Chen. Their morale could not help but increase. The cold light on their sabers became even sharper. Xiao Chen smiled faintly to himself. When he saw the huge black hand descending on him again, he purposely slowed down his pace. Xiao Chen was struck by the shockwave from the huge black hand. He stumbled and fell to the ground. After that, he quickly got up in a sorry state. Xiao Chen's back was facing the crowd, and he immediately revealed an opening. A few more saber lights landed on Xiao Chen's body. By the time Xiao Chen turned around, his body was already covered in wounds. He had a pained expression on his face. He looked very miserable. There is no need to waste time. Everyone, put in more effort and kill him quickly. Yan Tianjing, who was at the side, sent out another black hand image as he said excitedly. The 7 Biyun Peak disciples became excited as well. Whoever killed Xiao Chen first would be rewarded greatly. At that time, Song Qianhe would definitely reward them handsomely. Their essence was rapidly depleting as they continuously executed all sorts of killing moves. Their originally well-coordinated footwork was now in disarray. They only wanted to kill Xiao Chen quickly. However, these people did not notice that although there were many wounds on Xiao Chen's body, they were not fatal. Furthermore, The wounds were not deep, they were only superficial wounds. Although it looked like a bloody mess, it was actually all superficial wounds on his body. For the past 2 months, Xiao Qin had been tempering his body every day. Regular attacks could no longer leave behind any fatal wounds on his body. Xiao Qian's expression was extremely unsightly as he quickly retreated. His footsteps were very disorderly. Facing the attacks of the torrential rain, he was like a floating leaf swaying left and right. He was surrounded by danger. It seemed like as long as there was one final strike, Xiao Qian would immediately die without a complete corpse. Just at this moment, a Biyun Peak disciple had already left the group far behind because he was in too much of a hurry. A light flashed in Xiao Qian's eyes. He stopped moving and a boundless flame started to burn in the depths of his right eye. When that person saw that Xiao Qian did not move, he rejoiced. He leaped into the air and hacked at Xiao Qian's head with his saber, creating a strong wind. When the saber was only 2 centimeters away from Xiao Qian's forehead, a flame as thick as a pinky suddenly spewed out from Xiao Qian's right eye. Its speed was extremely fast and it pierced through that person's chest. A hole appeared in that person's chest. He revealed an incredulous expression. When he saw the hole in his chest rapidly expanding, he was incomparably horrified. That person wanted to grab onto something, but there was nothing he could do to stop the spread of the flame. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a pile of ashes and fell to the ground. Xiao Jiao. The sudden turn of events caught the Biyun Peak disciples off guard. 3 Biyun Peak disciples who were on good terms with Xiao Jiao lost their rationality. They roared angrily and leaped into the air. 3 saber lights, each about 6 meters long, hacked down at Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian revealed a disdainful smile. Although this irrational attack looked ferocious, it was actually full of openings. If he used some skill, he could easily receive it. He took a small step back with his right foot and tilted his body slightly, using the 8 steps of the pole formula. He executed the 8 moves of the saber technique, and with a huang dang sound, the lunar shadow saber easily blocked the 3 saber strikes. The huge black hand in the sky condensed again. It wanted to make use of this opportunity to smash down on Xiao Qian. You are really never-ending. Xiao Qian snorted coldly and pointed his left hand to the sky. Using his fingers as a sword, a similarly huge black hand appeared. The 2 fingers of the huge hand were like a sharp sword, instantly breaking Yan Tianjing's dragon-seizing hand. Chapter 160. Xiao Qian's expression did not change. He opened his left hand and the huge black hand turned into a huge mountain with 5 fingers. How can this be? My Yan clan's dragon-seizing hand does not have an inherited martial spirit. It is impossible to execute it. How could he learn it? Under Yan Tianjing's disbelieving gaze, the huge hand smashed down and pushed him to the ground. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Xiao Qian withdrew his gaze and the blue dragon martial spirit in his body roared ferociously. A boundless essence poured into his right hand. Xiao Qian swung the lunar shadow saber ferociously, creating a strong wind. He flung away the 3 people in the air. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The saber lit up with the resplendent electric light. He quickly executed drawing the saber. This was the rushing thunder saber technique that was close to great perfection. This saber strike was as fast as lightning. It brought with it a bone-chilling cold wind. It directly chopped the person who was preparing to sneak attack him in half. When the 3 Biyun Peak disciples who were flung to the ground saw their companion chopped in half at the waist by Xiao Qian, the huge visual impact caused them to feel a chill in their hearts. They stood there blankly for a moment before rushing over again. Xiao Qian smiled gently and took a step forward. Another bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Xiao Qian's aura slowly rose. Facing the 3 Biyun Peak disciples charging at him, Xiao Qian grasped the saber hilt tightly with his right hand. He casually pulled and drew a resplendent arc in the air. The arc flickered with electric light. Explode! Xiao Qian shouted and the electric light on the arc trembled violently, giving off a loud sound. It created a sharp shockwave. The air exploded like flowing water and the 3 people were immediately knocked back. Footsteps came from behind. The remaining 3 people had already surrounded him from behind. Xiao Qian ignored them. Accompanied by a bolt of lightning, his body soared into the sky. This rushing heaven chop had already been executed to perfection by Xiao Qin. His body seemed to tear through space as he streaked across the sky like a beam of light. The rainbow light disappeared in a blink of an eye. After a long distance, there was a loud explosion. A cultivator's body was pierced through, exploding into pieces. Hovering in the air, Xiao Chen's body strangely paused in the air. Thunderclaps continued to explode behind him. The sound waves shook the surroundings, causing the leaves in the dense forest to fall. Because he was afraid of being distracted, Song Qianhe had not been paying attention to the battle at the side. Now that Xiao Chen had caused such a huge commotion, he had no choice but to look. In the end, Song Qianhe turned pale with fright. Originally, he thought he could easily take down Xiao Chen. However, he had already killed 3 Biyun Peak disciples. Furthermore, he held the upper hand. Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun were astonished at Xiao Chen's strength. They quickly delayed Song Qianhe, preventing him from helping. The battle between the 3 of them became even more intense. Song Qianhe was very anxious. His attacks became heavier and heavier, forcing the 2 of them to retreat. However, after Chu Xinyun used her true strength, the 2 of them had no problem blocking Song Qianhe's attacks. Rushing thunder chop. Xiao Chen shouted and his saber gave off a bright glow. It was like lightning descending from the sky. Xiao Chen landed on the head of a Biyun Peak disciple. The lunar shadow saber quickly chopped down, and a kasi sound rang out. The spirit weapon that person used to block was instantly split in half. The lunar shadow saber did not stop as it continued to descend, chopping that person in half from head to toe. Looking at the 2 people at the side, Xiao Chen did not stop at all. His movements were like flowing water as he executed the rushing thunder's second chain chop, taking advantage of the situation. Xiao Chen's aura rose to its peak. The feeling he gave off now was like the god of thunder. The rushing thunder second chain chop that he had accumulated energy for 4 moves was executed. The force contained in the saber had reached its peak. Its speed was also at its peak, making it impossible for anyone to block it. Shwa! The 2 people at the side were cleanly cut into 2 halves. The flickering electric light on the blade charred the 2 corpses black from the electric shock. There are still 3 left. Xiao Chen withdrew his saber and stood upright. The aura on his body slowly dissipated. At this moment, the 3 people were already scared out of their wits. They wanted to run, but they did not dare to. They were afraid that Song Qianhe would settle the score with them later. If that happened, they would not have a good time in Biyun Peak. His essence should be almost exhausted. There is no need to be afraid. The 3 of them comforted each other and rushed at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and his body suddenly became blurry like flowing water. The lunar shadow saber in his hand split into 3 afterimages, and his speed instantly doubled. This is the 3 flowing cloud images. How does he know it? This was a secret technique that only the true inheritors of Biyun Peak could learn. After it reached great perfection, it had the might of an earth-ranked martial technique. Now that Xiao Chen executed it, the 3 of them could not understand. Caught off guard, Xiao Chen moved like flowing water. He left a horrifying wound on each of them, causing blood to flow. Interesting. Xiao Chen thought to himself. He did not expect the 3 flowing cloud images to have such might when imitating it with the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula. It was as gentle and silent as flowing water, but it had the momentum of a surging river. It flowed without end and could move at will, making it hard to grasp. This was the essence of the 3 flowing cloud images. After executing the 3 flowing cloud images, Xiao Chen suddenly comprehended something. Sudden comprehension was a wondrous state that could only be discovered and not sought. Xiao Chen completely forgot about the situation in his surroundings. He was immersed in the state of the 3 flowing cloud images. Using the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula, Xiao Chen continuously simulated the 3 flowing cloud images. His entire body seemed to have turned into a small trickling river, flowing continuously. The river waters slowly became turbulent, turning into a gushing river. It surged forward and created countless waves. That's not right, This is not the feeling that the three flowing cloud images want. Xiao Chen shook his head and his footwork started to change. The gushing river slowly calmed down, turning into a pool of calm seawater. There were no ripples on the surface of the sea, it was as smooth as a mirror. The clouds in the sky moved quickly in the sea, it was like there was another sky here. The water under the sea flowed slowly. The huge rocks that were as tall as mountains were silently eroded by the water, turning into small depressions. Xiao Chen suddenly woke up. When he looked at his surroundings, he could not help but be startled. He had actually walked 100 meters without realizing it. The three Biyun Peak disciples were also dragged over by Xiao Chen. There was not a single part of their skin that was unscathed. They were covered in wounds of varying depths. They could not be any more dead. Wherever Xiao Chen passed by, a 1-meter-wide gully appeared. It was like flowing water had flowed through it. It was so smooth that there were no ripples at all. Song Qianhe looked at all this in astonishment. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he muttered, "This is the state of perfection like water. Even my father has not reached this state." Taking advantage of the moment Song Qianhe was distracted, Lu Suifeng shouted and the saber light on his saber sword. As the saber light approached, Song Qianhe felt a dangerous aura. He quickly recovered his wits and swung his saber to block this attack. Xiao Chen took a step forward and stared at Song Qianhe, who was fighting. Yan Tianjing, who was beside him, had already recovered and was struggling to stand up. Dragon seizing hand. Xiao Chen did not even bother looking at him. A huge black palm appeared from nowhere. He clenched his fingers and turned them into a huge fist. The ground trembled and Yan Tianjing was smashed into meat paste. Xiao Chen had a faint smile on his face as he walked towards Song Qianhe. He used his spiritual sense to form a huge deity in the air. That deity opened its eyes. Its gaze was like a torch as it tore through the air and stared at Song Qianhe. This was a deity that was once imitated by an ancient sage. Naturally, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was not as strong as a sage's. However, it was more than enough to deal with Song Qianhe. Song Qianhe, who was fighting with Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun, felt a formless pressure. It was like a pair of eyes pierced through time and entered his mind. As Xiao Chen got closer, the pressure slowly increased. He felt like his heartbeat was synchronized with Xiao Chen's footsteps. Bang! 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 The sound of his heartbeat became louder and louder, like it was going to jump out of his chest at any moment. Song Qianhe thought to himself, "What's going on? That person is just an inferior grade martial master. There is no need to panic, I need to remain calm." Although he was doing his best to remain calm, it was like his limbs were bound by something. Lu Suifeng took advantage of this opportunity to leave many wounds on Song Qianhe's body. Xiao Chen did not make a move. He simply stood quietly at the side and continuously focused his spiritual sense on that deity. Golden halos appeared behind the deity that could not be seen with the naked eye. The golden light was very dazzling and resplendent. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from the deity's eyes. The golden light seeped into Song Qianhe's soul. Song Qianhe's body trembled and his eyes opened wide. His body was actually temporarily restricted. After the deity shot out this golden light, it immediately shattered. Xiao Chen took advantage of this opportunity and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His body turned into a flood dragon and soared into the sky. He created a cloud of dust as he passed by Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun. In an instant, he arrived before Song Qianhe and hacked at his chest. Boom! There was a loud sound of metal clashing. This fellow actually wore a superior grade Earth-ranked battle armor on his chest. Xiao Chen's saber strike did not kill him in one strike. However, the huge force gathered on the saber sent Song Qianhe flying. Blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. It was clear that he had suffered significant internal injuries. Song Qianhe came to his senses. Seeing that he had lost the upper hand, he turned around to leave. Trying to run? Leave the ice crystal flower behind. Lu Suifeng roared angrily and flew up. The small saber in his hand spun continuously in his palm. He casually tossed it out and the spinning small saber caused the surrounding air currents to blow up an intense hurricane. The hurricane rose from the ground and instantly engulfed Song Qianhe. Miserable cries came from within. When the hurricane stopped, Song Qianhe fell heavily from the sky, his body covered in wounds. Xiao Chen went forward and removed the universe ring from his hand. Xiao Chen gently touched it and a large number of inferior-grade spirit stones fell out. There were also many good-quality medicinal pills and gold notes. Xiao Chen found the ice crystal flower and handed it to Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng revealed a faint smile and happily received it. Seeing at least 100 inferior-grade spirit stones on the ground, the smile on Lu Suifeng's face became even wider. He asked Xiao Chen, "What do we do with these spirit stones?" His meaning was very clear, he wanted to split the spoils. However, Chu Xinyun was here, so Lu Suifeng could not say it out loud. He wanted Xiao Chen to say it. Chapter 161. How could Xiao Chen not know what he meant? He cursed in his heart and smiled faintly. "What else can we do? Split it among the three of us." When Song Qianhe, who was severely injured by Qingyun Peak's secret technique, saw that Xiao Chen wanted to split his spirit stones, he scolded angrily, "You bunch of paupers, trash. Don't touch my spirit stones, otherwise Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him." He stepped on his face and interrupted him. After that, he stomped on his face a few times. Withdrawing his foot, Xiao Chen slowly placed the lunar shadow saber on Song Qianhe's throat. The danger of death frightened Song Qianhe until he turned pale. "Don't kill me, my father is the peak master of Biyun Peak. He is already a peak martial king. If you kill me, you will not be able to escape." Chu Xinyun advised, "Young Master Yi, we cannot kill Song Qianhe. If we kill him, we will have no way out." Xiao Chen found it funny. Even at this moment, she is still talking about not killing Song Qianhe. If I let Song Qianhe go, could it be that I am waiting for him to recover and seek trouble for me? Just as Xiao Chen was deep in thought, a dagger flashing with a cold light suddenly appeared in Song Qianhe's sleeves. He got up and stabbed at Xiao Chen. Song Qianhe seemed to have prepared this move for a long time. It was incomparably fast. Although Xiao Chen was deep in thought, he kept his guard up. Just as the cold light was about to reach him, he quickly dodged to the side, dodging the killing move that Song Qianhe had prepared for a long time. Pusia. Seeing Xiao Chen dodge, Song Qianhe instantly changed his target. His right hand moved quickly and the dagger stabbed into Chu Xinyun's body. It dyed her pure white clothes red. Song Qianhe did not stop and quickly let go, pushing Chu Xinyun away. There were still a few flame cloud colts there. It was an opportunity for him to escape. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. A huge black hand appeared out of nowhere. Just as Song Qianhe was about to mount a flame cloud colt, it grabbed him tightly. Xiao Chen pulled back with his right hand, causing Song Qianhe to scream as he was pulled back. With a loud bang, Song Qianhe landed heavily on the ground. Xiao Chen went up and stepped on Song Qianhe's face, continuously stepping on it. After a while, Song Qianhe's handsome face was badly mutilated from being stepped on. He groaned in pain. "Don't kill me." Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him. A cold light flashed on the lunar shadow saber and he hacked at Song Qianhe's neck. When Chu Xinyun, who was in Lu Suifeng's embrace, saw this, she said weakly, "Yi Chen, don't kill him, you can't. Were all women so narrow-minded? You nearly died, yet you still say not to kill me." Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. He paused for a moment before continuing to chop down. Every true inheritor of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has a trace of qi stored in the main hall. If you kill him, they will investigate your identity immediately. The Divine Saber Camp will chase you to the ends of the world, Chu Xinyun said anxiously. There is such a thing? Xiao Chen knew a little about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Divine Saber Camp. It represented the most elite force of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Everyone in there was an expert and they had a lot of combat experience. Xiao Chen felt very depressed. He spun his saber and the back of the lunar shadow saber hacked at Song Qianhe's neck, knocking him out. When Chu Xinyun saw the situation, her pale face relaxed. She took out a porcelain bottle from her bosom and handed it to Xiao Chen. "There is a medicinal pill in there. Feed it to him later, and it will erase all his memories of today." Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He received the medicinal pill and pried open Song Qianhe's mouth. Then he ruthlessly shoved the medicinal pill down Song Qianhe's throat. Lu Suifeng looked at the wound on Chu Xinyun's chest. He did not know what to do. He said anxiously, "Yi Qin, what should we do? The dagger is still stuck in Xinyun's body. Should we pull it out?" Xiao Qin frowned slightly. He lowered his body and looked at it carefully. Song Qianhe's move was very ferocious. It was very strong. Song Qianhe had stabbed the entire dagger in. Fortunately, the situation was urgent and he did not injure any vital points. The dagger was stuck in Xinyun's left shoulder. Lu Suifeng had already sealed a few acupoints nearby, temporarily stopping the bleeding. "Put this medicinal pill in first. I will try to see if I can pull it out now." Xiao Qin took out a blood-replenishing pill from the universe ring and handed it to Chu Xinyun. Chu Xinyun received the blood-replenishing pill and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She was not in a rush to put it in. Instead, she asked, "Yi Qin, did you refine this yourself?" Xiao Qin was currently trying to figure out how to pull out the dagger stuck in her left chest. He did not have the time to answer her question in detail, so he just nodded his head vaguely. Xiao Qin turned his spiritual sense into a thin thread and sent it into the wound. He saw that there were countless tiny hooks on both sides of the dagger. They were tightly embedded in Chu Xinyun's flesh. Xiao Qin took in a deep breath of cold air. His impression of Chu Xinyun changed slightly. The hooks were tightly embedded in the wound. It was easy to imagine what kind of pain it would bring to her. Chu Xinyun was in such great pain, yet she was able to remain so calm. It was not simple. Lu Suifeng, who was at the side, asked, "Yi Qin, are you confident? This dagger has to be pulled out as soon as possible. Otherwise, the longer it drags on, the more serious it will be." Xiao Qin's expression turned grave. Naturally, he understood this principle. However, he was not a professional. Although he had his own ideas, he was not 100% sure that it would work. There are many hooks on this dagger. They are already embedded in the flesh. Furthermore, the wound is very deep. I am not very confident. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Qin decided to speak the truth. Xiao Qin placed the jade cloud pill in his mouth. The refreshing medicinal energy turned into a cooling sensation as it gathered at the wound and slowly circulated around. Chu Xinyun felt the pain lessen significantly. She revealed a warm smile as she said, "I believe in you. Do it." Lu Suifeng also said from the side, "Yi Qin, do it. Be decisive, don't drag this out." This Lu Suifeng made it sound simple. This concerns a human life. How can I not be cautious? Xiao Qin thought to himself. Xiao Qin took out a piece of wood from the universe ring and handed it to Chu Xinyun. "Here, put it in your mouth." "What is this for?" Chu Xinyun asked suspiciously as she received the piece of wood. Xiao Qin was a little speechless. He did not expect that she would not understand such a simple principle. He explained, "Although I know you are very good at enduring, the instant I pull the dagger out, it will be extremely painful. I'm afraid you will not be able to resist biting off your own tongue." When Chu Xinyun heard how horrifying Xiao Qin's explanation was, she was somewhat afraid. She slowly placed the piece of wood in her mouth. When Xiao Qin saw the situation, he smiled faintly and said, "Can I ask Miss Xinyun a few questions? Just shake your head or nod your head to answer me." Chu Xinyun nodded her head. Xiao Qin asked, "Miss Xinyun's double eyelids, are they natural or acquired? Are you born with one eye and you shake your head the other day?" What a strange question. Chu Xinyun's face was filled with doubt. However, she still nodded her head. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and continued to ask, "Then Xinyun is really a natural beauty. There should be many guys chasing after her in the heavenly saber pavilion, right?" A blush appeared on Chu Xinyun's pale face. She looked like a pure little red flower in the depths of the mountains. She looked exceptionally pure. Although she was embarrassed, Chu Xinyun still nodded her head. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and continued asking, "With so many pursuers, has Miss Xinyun taken a fancy to any of them? Have you ever had a passionate relationship with one of them?" Xiao Qin's questions were getting more and more embarrassing. Chu Xinyun's neck was already red. This was the first time someone of the opposite sex was so direct, asking her such a question in front of her. She shook her head to indicate that she had not. Xiao Chen continued to ask such questions, slowly diverting Chu Xinyun's attention. His right hand had already unknowingly grasped the dagger hilt. Xiao Chen was extremely focused. He focused all his spiritual sense on the wound where the dagger was inserted. He carefully observed the taut flesh on the barb of the dagger. It's time, Xiao Chen thought to himself. It's time to be ruthless. Xiao Chen had a smile on his face as he said very sincerely, if that is the case, then Miss Xinyun has no experience with men. What kind of question is this? Lu Suifeng's jaw dropped. He did not expect Xiao Chen to ask such a perverted question. Chu Xinyun's mind also went blank. Her eyes revealed anger as she stared at Xiao Chen. It was like she wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. However, Xiao Chen could not be bothered with her. The instant he asked the question, he focused all his attention on the wound. He did not dare to be distracted. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could feel Chu Xinyun's emotions fluctuating rapidly. The flesh on the barb of the dagger started to contract rapidly. Shua! Xiao Chen took advantage of this opportunity. When the barb of the dagger was completely squeezed out, he decisively pulled the dagger out. Blood spurted out and splattered all over Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen quickly pressed on the acupoints in front of the wound. Only then did the blood stop spurting out. Looking at the smooth dagger, aside from blood, there was no flesh on it. Xiao Chen smiled in satisfaction. Chu Xinyun had not recovered her wits yet. She was distracted earlier and had almost forgotten about the dagger in her wound. The sudden intense pain caused her to frown. Her facial features scrunched up as she bit the piece of wood in her mouth. After a long time, she finally caught her breath and spat out the piece of wood in her mouth. Thinking of the earlier question, she could not care about her weak body. She sent a slap at Xiao Chen and scolded, "Hooligan!" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and easily grabbed Chu Xinyun's wrist. He used his palm to strike her neck heavily, causing her to faint. Lu Suifeng asked anxiously, "Yi Chen, what are you doing?" Xiao Chen explained, "She is extremely weak now. Her body will not be able to take it if she gets angry like that. It is best for her to rest first." Actually, Xiao Chen felt a little guilty in his heart. He was afraid that Chu Xinyun would continue to cause trouble. Oh! Lu Suifeng nodded and suddenly remembered the earlier matter. He asked hesitantly, "Brother Yi Chen, what did you mean by that question? I have to explain this matter to him. Otherwise, there will be a big misunderstanding." Xiao Chen said, "The design of this dagger is very vicious. There are barbs all over it. They are already deeply embedded into Chu Xinyun's flesh." Although she did not cry out, her body was actually in a state of high tension. Her muscles were very tense. If Xiao Chen could not think of a way to distract her, she would bleed twice as much when she draws the dagger. Chapter 162. After Xiao Chen said this, he paused for a while. He took out the dagger and said, "The surface of the dagger would not be as smooth as it is now. At the very least, a large piece of flesh would come out. I'm afraid she would be in so much pain that she would bite through the wood." Lu Suifeng thought for a while and felt that what Xiao Chen said was reasonable. His expression turned warmer as he said, "Yi Chen, thank you. Not only did you help me retrieve the ice crystal flower, you even saved Chu Xinyun. Xinyun must still be misunderstanding you. I'll help you explain later." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and patted Lu Suifeng's shoulder. "Don't say that. I received so much care from elder sister Ryue in Qingyun Peak. Doing this is something I should do. As for explaining or not, there is no need. After all, her situation is more or less recovered. I am not familiar with her, so it is fine to take the blame." After Xiao Chen spoke, he took out a blood-replenishing pill and a roll of bandages from his universe ring. This bandage was something he had bought for himself after he was injured by the ice ape last time, just in case. The bandages were coated with good quality medicine. They were much more effective than ordinary bandages. Xiao Chen handed the bandages and medicinal pills to Lu Suifeng and said, "Go and bandage her wounds." Lu Suifeng received the bandages and medicinal pills and gestured around Chu Xinyun a few times. However, he did not know how to do it. After a while, he said with a flushed face, "Brother Yi Chen, you should do it. I really have no experience in this." "Damn, you just told me to be more decisive." Now that it's your turn, you are shrugging. Xiao Chen said helplessly, aren't you chasing after her? This is such a good opportunity to show off, yet you are giving it to me. Are you kidding me? Lu Suifeng said hesitantly, men and women should not touch each other. I'm afraid that when Xinyun wakes up, she will blame me. Normally, Lu Suifeng was very carefree. Now, he was acting like this. Xiao Chen felt impatient in his heart. He took the medicinal pills and bandages back. Sila. This was not the first time Xiao Chen did this. He was very familiar with the process. In an instant, he tore off a long strip of the clothes around Chu Xinyun's wound. A large patch of snow-white skin was revealed. Xiao Chen had already trained his mental fortitude long ago. He took out a blood-replenishing pill and crushed it before applying it on her skin. Then, he lifted Chu Xinyun's arm and bandaged it up. Done. After tying the bandage, Xiao Chen got up and said faintly. After doing all this, Xiao Chen started to collect the spoils of war. He actually found another 50 inferior-grade spirit stones on Yan Tianjing's body. In addition to the inferior-grade spirit stones from the 7 Biyun Peak disciples, Xiao Chen had a total of more than 200 inferior-grade spirit stones. When Xiao Chen was tidying up Song Qianhe's universe ring, aside from some medicinal pills and spirit stones, he unexpectedly discovered the 3 flowing cloud images martial technique. Xiao Chen gave half of the spirit stones to Lu Suifeng. However, Lu Suifeng insisted on not taking it. He said that he was already very satisfied with the ice crystal flower. Furthermore, these people were all killed by Xiao Chen. It was not reasonable for him to take more spirit stones. Xiao Chen was helpless. He symbolically gave him 10 spirit stones before Lu Suifeng was willing to take it. After that, Xiao Chen started to clean up the battlefield. He burned all the corpses on the ground with his purple thunder true fire. When Xiao Chen saw the flame cloud cults not far away, he noticed that these spirit beasts did not scatter. Xiao Chen was afraid that he might have left some traces behind. So he could only kill all these valuable flame cloud cults. After looking at the unconscious Song Qianhe on the ground, Xiao Chen revealed a look of disgust. He kicked him and sent him hanging from a tree branch at the side. After doing all this, Xiao Chen walked over to Lu Suifeng and said, Chu Xinyun needs to pick those herbs. There is no time to waste. I will help her pick them. When she wakes up, we will leave immediately. Lu Suifeng thought for a while and said, I don't remember very clearly. She only thought I said it once. There was ice heart grass, hidden frost flower, frost fruit, and there seemed to be purple snow lotus. They were all rank 5 herbs. They were not hard to find. Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, take care of her first. When I return, we will leave immediately. After Xiao Chen spoke, he quickly left the place, disappearing from Lu Suifeng's vision. After a while, he stopped on top of a large tree. The spirit core in Xiao Chen's spiritual sense quickly extended out. Instantly, all the surrounding herbs appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. There were too many herbs. Xiao Chen started to give instructions, eliminating all the herbs that were not rank 5. After that, he only left about 100 rank 5 herbs in his sea of consciousness. This way, it would be much easier to find them. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and revealed a faint smile. He had already found where the ice heart grass was distributed. There were rank 4 spirit beasts, frost snakes, in that area. Xiao Chen thought for a while and came up with a countermeasure. It was just a rank 4 spirit beast. There was no need to spend too much effort on it. On the other side, as Xiao Chen was doing his best to pick the herbs, Chu Xinyun woke up earlier than expected. The main reason was because Xiao Chen had underestimated Chu Xinyun's strength. Furthermore, because her body was too weak, he did not deal a heavy blow. Chu Xinyun slowly woke up. She felt dizzy and dizzy. After a long time, she slowly woke up. She looked at the bandages on her chest. Her pretty face immediately turned red. She said to Lu Suifeng, Suifeng, who tore my clothes? Lu Suifeng was startled. He was afraid that Chu Xinyun would misunderstand him. He quickly distanced himself. Brother Yi Chen was the one who tied it up for you. I'm not very good at this. Chu Xinyun revealed a sullen expression as she struggled to sit up. She leaned against a tree and said, This Yi Chen? I originally thought he was just a smooth talker. I did not expect him to be such a lecher. He does not care about propriety or honor. No wonder senior sister Lung scolded him as a lecher. Lu Suifeng felt ashamed in his heart. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, he quickly repeated what Xiao Qin had explained to him to Chu Xinyun. After Chu Xinyun heard it, she thought about it for a long time. She knew that what Xiao Qin said made sense. Knowing that he had misunderstood Xiao Qin, he had an awkward expression on his face. However, he did not want to admit defeat. He said, That doesn't mean he could just casually tear a girl's clothes. Furthermore, he said such vulgar words. Bang! Xiao Chen's figure suddenly landed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He was surprised to see Chu Xinyun awake. He said in astonishment, "When did you wake up? You need to sleep for at least 10 hours. Otherwise, your body will take a long time to recover." Seeing Xiao Chen suddenly appear, Chu Xinyun's face turned even redder. Xiao Chen looked at Lu Suifeng, and the two of them exchanged glances. Xiao Chen understood what was going on. He could not help but sigh in his heart. This matter was nothing in his original world. However, it was so troublesome in this world. He tossed a bottle of blood-replenishing pills to Chu Xinyun and said, "If you insist on not sleeping, then take this medicine for 3 days. Take it orally and apply it externally. Take it once a day." After Xiao Chen spoke, he waved his hand and passed the herbs he had picked to Chu Xinyun. A silver warship flew out from his right eye and he jumped onto it. Lu Suifeng supported Chu Xinyun and followed. When Xiao Chen saw the two of them board, he immediately controlled the warship to fly towards the entrance of Evil Wind Valley. After a while, Chu Xinyun organized the herbs. She discovered that they were all the herbs she needed, not a single one was missing. She walked behind Xiao Chen and thanked him in a soft voice. Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly and said, "There is no need to thank me. We are even now." He thought about his actions carefully and felt that there were indeed a lot of things that were not appropriate. Although his actions were done with good intentions, it was inappropriate to say those words to a girl. This was probably the reason why Xiao Chen helped her pick the herbs. In the end, he wanted to make it up to her. "That's right, Suifeng. Are our 3 horses fine?" Xiao Chen changed the topic. Lu Suifeng said, "They are fine. If we leave, the people there will continue to take care of them for us. When we have time, we can come back to collect them." The journey was silent. Xiao Chen did not say anything after that. He piloted the silver warship and raised its speed to the limit. It turned into a silver bolt of lightning as it flew through the sky. When they could see Lingyun mountain range, Xiao Chen slowed down. There were countless restrictions of various sizes in the sky above the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If it were not for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's warship and spirit pet, they would not be able to barge in even if they had 9 lives. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not make such a mistake. When they neared the foot of the mountain, they slowly landed the silver warship. Then, the 3 of them headed for Lingyun mountain range. After entering the mountain, Lu Suifeng wanted to send Chu Xinyun back. Xiao Chen returned to Qingyun Peak alone. At this moment, it was nearing dusk. By the time Xiao Chen rushed to Qingyun Peak, night had already fallen. Xiao Chen had experienced a lot of things today. He felt incredibly fatigued. After he entered his room, he immediately went to sleep. In the middle of the night, Xiao Chen vaguely heard a series of violent knocks on his door, startling Xiao Chen awake. Xiao Chen opened his eyes unwillingly. He was in a bad mood as he opened the door. He called out, "Who is it? Are you not letting me sleep?" Pusia. A sharp killing chi covered the sky and earth. It startled Xiao Chen to the point where he was no longer sleepy. He suddenly woke up and quickly retreated. A small saber flashing with a cold light brushed past his nose. "Are you awake? Do you still want to sleep?" Naturally, aside from Lu Ryue, there was no one else who could use such a valiant method to chase away his sleepiness. Xiao Chen looked at Lu Ryue, who had a cold expression and a grave expression. He asked carefully, "Elder Sister Ryu, what happened? Why did you wake me up in the middle of the night?" Lu Ryue's eyes turned slightly red. She said angrily, "You still have the cheek to say that? After such a big thing happened, you did not even say anything to me before lying down and sleeping. Do you not respect me, your master?" Xiao Qin had never seen Lu Riyue so angry before. Although she had a bad temper in the past, it was different from today's situation. Aside from being angry, Lu Riyue also seemed a little sad. Her tone was filled with disappointment. Xiao Qin quickly thought of why Lu Riyue was angry. He explained, "Elder Sister Ryu, I feel that I have already dealt with the matters in Evil Wind Valley. There are no more problems." Chapter 163. Suddenly, a pig's head appeared beside Xiao Qin. It said in a trembling voice, "Yi Qin, quickly apologize to my sister. She knows everything." The sudden appearance of a pig's head startled Xiao Qin. After he looked carefully, he discovered that it was a human face that had been beaten swollen. Xiao Qin looked for a long time but could not recognize this person. "Who are you?" "I'm Lu Suifeng." Lu Suifeng's mouth was swollen as he stuttered. He was crying in his heart. Even Xiao Qin could not recognize him. When he went out tomorrow, it would be over for him. Xiao Qin felt ashamed in his heart. He tried to explain for Lu Suifeng, "Elder Sister Ryu, actually, for the sake of retrieving the ice crystal flower, that was my idea. It has nothing to do with Brother Suifeng." Lu Ryu shook her head. "You are not in the wrong. The one in the wrong is Suifeng. He was careless in the past and exposed his whereabouts. Furthermore, he even brought an unrelated person with him. We had to obtain the ice crystal flower. Even if we had to offend Biyun Peak, we had to get it back. You were able to help Qingyun Peak retrieve the lost ice crystal flower. Not only were you not in the wrong, you also performed a meritorious deed. However, I do not understand. After such a big thing happened, why did you not tell me immediately? Do you know how serious this matter is?" Xiao Qin felt guilty in his heart. He said in a soft voice, "I thought that after Song Qianhe consumed the medicinal pill and destroyed all the evidence, it would not be a big deal." Lu Riyue smiled coldly, "You are too naive. That little vixen is the same. Let's not talk about whether there is an antidote for a medicinal pill that causes a person to lose their memories for a day. Even if there is no antidote, he will only forget today's memories. If he had planned this from the start, even if he forgot today's events, he would be able to deduce who snatched the ice crystal flower based on where he was." Xiao Chen's back broke out in a cold sweat. Why did he think of this? He thought that as long as Song Qianhe forgot today's events, there would not be any problems. Now, it looks like he thought too simply. Lingyun Mountain Range, Biyun Peak, a place with extremely dense spiritual energy. This was the peak where all the spiritual energy in Biyun Peak gathered. It was also one of the 7 branches of the underground spirit vein in the entire Lingyun Mountain Range. It could be said to be one of the places with the most abundant spiritual energy in the Great Qi Nation. Cultivating on it would allow one to absorb spiritual energy 4 or 5 times faster than a regular person. However, there were only a few people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion who could enjoy such treatment. An old man sat cross-legged on a boulder at the peak of the mountain. The spiritual qi in the surroundings was like a mist, constantly pouring into his body. Wisps of green smoke rose from his forehead. This person was the peak master of Biyun Peak, Song Quebec. His cultivation had already reached the peak of Martial King, and he already had 1 foot in the Martial Monarch realm. 20 years ago, many of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's elders had died. An expert like Song Ke was now one of the top 10 in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The sound of hurried footsteps could be heard, and a figure quickly rushed over from the foot of the mountain. He carried a thick saber on his back. When he was about 10 meters away from the old man, he slowly stopped. He had an extremely nervous expression on his face. When Song Ke felt this person, he slowly opened his eyes. There was a gleam in his eyes as he looked at the person. He frowned slightly and said unhappily, "Gong Ming, didn't I tell you not to disturb me for the next half a month?" This person called Gong Ming was Song Ke's last disciple. Although he was not a true inheritor of Biyun Peak, his status and position were much lower than a true inheritor's. In the entire Biyun Peak, aside from the elders, he was the only one who dared to disturb Song Ke's cultivation at this moment. Zhao Gongming felt somewhat nervous. He said softly, replying to Master, "Someone from the main hall sent news earlier. They said that the aura of the life medallion that junior brother left in the main hall is extremely weak. It seems, Song K's expression turned grave. He said sullenly, "Seems like what?" Zhao Gongming braced himself and said, "It seems like his life could be in danger at any moment." Bang! Song K suddenly stood up and the rock he was sitting on suddenly shattered, turning into countless fragments. When the wind blew, the fragments turned into powder and were carried away by the wind. A surging killing intent flashed past in a flash. Song K quickly hid his emotions and said, "When did this happen? Where did Qianhe go? Who did he go with? Tell me in detail." Before Zhao Gongming came, he had already made some inquiries. At this moment, he reported everything in detail. Yesterday, junior brother brought 6 Biyun Peak disciples. They were all medial grade martial grandmasters and above to Evil Wind Valley. The news I heard was that Lu Ryue needed the ice crystal flower in Evil Wind Valley to use as an ingredient to save people. I am not sure where junior brother got this news from, but he brought people to Evil Wind Valley in advance. Since then, there has been no news of him. A cold light flashed in Song K's eyes. He said coldly, "Lu Ryue? You better pray that nothing happens to her. Otherwise, I will destroy Qingyun Peak completely. Come, let's go to Saber City." In Saber City's city lord's residence, Gu Yunbin carefully listened to Zhao Gongming's narration. After that, he said to Song K, "Brother Song, don't be anxious. I will arrange for people to search for your son." Song K cupped his hands and said, "I will have to trouble City Lord Gu." There were spies from Saber City within a radius of a few hundred kilometers. Going to Evil Wind Valley to find a person was not a difficult matter for Gu Yunbin. After 2 hours, there was a result. An outer disciple quickly walked in and said, "Reporting to City Lord, we have found senior brother Song in Evil Wind Valley. Should we bring him back?" Song K said, "Don't bring him back. Bring me to the scene immediately. I want to see who is so daring." In Evil Wind Valley, Song K looked at Song Qianhe, who had been dragged down from the tree. Rage burned in his eyes. Song Qianhe's face was covered in shoe prints. He did not look like a human anymore. The few Biyun Peak disciples beside him quickly cleaned up the blood on Song Qianhe's body. Then, they fed him medicinal pills and bandaged him. Then, they used their essence to treat his injuries. After a while, Song Qianhe slowly woke up. When he saw the people in front of him, he did not understand the situation. He asked curiously, "Father, senior brother, why are you here? Where am I? Damn, why is it so painful?" The moment Song Qianhe said that, he discovered that his lips were in extreme pain. Only then did he realize that he was severely injured. There were bandages all over his body. What's going on? Where are Xiao Jiao and the others? How did I become like this? Who did this? Song Qianhe did his best to remember. However, he could not remember how he became like this. Forget worry pill. Gu Yunbin and Song K exchanged glances. They both had an answer in their hearts. The two of them walked behind Song Qianhe and stretched out their right hands. Pure and surging essence entered Song Qianhe's body. Poof! The essence moved quickly in Song Qianhe's body. Soon, it found the medicinal pill in his dantian. The two of them exerted force at the same time. Song Qianhe opened his mouth and spat out a green liquid onto the ground. Gu Yunbin withdrew his hand and said, "If another day had passed, the medicinal energy of this forget-worry pill would have completely permeated his body. At that time, even if a martial sage made a move, it would be useless. Since your young master is fine, I will take my leave first." In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, only one person had the forget-worry pill. The matter of Song Qianhe being attacked was incomparably complicated. It involved the internal strife of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Gu Yunbin did not want to get involved in this matter, so he took his leave first. Song K did not stop him. He said, "This song owes the city lord a favor. I will repay it in the future." After Gu Yunbin led the people of Saber City away, Song Qianhe completely remembered what happened yesterday. His eyes were filled with hatred. "Yi Chen, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." In Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen had not slept since he was woken up last night. The pig-faced Lu Suifeng beside him said, Sis, it is not as serious as you think, right? Lu Rua smiled coldly. I think you have been bewitched by that woman. You have lost your intelligence. Just wait, the people from Biyun Peak will definitely come before sunset. Xiao Chen felt slightly worried in his heart. This matter was mostly his idea. He said, Elder Sister Ryu, if these people really come, you can push all the responsibility to me. I am well aware of it. At worst, I will just leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When Lu Ryue heard this, she smiled gently. Her charming face revealed a gentle expression. Don't you want to learn listening to the sword and communicating with it? When Xiao Chen heard this, he was stunned. During his time in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he had asked around in his spare time. His understanding of listening to the sword and communicating with it had deepened. He discovered that it was almost impossible to grasp listening to the sword and communicating with it. Lu Ryue took the lunar shadow saber from Xiao Chen's hands and drew it out with a huang-dang sound. A cold glint flowed on the black blade, and traces of electricity slowly leaped about. She pointed the saber at the sky. When the sunlight shone on the saber, it gave off a faint glow. The streamlined saber was filled with a boundless beauty at this moment. Lu Ryue looked at it seriously and muttered, You are doing this for this saber, right? If you just leave, don't you want to undo the seal in the saber? Xiao Chen thought of the arrogance sealed in the saber. He felt dispirited. If he could not learn listening to the sword and communicating with it, he might not be able to undo the seal in his life. You don't have to worry about the matter of Biyun Peak. I said it before, the fault lies with Sui Feng, not you. You have done well. I only resent you for not discussing such a big matter with me. Elder Sister Ryu. Xiao Chen felt that the words were stuck in his throat, but he could not say them. Lu Ryue smiled brilliantly. Her pretty face was like a flower. She was like a fairy from the mountains, filled with a special charm. Don't say any more, I forgive you. Remember, don't do it again. Today, I will borrow your lunar shadow saber. Lu Ryue swung the lunar shadow saber in the air. The saber buzzed continuously in the air. Suddenly, it released an intense electric light. It was as resplendent as the sun, dazzling and dazzling. At this moment, the rank 6 Thunder Rock demonic core merged with the saber broke through its previous restraints. The aura of a peak martial king spread out without restraint. An ear-piercing thunder roar came from the saber. It was like a thunder rock leaped out from the saber and roared angrily. A visible ripple spread out in the air. Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng, who were behind Lu Ryue, felt a huge pressure. It was like their shoulders were bearing a weight of 10,000 tons. It was incomparably painful. Chapter 164. This is a superior-grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Lu Suifeng exclaimed in astonishment. This was a true superior-grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. It was only a step away from becoming a subdivine weapon. The Tianwu continent had not seen a heaven-ranked spirit weapon for several hundred years. He did not expect to see a heaven-ranked spirit weapon here. Furthermore, it was a superior-grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Xiao Chen's heart was filled with shock as well. He could not understand how Lu Ryue was able to recover the lunar shadow saber to heaven-ranked. Lu Ryue held the lunar shadow saber and stood there proudly. Her clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. She looked down the mountain and said indifferently, Let's go, they are here. Lu Ryue sheathed her saber and the aura of the lunar shadow saber disappeared. She led Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng down the mountain quickly. No one said anything. Their expressions were extremely grave. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they saw a group of cultivators rushing towards Qingyun Peak aggressively. They did not hide their killing chi at all. They left a trail of dust behind them, startling countless birds. When they got closer, everyone could clearly see the appearance of the people. The person leading them was the last disciple of Biyun Peak's peak master, Song Ke, Zhao Gongming. Behind him were several Biyun Peak elders. They were all martial saints. Song Qianhe, whose head was wrapped like a mummy, was in the middle of the group. Xiao Chen counted carefully. Including Zhao Gongming, there were 7 martial saints and 10 martial grandmasters. Among them, Zhao Gongming was the strongest. He was a medial-grade martial saint. The other martial saints were only inferior-grade martial saints. It was not strange for there to be so many inferior-grade martial saints. After reaching martial saint, every step forward was extremely difficult. Many people would remain in the inferior-grade martial saint realm for their entire lives. Hence, people like Lu Ryue, who reached peak martial saint at the age of 24, were terrifying. Even so, Xiaochen was worried for Lu Ryue. There were so many martial saints. Although their cultivations were lower than Lu Ryue's, their numbers could make up for the difference. Song Ke hid himself in the clouds in the sky. He looked at Lu Ryue and the others with a sinister gaze. Song Qianhe's life was not in danger. Furthermore, there was no concrete evidence to prove that the dead Biyun Peak disciples were killed by Xiaochen and Lu Suifeng. As a peak lord, it was not suitable for him to show himself at this moment. He could just let the younger generation cause a ruckus. It would be best if they could force the one at the top of the mountain out. Song Ke looked at the towering peak of Qingyun Peak and muttered, "Old eccentric Lu has been hiding on the peak for decades. Whether he is dead or alive, he should at least come out. Right now, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is lacking in manpower. You do not wish to see a little girl become the pavilion master, right?" Song Ke's gaze pierced through the boundless space, as if he could see the peak of the mountain. Ever since the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's great tribulation 20 years ago, the old pavilion master had passed away. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion no longer had a pavilion master. The old pavilion master's daughter, Lung Liusu, became the young pavilion master. The elders' assembly managed the Heavenly Saber Pavilion together. As the saying went, a family could not go without a master. A nation could not go without a ruler. The danger of such a situation was self-evident to the development and prestige of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, before the old pavilion master died, he did not leave behind a clear will. Furthermore, there was more than one person in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion who was qualified to become the pavilion master. Due to all the compromises, it resulted in the current situation. The old pavilion master's daughter would inherit the position of Heavenly Saber Pavilion's pavilion master. The one who was most dissatisfied with this was Song Quebec. Although his strength was still far from those old monsters, he was still qualified to inherit the position of pavilion master. He was the youngest. That's right, he was the youngest among the peak martial kings in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He was only 50 years old. After he advanced to martial king, he would have no problem living to 200 years old. His resentment for the position of pavilion master was the strongest among all the peak lords. All along, he had been looking for an opportunity to swallow up Qingyun Peak. At that time, he would have the strength of two factions. He would have a greater say in the elders' assembly. Song Qianhe's pursuit of Lu Ryue was mostly due to Song Quebec's Song Ke had turned a blind eye to Song Ke's underhanded methods and acquiesced to them. Actually, Song Ke had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. If it were not for the apprehension in his heart, he would have used forceful methods long ago. Song Ke looked at the peak and entered deep thought. At the foot of the peak, Lu Ryue took the initiative to speak first. "Zhao Gongming, what are you trying to do by bringing a bunch of trash and old men here?" Before Zhao Gongming could speak, Song Qianhe, whose face was covered in bandages, said angrily, "Lu Ryue, your disciple killed 8 of my Biyun Peak disciples. According to the sect rules, you have to hand him over. Otherwise, you will be considered an accomplice." Lu Ryue frowned and a murderous intent shot out from her black eyes. She glared at Song Qianhe, scaring him into taking a few steps back. Lu Ryue mocked, "A piece of trash like you is not embarrassed to be a true inheritor of Biyun Peak. You are already like this. You can imagine how strong the ordinary disciples of Biyun Peak are. Who knows which Tom, Dick, or Harry killed them?" When Zhao Gongming saw Lu Ryue being so unyielding, he did not get angry. Instead, he rejoiced. He said, "Senior sister Lu, don't change the topic. 8 Biyun Peak disciples did die. Furthermore, junior brother Song saw them being killed by Yiqin. As for whether he was the one who killed them or not, we will hand him over to the law enforcement hall." Lu Ryue removed the golden identity token from her waist and said in a deep voice, "Look at the identity token in my hand clearly. I am the peak master of Qingyun Peak, not your senior sister." Whether Biyun Peak disciples died or not, even if the law enforcement hall's people come, they will not be able to take them away from me without any evidence. Zhao Gongming smiled coldly and said, Qingyun Peak is just a faction with only one disciple. Are you not embarrassed to use your status to suppress me? Lu Riyue smiled. Her smile was very beautiful, causing the surrounding people to look at her. Their minds became dazed for a moment. Even if there is only one person in Qingyun Peak, it is not something trash like you can laugh at. Right after she spoke, Lu Riyue had already rushed forward. She left behind afterimages in the air and arrived before Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming did not panic. Instead, he was secretly delighted. Even if there was no evidence, as long as Lu Riyue made the first move to injure someone, their actions this time would not leave any room for others to talk about. However, he soon stopped smiling. A resplendent light lit up and the lunar shadow saber was drawn with a huang dang sound. The aura of a rank 6 demonic beast, which was equivalent to a peak martial king, surged towards him. Even with Zhao Gongming's strength as a medial-grade martial saint, his breathing actually became hurried before this overwhelming aura. His originally smooth movements became sluggish for a moment. Zhao Gongming gave up on drawing his saber. He controlled his body and quickly retreated. However, this saber was simply too fast. Furthermore, it borrowed the might of the heavenly weapon. The saber light still left a long wound in front of Zhao Gongming. The wound was not deep, but as blood spurted out, it quickly dyed the clothes in front of his chest red. The battle could start at any moment. After the remaining 7 martial saints recovered from their momentary daze, they quickly attacked Lu Riyue. This was a battle between martial saints. These martial grand masters could not interfere. Saber chi flew everywhere and figures flashed about. Xiao Chen and the others could only see some blurry figures. The range of the battle grew larger and larger. Occasionally, there would be cries coming from the battlefield. An inferior-grade martial saint of Biyun Peak cried out miserably as his arm flew off. Everyone was fighting with all their might. Lu Riyue did not show any mercy. She fought with her life on the line. Whenever her opponent left a wound on her body, she would immediately counterattack tenfold, not retreating at all. Using the might of the heavenly weapon, Lu Riyue was not at a disadvantage in terms of aura. Instead, the 8 martial saints of Biyun Peak became more and more fearful as they fought. Occasionally, someone would lose an arm or a large piece of flesh. A few strands of saber chi flew toward Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng. Xiao Chen used his palm as a saber and executed drawing the saber. With a bang, the strands of saber chi were reduced to nothing. Lu Suifeng said anxiously, Yi Chen, what should we do? If this goes on, even if Sis can obtain victory, she will be severely injured. The other side still has 10 martial grandmasters who have not made a move. We are not a match for them. Don't rush me, I'm thinking of a way. Naturally, Xiao Chen was able to think of the problem that Lu Suifeng could think of. He looked at Song Qianhe, who was in the crowd, and thought very quickly. Song Qianhe looked coldly at Lu Riyue. He did not care much about the casualties in the battle. Aside from Zhao Gongming, the rest of these martial saints had been stuck at inferior-grade martial saint for many years. This time, Xiao Chen had brought them here to send them to their deaths. The true elites of Biyun Peak had not come. Even if they all died, he would not feel any heartache. Biyun Peak could afford to waste their resources, unlike Qingyun Peak, which only had Lu Riyue. As long as she fell, the others could be dealt with easily. Heaven-ranked spirit weapon? It looks like this operation is going to fail. Should I make a move? Song Ke looked at the battle below from the clouds. He frowned slightly. He could not make up his mind. In the battle, Lu Riyue took advantage of an inferior-grade martial saint's opening and pierced the air with her lunar shadow saber. She stabbed the saber into this person's heart. Her right hand trembled, and a surging essence flowed along her arm and into the saber. Boom! With a loud bang, that person's body exploded into countless pieces, shattering into pieces. Blood sprayed out in the air like rain, slowly falling down. Lu Riyue's decisiveness and cold-bloodedness caused the surrounding cultivators to tremble involuntarily. Although they were not afraid of death, when they saw such a cruel way of dying, They could not help but feel a deep fear in their hearts. This is too ruthless. She did not care at all, killing as she pleased. Is she really not afraid of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's rules? Everyone could not help but think this in their hearts. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was distracted, Lu Ryue did not stop moving. She swept her saber horizontally and chopped an inferior-grade martial saint beside her in half. Lu Ryue, don't go overboard! Zhao Gongming shouted hoarsely. In an instant, 2 inferior-grade martial saints died miserably at Lu Ryue's hands. Lu Ryue's reply was an even more ferocious attack. She held her saber with both hands, and her entire body was covered in blood. She was like a crazed demon, like an evil spirit that came out of hell. She did not care about the wounds on her body. Kasi. Chapter 165. Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his right fist tightly. His fingertips pierced deep into his flesh, causing blood to flow out. He could not remember the last time he was so angry. I hate it. To think that I had to let a girl risk her life to protect me. Xiao Chen felt his heart bleeding. Biyun Peak's Song Qianhe, even if I have to face the boundless pursuit of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, I, Xiao Chen, swear to tear you into pieces. I will return today's humiliation tenfold in the future. 2 people fell in an instant. The situation immediately tilted in Lu Ryue's favor. The number of wounds on her body increased continuously, but she did not fall. Her face was already covered in blood. It was a horrifying sight. The remaining martial saints revealed fear in their hearts. They started to move very carefully, hoping to protect themselves. However, this caused them to die even faster. Lu Ryue did not care about the wounds on her body. She used her saber in exchange for a life. Pu Si. One of them left a long wound on Lu Ryue's body. Blood spurted out. Another martial saint chased after her. Lu Ryue did not care about her pursuers or the incoming attack. She stabbed her saber into the body of an inferior-grade martial saint. Her essence erupted and immediately shattered all the bones in his body. See, the attack of the person behind her left another wound on Lu Ryue's back. However, Lu Ryue did not seem to feel it. She grabbed the weapon of that person with her left hand and turned around, creating a strong wind. Under this person's horrified gaze, his head was directly chopped off. Soon, only Zhao Gongming was left standing in the field. The remaining 7 martial saints all fell to the ground. They died without a complete corpse. There was not a single complete corpse. Blood flowed all over the ground. The pungent smell of blood was nauseating. When Zhao Gongming saw the hellish scene in front of him, his right hand, which was holding his saber, could not help but tremble. He thought to himself, this Lu Ryue is too ruthless. She is ruthless to herself and even more ruthless to her enemies. Do I have to risk my life against her? I'm not like these old men. I still have a bright future ahead of me. I am already a medial-grade martial saint at the age of 30. My future is bright, and I have great potential. Such a thought appeared in Zhao Gongming's mind. After a while, this thought spread like wildfire, getting out of hand. If she, Lu Ryue, wants to risk her life, why should I, Zhao Gongming, do the same? How foolish! Lu Ryue smiled coldly to herself. With one glance, she could tell that Zhao Gongming was afraid. She casually wiped the blood off her face. Xiao Chen grasped the saber hilt again. The blood in his hand flowed down the saber blade and dripped onto the ground. The black blade of the lunar shadow saber was dyed scarlet, making it look like a blood saber. It looked very strange. Kill! Lu Ryue shouted, and an overwhelming killing chi pressed down on Zhao Gongming. Xiao Chen's figure turned into a blurry white figure in the air. The electric light on the lunar shadow saber crackled. It was boundlessly resplendent and dazzling. When Zhao Gongming saw Lu Ryue flying over, he clenched his teeth and sent out a saber light with his saber. Their figures changed rapidly in the air. At first, everyone could still see their figures, but in the end, their speed became faster and faster. He could only see 2 white shadows swaying nonstop, and there was also the light of lightning blooming in the air. Metallic clangs rang out continuously as saber chi flew in all directions. The rocks that came into contact with the saber chi immediately shattered into countless pieces. The surroundings of the two turned into rubble in the blink of an eye. Bang! Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. Xiao Chen's heart tightened. He quickly looked and discovered that it was Zhao Gongming. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Boom! Lu Riyue descended from the air and kicked Zhao Gongming's chest heavily. Zhao Gongming's injuries worsened. He tasted something sweet in his throat and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Zhao Gongming landed heavily on the ground with a bang. He looked at Lu Riyue, who was getting closer to him. His eyes were filled with horror. Trash like you dares to laugh at my Qingyun Peak for not having anyone? Lu Riyue walked over to Zhao Gongming but did not make a move. A faint aura locked onto her in the sky. As long as she made a move, she would suffer a destructive blow. Lu Riyue looked at the clouds above her head and the corner of her lips curled up in a mocking smile. The setting sun was like blood. When it shone on her, she looked very miserable. After hiding for so long, are you not embarrassed? Old fogey! Lu Riyue shouted and quickly drew the small saber at her waist. The saber spun quickly in her hand, creating an intense wind. A strong wind blew and kicked up a large amount of dust. Xiao Chen could not help but close his eyes. Kill! The spinning saber left Xiao Chen's hand and formed a berserk hurricane in the air. There was a sharp cold light in the hurricane. It whistled as it headed for the white clouds in the sky. Its aura was like a rainbow as it surged forward. The hurricane sped through the air and grew with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a hurricane that was dozens of meters wide. It was very horrifying. Boom! There was a loud sound in the sky. The hurricane crashed into the white clouds in the sky. A clump of white fog appeared on the horizon, attracting everyone's attention. They did not understand why Lu Riyue attacked the white clouds in the sky for no reason. When the clouds scattered and everyone saw the scene in the sky, they were all astonished. Song Ke stood quietly in the sky. He held Lu Riyue's small saber in his right hand. There was no change in his expression. He was incomparably calm. He was like an old man in meditation. As he stood in the sky, his aura was withdrawn. He was as calm as flowing water. However, there was a natural might coming from his body. It made everyone feel insignificant. Little girl, are you bullying my Biyun sect because there is no one around? Song Ke snorted coldly. His voice was not loud, but it reverberated in the ears of Lu Riyue and the others. It caused the qi and blood in their bodies to surge. It was clear that this voice contained a high-level secret technique. Bo! Right after Song Ke spoke, he flicked his finger. The small saber in his hand turned into a blur in the air. It gave off a bright light and broke through the air, creating a long shockwave as it headed for Lu Riyue. The small saber arrived in an instant. One breath ago, it was far away. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Lu Riyue. The force of the saber created a strong wind. The bloody dust on the ground was picked up by the strong wind and scattered in all directions. In an instant, the dust filled the entire space. This was the strength of a peak martial king. With a gentle flick of his finger, there was such a shocking aura. Everywhere the light passed, it could topple mountains and split rocks. Dang! A clear clanging sound came from the flying dust, and after the dust settled, the sound was heard. After the dust settled, everyone saw Lu Riyue holding her saber horizontally in front of her, blocking the small saber descending from the sky. Blood leaked from the corner of her mouth. It was clear that she suffered internal injuries. The small saber spun continuously on the back of the lunar shadow saber. Lu Riyue held the saber hilt tightly with her right hand and placed her left hand on the saber. Even so, Lu Riyue continued to move backward. Her footsteps rubbed against the ground, giving off a rustling sound. The situation was dire. If Lu Riyue could not hold on, the small saber would pierce through her chest. The small saber would pierce through Lu Riyue's chest. After that, she would definitely die. Xiao Chen felt very anxious. However, at this moment, he could only worry. There was nothing he could do. Lu Riyue was currently in a weak equilibrium. Although it was dangerous, her life was not in danger. If he helped, this equilibrium would be broken. Without the strength of a martial king, he would not be able to maintain this equilibrium. If he helped, he would only cause Lu Ryue to die even faster. Who? Just at this moment, a white dragon suddenly came out of Lu Ryue's body. The white dragon circled around Lu Ryue and roared at Song Ke in the sky. The dragon roared in all directions. It was vast and boundless. A huge might surged towards Song Quebec. Song Ke frowned slightly. His body paused in the air and moved slightly. The aura of the small saber immediately weakened. Lu Ryue took advantage of this opportunity and shouted. She swung her saber and flung away the small saber. Then, she stretched out her hand and caught the small saber that was about to fall. No wonder this small saber was so strong. It turned out that Song Ke left a strand of his chi in it. Only by breaking this strand of chi could she break this move. A peak martial king, a peak master, actually made such a ruthless move against a junior. This is too shameless, Xiao Chen cursed hatefully in his heart. The white dragon that suddenly appeared should be Lu Ryue's martial spirit. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would do such a thing. When Xiao Chen saw the white dragon return to Lu Ryue's body, he felt it was familiar. However, he could not remember where he had seen it before. When Song Ke saw that his move was broken, a trace of anger flashed on his face. Although he did not use his full strength in this move, it was still very strong. However, it was actually broken by a junior. Song Ke felt that he had lost face. He snorted coldly and his body descended from the sky with a boundless aura. He landed heavily on the ground, creating an intense shockwave that surged towards Lu Ryue. At this moment, Lu Ryue was already like an arrow at the end of its flight. How could she block the attack of a peak martial king? Her body was immediately knocked back by the shockwave. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he quickly rushed forward and caught Lu Ryue. He took out a blood-replenishing pill and fed it to Lu Ryue without giving her any room to refuse. You are of my grandfather's generation, yet you dare to make a move against a junior. Don't you feel ashamed? Xiao Chen helped Lu Ryue up and glared at Song Quebec. Before Song Ke could say anything, Song Qianhe, who was hiding in the crowd behind him, said, "What kind of status does my father have? Is it up to someone like you, who is not even worth dog shit, to speak to him like that?" Xiao Chen looked at Song Qianhe and smiled coldly. After failing to propose, you resorted to despicable methods. You want to use a life-saving medicine to threaten others. For someone to have a son like you, it is easy to imagine what kind of person your father is. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Anyone can teach this kind of person a lesson. Song Ke's face turned red. He had tacitly agreed to all the things that Song Qianhe had done. Although he knew he was in the wrong, it was not up to a junior to speak to him like that. A surging killing chi, the aura of a peak martial king, surged towards Xiao Chen without any fear. Song Ke's ice-cold face revealed a murderous intent. Ignorant junior, do you dare to say another word? The Azure Dragon martial spirit circled around Xiao Chen's body continuously. The pressure on Xiao Chen's body immediately decreased. He looked straight at Song Ke without any fear as he said loudly, "You have no respect for your old age. You have no sense of shame. You have no sense of propriety, righteousness, or honor." Chapter 166. Xiao Chen was prepared to die when he said these words. A bona fide peak martial king would not even need to use a tenth of his strength to easily kill Xiao Chen. However, ambition was important. Wasn't a man living in this world for the sake of pride? Xiao Chen did not care about his status and used his strength to attack his master. Furthermore, Lu Yueru was already severely injured, yet he still dared to make a move. At this moment, if Xiao Chen did not say anything, he would not have any backbone. What kind of man would he be? He might as well die. Song Ke's face was covered in frost. Ever since he became the peak master, he could not remember how many years it had been since someone dared to scold him like this. Furthermore, it was an insignificant inferior grade martial grandmaster. What a sharp tongue. Are you not afraid of biting your tongue? Go to hell. The moment he spoke, Song Ke's body started to turn blurry. He floated towards Xiao Chen like flowing water. Everywhere he passed, it was like he was flowing through a river. The blood on the ground was actually swept clean. 3 flowing cloud images. Xiao Chen thought to himself, when Song Ke executed this 3 flowing cloud images, it was like moving clouds and flowing water. There was no hesitation at all. Everything was natural and natural. It was like a gushing river, not giving off any sense of danger. If this was one day ago, Xiao Chen would definitely not be able to block Song Ke's 3 flowing cloud images at its peak. However, when Xiao Chen was in the dense forest the previous day, he suddenly gained enlightenment and entered the state of perfection like water. His understanding of the 3 flowing cloud images reached a level that no one before could understand. Xiao Chen gently tossed Lu Ryue into Lu Suifeng's hands. His mind was calm as he did his best to recall the state he was in yesterday. At this moment, Song Ke did not seem to have any killing moves. However, Xiao Chen knew that if he did not enter the state he was in yesterday, he would immediately be killed by Song Quebec. At this critical moment of life and death, Xiao Chen instantly entered the state he was in yesterday. His entire being turned into a calm sea, without any waves. From an outsider's perspective, both of their figures had become extremely blurry. One of them was like a gushing river, while the other was like a calm ocean without any ripples. Boom! The river and the ocean collided. A surging shockwave spread out in all directions, like countless splashes of water. Bang! 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 Water splashed in the air and emitted violent explosions. It was like a tempestuous storm, deafening, continuous, and majestic. Song Ke took 3 steps back. His heart was filled with shock. Perfection like water was a state that could only be grasped in legends. How could he possibly know it? The huge force flowed into Xiao Chen's body. In an instant, Xiao Chen felt like he was going to explode. He felt Song's energy. In his sea of consciousness, the calm surface of the ocean that he had transformed into immediately stirred up waves after waves after waves of energy spread outwards. After Xiao Chen transformed into a sea, Chen's sea, the calm sea there, it's Xiao who was in a Chen's body. Xiao the of the Xiao Chen. Chen. Of Chen, of Chen's of a Chen. Of a Xiao. A Chen of Xiao of Chen of Chen. The group of people behind him could not understand either. A strange look flashed in Lu Ryue's eyes. There were many kinds of states. Listening to the sword and communicating with it was one of them. She, who had grasped the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it, could somewhat understand what was going on. If a person comprehended a certain state to its peak, they would have a huge advantage when fighting with someone else using the same martial technique. Lu Ryue had experienced this herself. Song Ke said coldly, "Perfection like water. I want to see how strong it is." Song Ke could not accept the pride of a peak martial king. He had practiced the 3 flowing cloud images for his entire life, yet he could not even compare to a junior. After Song Ke spoke, he turned into a gushing river, surging towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen frowned. He did not dare to be careless. He guarded his heart platform and materialized a boundless ocean. Perfection like water, water benefits all things but does not compete. Xiao Chen understood something in his heart. This 3 flowing cloud images was, in essence, a defensive and counterattacking martial technique. Forcefully materializing it into an offensive martial technique would only be putting the cart before the horse, neglecting the essentials. However, Song Ke did not care about this. He relied on his cultivation realm and continuously charged at Xiao Chen. There were loud sounds of raging waves. The surrounding air started to tremble. After the trembling, there was an unending chain of explosions. The surrounding crowd did not dare to get too close. They all retreated. Song Ke's raging waves kicked up huge waves one after another on the calm surface of the sea. The sound of the waves surged. It was incomparably terrifying. On the vast ocean, Xiao Chen was like a small boat drifting with the wind. He rose and fell with the waves. It looked like he would be swallowed up at any moment. However, after a while, this small boat did not get swallowed up. It continued to drift along with the waves, tossing and turning. Pooh! Song Ke retreated once again. He had already charged at Xiao Chen more than 100 times. Every time he used a huge force, it seemed like he was just a little short of exploding Xiao Chen. However, he did not succeed every time. This time, he completely lost his patience. His eyes revealed an extremely impatient expression. He waved his right hand and a thick saber flickering with a cold light appeared in his hand. Killing chi spread out. Song Ke had never wanted to kill a person as much as he did now. Furthermore, it was an inferior-grade martial grandmaster that he would not even bother to look at normally. Mountain-splitting chop. Break for me. Song Ke shouted loudly. The light on his saber was withdrawn. There was nothing fancy about it. However, it carried an aura that could split mountains. He hacked at Xiao Chen and instantly broke through the formless ocean that Xiao Chen had turned into. Not good, Yi Qin is in danger. Seeing Song Ke give up on using the 3 flowing cloud images, Lu Ryue cried out in alarm. She wanted to go forward and help, but when she circulated the essence in her body, she could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. She staggered and was about to fall backwards. Lu Suifeng quickly supported her. Lu Ryue's blood-covered face revealed an expression of extreme dissatisfaction. Her eyes were bloodshot as she looked at Song Ke angrily. Finally, it seemed like she had made up her mind about something. She grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly with her right hand. Xiao Chen opened his eyes ferociously and shot out a bright light. He looked at Song Ke, who was moving at lightning speed, and that saber strike that could split mountains. Xiao Chen understood in his heart that he would not be able to block this saber strike. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It would be like an ant trying to shake a tree. He would be chopped in half and die without a complete corpse. However, Xiao Chen did not intend to block it himself. He flicked his finger and the Eastern Emperor bell appeared from nowhere. It hovered above Xiao Chen's head. After a while, it turned into a huge bronze bell. For some unknown reason, he could no longer use the mysterious yellow qi in the Eastern Emperor bell. Xiao Chen decisively used the bronze bell to cover himself. With a thought, the Eastern Emperor bell immediately fell to the ground with a loud boom, covering Xiao Chen completely. Song Ke smiled coldly in his heart. His hands did not stop moving at all. You want to block a full-body strike with just a damaged secret treasure? Too naive. Boom. The full-powered strike of a peak martial king struck the Eastern Emperor bell violently. The Eastern Emperor bell gave off a melodious chime. The sound waves reverberated in the air. After that, before everyone's astonished gazes, the Biyun Peak's peak master, a peak martial king, was knocked back like a cannonball. Song Ke felt his qi and blood surging, and he felt a sweetness in his throat, as if he was about to vomit blood. Song Ke quickly circulated his essence in the air, suppressing the blood. If he was forced to vomit blood by an inferior-grade martial grandmaster in front of a group of juniors, Song Ke might even have the thought of dying. However, Song Ke did not expect that his body was currently in the air. As he flew back rapidly, if he could not control his center of gravity, he might end up rolling on the ground. By the time he suppressed the qi and blood in his body and recovered his wits, it was already too late to change his center of gravity. There was a loud bang as he landed head first and rolled on the ground. After rolling 2 rounds, Song Ke stood up again. Song Ke's face was ashen. He was suffering in his heart. He was sent rolling on the ground by an inferior-grade martial master. This was even more embarrassing than vomiting blood. His desire to kill Xiao Chen was much stronger than before. There had never been such a person that gave Song Ke such a headache. In his life, he had killed countless martial saints and martial kings. He had fought in many tough battles. However, he had never been in such a sorry state before. He had already forgotten his purpose in coming here. He only wanted to tear Xiao Chen into pieces, to resolve the hatred in his heart. Seeing Xiao Chen hiding in the Eastern Emperor bell, Song Ke did his best to calm himself down and think carefully. Although the rebound of this secret treasure is strong, it is still within the limits of my control. Furthermore, this secret treasure is definitely a damaged secret treasure. As long as I focus my energy on one point and attack continuously, I will definitely be able to break this secret treasure. I can definitely break this secret treasure. After Song Ke made up his mind, he immediately leaped up and hacked at the Eastern Emperor bell. A huge rebound came. This time, Song Ke was prepared. He quickly spun in the air and after a while, The rebound dissipated into nothingness. Song Kei's figure flashed and he flew back to the Eastern Emperor bell. He hacked at the same spot as before. He did this repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, Song Kei hacked at least 100 times. The sound of the bell reverberated unceasingly, spreading throughout the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion like a sponge. When the many inner disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion heard this sound, they all felt it was strange. They all curiously rushed over to the source of the sound. Xiao Qin, who was hiding in the Eastern Emperor bell, also felt extremely uncomfortable. That drawn-out bell chime nearly ruptured his eardrums. His internal organs were churning non-stop. He wanted to vomit, but he could not vomit anything. After hacking at the Eastern Emperor bell for a few hundred times, a small crack finally appeared on it. Song Kei's face lit up with joy and he suddenly leaped up. In the blink of an eye, he was more than 1,000 meters above the ground. He wanted to deal the final blow, to completely destroy this damn bell and pull Xiao Qin out and hack him into pieces. The bell suddenly stopped ringing. Xiao Qin felt it was strange. He used his spiritual sense to observe carefully and he instantly saw the crack on the bell. He could not help but feel some lingering fear. If this Eastern Emperor bell was really broken, with his true strength, he would not even be able to block a single move from Song Quebec. Never mind, since I am going to die anyway, why don't I give it my all? A resolute look flashed in Xiao Qian's eyes as he watched Song Kei descend from the sky. Chapter 167. Suddenly, the Eastern Emperor bell soared into the air. Xiao Qin stretched out his right hand and grabbed the bottom of the Eastern Emperor bell. He shouted and swept it at Song Kei, who was charging at him. Song Kei was horrified. He had been attacking the Eastern Emperor bell all this time. However, when he saw that Xiao Qin did not react, he was already out of habit. Song Kei was thinking that he only needed one more attack to get Xiao Qin out. Xiao Qin had not expected Xiao Qin to charge at him with the bell in hand. Xiao Qian's rapidly descending body trembled. Before Xiao Qin could react, Xiao Qin sent him flying with a bang. The huge recoil caused Song Kei to fly back like he was swatting a fly. He vomited a mouthful of blood in the air and landed on the ground. Many of the inner disciples who had rushed over after hearing the bell had just stabilized themselves when they saw this inconceivable scene. An inferior-grade martial grandmaster had sent a peak martial king flying back while vomiting blood. No one could figure out what was going on. This mouthful of blood was actually the qi and blood that Song Kei had been suppressing. From the first strike, Song Kei had not dissipated the recoil from the Eastern Emperor bell. He had only used his cultivation realm to suppress it. He had struck the Eastern Emperor bell for close to 1,000 times. The suppressed energy in his body had already reached a horrifying level. If he continued suppressing it for a long time, it would cause hidden injuries to his body. Hence, when Song Kei vomited this mouthful of blood, his body actually felt very refreshed. However, even though his body felt refreshed, his heart felt even more upset. Song Kei looked at the crowd that was still rushing over. He felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. He thought to himself that he had completely lost all his face today. A peak master was actually forced into such a sorry state by a junior. This joke was getting out of hand. As the saying goes, break a crutch and break a fall. Song Kei's emotions had completely calmed down. Since it had already come to this, as long as he could kill this person, there was no need to care about morality. When Song Kei saw Xiao Qin charging over with the bell, he knew the strangeness of the Eastern Emperor bell. He had already lost all his face, so he did not mind losing some more face. He did not choose to clash head-on. Relying on his advantage in speed, he quickly dodged Xiao Qian's attack. Then, everyone saw an incredible scene. An inferior-grade martial grand master used a damaged secret treasure to crush a peak martial king, forcing him to flee. It was a very impressive sight. Seeing the crowd pointing at him, Song Kei remained expressionless. He looked coldly at Xiao Qin and easily dodged Xiao Qian's attack. Xiao Qin also knew what Song Kei was thinking. He was waiting for Xiao Qin to exhaust his essence qi before dealing a fatal blow. In any case, he had already thrown caution to the wind. Xiao Qin also knew what the outcome would be. He held the Eastern Emperor bell and smiled as he chased. Song Kei, your father really knows how to name you. He knows that you lack morals, heart, and calcium, so he gave you some. Why are you running? You are a bona fide peak master. You do not even dare to have a proper battle with me, an insignificant inferior grade martial grandmaster? Weren't you quite awe-inspiring just now? Why are you acting like a tortoise now? How long are you going to hide? I'll bear with it. Let's see how long you can shout for. Song Ke felt sullen in his heart. However, he did not fall for Xiao Chen's trick. If he attacked now, Xiao Chen would place the Eastern Emperor Bell on his head. He could only think of another way to break the Eastern Emperor Bell. At that time, the gains would not make up for the losses. Instead, it would be a waste of time. Xiao Chen might as well let him be pleased for now. When his essence ran out, Xiao Chen would torture him and make him kneel and beg for mercy, living a life worse than death. Who is this brat? How can he be so arrogant? To think he dares to speak to Song Ke like that? This brat seems to be Lu Riyue's new disciple. He is called Yi Qin. He is only an inferior grade martial grandmaster. Lu Riyue is already arrogant enough. I did not expect this brat to be even more arrogant than her. Indeed, the disciple is like the master. These Heavenly Saber Pavilion inner disciples had good judgment. Naturally, they would not be foolish enough to think that Xiao Chen could defeat a martial king and force Song Ke to flee. There had to be a reason for this that they did not know. Furthermore, Song Ke dodged very easily. He did not panic at all. Even so, everyone was filled with admiration for Xiao Chen's courage. If this brat survives today, his name will definitely shake the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It seems like the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has not had such a bustling event in a long time. Indeed, a disciple who just entered the sect a few months ago actually dares to challenge a peak master. In the history of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, this is unprecedented and will not happen again. Although the Eastern Emperor Bell was damaged, it was still one of the peak secret treasures of the human race. As Xiao Chen controlled the Eastern Emperor Bell, his essence was depleting very quickly. The river in his dantian was slowly drying up. Xiao Chen thought to himself, I can't continue playing around. I have to run. Although it would be difficult to escape with the strength of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chen still had to give it a try. He could not just sit there and wait for death. Just as Xiao Chen was preparing to use the Eastern Emperor Bell to open a path and leave this place, the Eastern Emperor Bell in his hand suddenly trembled. It turned into a small, exquisite bell and landed in Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen hated that he could not trample on this Eastern Emperor Bell until it smashed to smithereens. This was not the first time the Eastern Emperor Bell had failed. Every time it happened, it was at a crucial moment. Every time it happened, it was a life-threatening moment. When Song Ke saw the Eastern Emperor Bell suddenly disappear, he was stunned. He thought that Xiao Chen was playing a trick on him. When he saw Xiao Chen quickly flee, he came to his senses. He had finally endured to the end. Song Ke could not help but laugh loudly. Little bastard, let's see where you can run to. Xiao Chen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. His figure was like a rushing flood dragon, flying on flat ground. Unfortunately, the difference in cultivation realm was too great. Even with a heaven-ranked cultivation technique, his speed could not compare to a peak martial king. A white light flashed and Song Chenhe appeared behind Xiao Chen. He sent out a kick. This kick tore through the air and gave off an intense sonic boom. It landed heavily on Xiao Chen's back. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. His body slid forward continuously. Song Ke had actually controlled his strength in this kick. He did not want Xiao Chen to die so quickly. Otherwise, the force of this kick would have shattered all of Xiao Chen's internal organs. Why don't you run? Run for me. The rage that Song Ke had endured for a long time was finally revealed at this moment. He revealed a gloomy expression as he walked unhurriedly towards Xiao Chen. In his eyes, Xiao Chen, who had lost the Eastern Emperor Bell, was like an ant. He could play with him however he wanted, but he could not go overboard. If he was not careful, the ant would be squashed to death. When Song Ke thought of this, he could not help but laugh loudly. It was like he was possessed. He was in a state of madness. However, just at this moment, Lu Riyue, who was holding the lunar shadow saber in the distance, finally completed a certain ritual. Her already extremely weak body became even more unbearable. After the ritual was completed, the lunar shadow saber in her hand glowed brightly like a miniature sun. It quickly flew toward Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin, who was on the ground, stretched out his hand naturally and grabbed the saber's hilt. The light on the saber instantly disappeared and it became ordinary again. When Song Ke, who was originally startled, saw this, he calmed down. "Trashy master, long time no see. You are still as trashy as ever." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out in Xiaoqin's heart. Xiaoqin became excited and forgot about the pain in his body. He exclaimed, "Oh Jiao, is that you? Is that you? Is that you? Is that you?" Xiaoqin asked no 3 times in a row. It was clear how excited he was in his heart. That familiar voice rang out again, "It has only been such a short time and you can't even recognize my voice. You really make me sad. Furthermore, the one who woke me up was actually a young lady. I thought I would see you the moment I woke up." The familiar voice rang out again. Without a doubt, Xiaoqin was pleasantly surprised. However, when he heard Ao Jiao's words, he could not help but feel confused. "Why did you seal yourself back then? Do you know that I—" Before Xiaoqin could finish speaking, Ao Jiao interrupted him. "Don't you want a subdivine weapon? I won't explain it to you. I don't have much time left. Let's deal with this old man first. I'll borrow your body for a while. Don't resist." The moment Ao Jiao spoke, Xiaoqin felt a strong mental energy enter his mind. Knowing that this was Ao Jiao, Xiaoqin did not resist and handed over control of his body. Slowly, Xiaoqin felt a strange state. His thoughts were very clear and he could see the outside clearly. However, he could not make any movements. When Song Ke saw that Xiaoqin was slowly getting up, he laughed coldly in his heart. Then he sent a kick at Xiaoqin. Another intense sonic boom resounded in the air. Xiaoqin revealed a gentle smile on his face. No, it should be Ao Jiao's smile now. It was somewhat strange for a man to have such a smile. Ao Jiao stretched her body and used her left hand to block Song Ke's kick, which was faster than the speed of sound. Then, she casually pulled back and lifted Song Ke's body into the air. What's going on? Song Ke was incomparably terrified. Xiaoqin actually blocked his attack. Not only did he block it, but he also lifted him up. This was too unreasonable. Song Ke calmed down and took a deep breath. His upper body was in the air and he did a difficult sit-up. Then he swung the saber in his hand at Xiaoqin's head. Ao Jiao's palm struck Song Ke's wrist. Song Ke felt his arm go numb, and the saber fell to the ground. But Ao Jiao's right hand slapped Song Ke, who was in midair. The strength of this slap was so great that Song Ke's body was immediately slapped back, and there were 5 clear handprints on the right side of his face. This slap was incredibly resounding. Not only did it knock out all the surrounding Heavenly Saber Pavilion inner disciples, but it also knocked them unconscious. Song Ke was completely fooled by the slap. What's going on? Didn't I endure for so long because I was waiting for this brat to exhaust his primordial chi so that I could torture him to death? Why is it that I just had a kick and the situation changed again? He is just an inferior grade martial grandmaster, yet he lifted me up and even slapped me. I am a peak martial king. This is impossible. Chapter 168. Song Ke roared angrily and stood up again. He used his palm as a saber and chopped at Xiaoqin's neck, creating a strong wind. Pa! Ao Jiao sent out another backhand slap, landing on Song Ke's left cheek. This slap not only caused his cheek to swell up, but it also caused his essence to disappear without a trace. Little bastard! Let go of this old man. Otherwise, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Song Ke roared in pain. He exerted all his strength with his right leg, trying to struggle free from Ao Jiao's right hand. However, Ao Jiao's thumb was pinching a very strange place on his ankle. It prevented his surging essence from reaching the meridians on his thigh. Ao Jiao snorted coldly. You still dare to be stubborn? You are courting death. Put, 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 put. Xiaoqin's right hand slapped Song Ke's face repeatedly. Song Ke's head swayed left and right like a rattle drum. his face was swollen like a balloon. He looked very pitiful. Instantly, everyone at the foot of the mountain was dumbfounded. They stared at the scene in disbelief. Only the sound of the slaps reverberated continuously at the foot of the mountain. Song K finally could not endure it any longer. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Ao Jiao revealed an expression of disgust. She flipped her hand and pushed, lifting Song K's body up, avoiding the blood. Bang! There was a loud sound. Ao Jiao carried Song K like he was a piece of wood and slammed him to the ground. Bang! 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 Ao Jiao was having fun. She carried Song K and slammed him to the left, then to the right. Her speed became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, she had slammed him countless times. This was a dignified martial king. Why were they being toyed with like toys? Everyone felt that this was absurd, that it was unreal. However, there were a few people who were more observant. They discovered that it was not that Song K was too weak. Instead, it was that Xiao Qin had become too strong. He was like a different person from before. His strength was unfathomable. Is it because of that saber? Someone finally thought of the crux of the problem and asked uncertainly. It is very possible. There might be a powerful character sealed in that saber. She used listening to the sword and communicating with it. The clear-headed Xiao Qin saw all this and was incomparably astonished. Although Xiao Qin knew that Ao Jiao was strong, he had not expected the Thunder Emperor's item spirit to be this strong. Ao Jiao treated a peak martial king as child's play. She was already this strong. How strong was the Thunder Emperor back then? What kind of shocking battle did he encounter for him to be forced into a dead end? Boom! Just as Xiao Qin was thinking, Song K's body suddenly released an intense light. Suddenly, it turned into a saber giving off a bright light and left Ao Jiao's hand with a dhing sound. This is a technique that only a martial king can grasp. It combines with the martial spirit. He actually dared to reveal his martial spirit. Xiao Qin looked at the radiant saber and felt somewhat surprised. Everyone knew that the martial spirit was the most important support for a cultivator. If the martial spirit was destroyed, the cultivator's cultivation would be crippled and they would become a true cripple. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would reveal their martial spirit. Presumably, Song K was also forced into a corner. However, Song K's martial spirit seemed to be rather ordinary. It was just a mediocre long saber. The saber turned into a beam of light and quickly flew into the sky. Then with a hong sound, it turned back into Song K's appearance. The thick saber in Song K's hand had already disappeared. In its place was a dazzling saber. This saber was Song K's martial spirit. After Song K used his martial spirit, his aura was much stronger than before. The pressure he gave off increased greatly. There was actually a trace of the aura of a martial monarch. Mount Tai suppression. Boundless rage flashed on Song K's swollen face. He stared at Xiao Qin on the ground and shouted loudly. A majestic mountain appeared behind Song Quebec. There were many trees on the mountain and countless flowers and plants. It was overflowing with greenery. When one looked at it, they could even see some birds and beasts standing on the mountain. This mysterious phenomenon can actually materialize living creatures. Xiao Qin looked at the rapidly descending mountain and said in astonishment. He did not know how Ao Jiao was going to break it. It was like a huge mountain was pressing down on the ground. The surrounding cultivators all felt a huge pressure. It was like the mountain was right above their heads. They immediately scattered in all directions. Ao Jiao's expression did not change. Instead, she revealed a faint smile. She stretched out her hand and grabbed the lunar shadow saber that was stabbed into the ground. Rumble! The instant the saber hilt landed in Ao Jiao's hand, the sky turned dark. Countless dark clouds churned and covered the sky, completely blocking out the sunlight. Thunder rumbled in the dark clouds. Suddenly, hundreds and thousands of lightning bolts appeared. They tore through the dark sky, like 10,000 horses galloping. They were boundlessly majestic, illuminating the dark space in an incomparably resplendent manner. The electricity gathered on Ao Jiao's body and instantly disappeared. The surroundings turned dark once again. All this happened in an instant. The surrounding people all felt that it was unreal. Drawing the saber. Just as everyone was doubting whether the scene of the sky tearing apart was real or not, the lunar shadow saber suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light. It was the gathering of thousands of lightning bolts. It was extremely resplendent. The light was so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. It felt like their eyes were being pricked by needles. Bang! The instant Mount Tai pressed down, the lunar shadow saber struck the base of the tall mountain. There was an intense explosion, and the majestic mountain shattered into countless pieces. The mysterious phenomenon was broken. Logically speaking, Song Ke should have suffered a huge backlash at this moment. However, although his face became a little paler, he did not suffer any serious internal injuries. Jadeite Mountain Range. The shattered mountain rocks suddenly condensed in the middle of the sky, forming an endless chain of mountain peaks. As far as the eye could see, there were mountain ranges stacked on top of each other. The peaks were majestic, and the mountains and plains were like a painting. It was a beautiful scene of mountains and rivers, a group of jadeite mountains. Ao Jiao revealed a faint smile on her face. Like before, there were no major changes. Regardless of whether Mount Tai pressed down or the jadeite mountain range, I will remain unmoved, smiling at the wind and clouds. Whew! Just as the mountain range was about to completely form, Ao Jiao tossed the lunar shadow saber into the air. With a schwa sound, the lunar shadow saber turned into a huge thunder rock. Is this the rank 6 demonic core of the lunar shadow saber? Xiao Chen asked uncertainly as he looked at the thunder rock in the air. This was because the aura of this thunder rock was far more horrifying than a rank 6 demonic beast. After a while, Xiao Chen said in astonishment, "Could it be that this is the Thunder King's martial spirit?" The thunder rock spread its wings and gave off a deafening cry. Its claws flickered with a boundless electric light as it slashed through the air. The electric light flickered and a pitch-black space appeared. The thunder rock actually tore this space apart. The pitch-black space slowly expanded. In the blink of an eye, the endless chain of mountains was swallowed up by the darkness. Song Ke was astonished. He swung his saber in the air and shouted, 10,000 years, heaven and earth exist forever. Only I am immortal, beautiful mountains and rivers." Ao Jiao revealed an impatient expression and said coldly, "Are you done yet?" There was a flash of white light and she appeared in the middle of the college entrance examination. The thunder rock turned back into the lunar shadow saber and flew back into her hands. Before Song Ke's beautiful mountains and rivers could form, she used the saber to cut a long wound on Song Ke's chest. The electric light on the wound leaped around. Song Ke's martial technique was interrupted and he suffered even more injuries. He vomited a mouthful of blood and quickly fell to the ground like a kite with its string cut. Bang! Ao Jiao's figure was like a ghost as she appeared behind Song Quebec. She sent out a kick and sent Song Ke flying into the air. Then, just as he was about to land, she appeared again and sent him flying again. This repeated over and over again. Every time she sent out a kick, Song Ke would vomit a mouthful of blood. After a long time, Ao Jiao finally stopped. Song Ke's body finally landed heavily on the ground like a rubber ball. There was a loud bang and dust was kicked up. Song Ke's body bounced on the ground a few times before he stopped struggling. Only at this moment did Song Ke realize that he was not a match for Ao Jiao. The enemy he faced was most likely a peak martial monarch. The other party did not care about him at all. His Mount Tai suppression, jadeite mountains, and beautiful mountains and rivers were all child's play in her eyes. She was just toying with him. When Song Ke saw Ao Jiao slowly walking over, he started to feel fear in his heart. An aura of death appeared in his heart. He moved his body and retreated continuously. He said loudly, "Don't kill me. I will never dare to have any designs on Qingyun Peak again." A peak master actually begged Xiao Chen for mercy. The many heavenly Saber Peak inner disciples in the distance were all astonished. They all looked down on Song Ke in their hearts. He was too spineless. There were a few disciples wearing Biyun Peak's uniform in the crowd. When they saw this scene, they all blushed. If their peak master was so spineless, they would not be able to face others in the future. Ding ding dang dang. Suddenly, there was the melodious sound of a zither coming from the sky. All sorts of musical instruments mixed together, giving off a heavenly sound. It made everyone feel at ease for some reason. When they looked up, they saw a crystalline jade ship surrounded by clouds. The music did not stop, coming from afar. In an instant, it flew from the horizon to the eyes of the crowd. An exquisite girl flew from the bow of the ship, passing through the clouds. She was like a fairy as she slowly descended from the sky. When Song Ke saw this person, he revealed an expression of joy. He said loudly, "Martial Ant Shin, quickly come and save me. This person has offended his superiors, deceived his master, and attacked the Biyun Peak's peak master. He has already committed a great crime." Shameless. When everyone heard this, these words instantly appeared in their hearts. A dignified peak master, a peak martial king, was actually reduced to using sect rules to suppress the younger generation. In the 10,000 years of history of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, there had never been such a shameless peak master. He had completely lost the face of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When the fairy-like girl in the sky saw this scene, she could not help but frown slightly. Earlier, after she forced Chu Xinyun to tell her why she was injured, she immediately rushed over. Chapter 169. She understood Song Ke's temper very well. She originally thought that she had rushed over to stop Song Ke from making things difficult for Qingyun Peak. She did not expect the situation to be like this. It was the complete opposite of what she expected. After Ao Jiao raised her head and glanced at this person, she did not look at him a second time. She knew that she no longer had the opportunity to kill Song Quebec. She turned around and walked towards Lu Ryue, who was lying on the ground. Lu Ryue used listening to the sword and communicating with it with her severely injured body. She was currently very weak. If she did not receive proper treatment, she might even lose some of her cultivation. Ao Jiao controlled Xiao Chen's body and walked over to Lu Ryue. Under Lu Suifeng's flabbergasted gaze, she carried Lu Ryue from his embrace. Lu Ryue was currently extremely weak. Even if she wanted to resist, she did not have the strength to struggle free from Ao Jiao's hands. She could not help but look at Xiao Chen with doubt in her eyes. Lu Ryue instinctively felt that something was wrong with the current Xiao Chen. He asked doubtfully, "Yi Chen, what are you doing?" At the same time, Xiao Chen had a bad premonition. At the same time he asked, "Ao Jiao, what are you trying to do?" Ao Jiao ignored the voices of the two. She pressed her lips against Lu Ryue's. A golden light blossomed between his lips and slowly flowed into Lu Ryue's mouth. This was the purest essence of heaven and earth. It contained boundless life force and many other benefits. "Damn it, Ao Jiao, are you trying to kill me?" "No, I am trying to save someone." "How dare you say that?" "But why are you sticking your tongue out?" "Bastard. This? I have never kissed before, so I could not help but give it a try." "Shut up. You are still trying to act innocent after getting the advantage." Lu Ryue stared at Xiao Chen with wide eyes. Her gaze was filled with astonishment. Xiao Chen met her gaze and saw her expression clearly. He could see her expression clearly, but he couldn't move his body, so he couldn't feel anything. Ao Jiao controlled Xiao Chen's body and left Lu Ryue's lips. The sound was not loud, but it was very quiet at the foot of the mountain. However, this was like a heavy bomb exploding in the hearts of the surrounding Heavenly Saber Pavilion inner disciples. All of a sudden, these people's hearts were shattered. Everyone knew that there were 3 goddesses in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion: the young pavilion master, Leng Liusu, Jade Maiden Peak's Chu Xinyun, and Qingyun Peak's Lu Ryue. Although Lu Ryue did not have as many pursuers as the previous 2, this was only because her temper was too fiery. However, no one dared to deny Lu Ryue's beauty. Her temperament was filled with a mature charm. Her charm was not something that inexperienced girls like Leng Liusu or Chu Xinyun could compare to. In every man's heart, there was a dream of a domineering elder sister. This should be Lu Ryue's first kiss. Aside from the initial shock, everyone looked at Xiao Chen with different gazes. They were filled with undisguised envy, jealousy, and hatred. With a loud bang, their hearts were completely shattered. Ao Jiao revealed an expression of enjoyment. In the eyes of the crowd, It was as wretched as it could be. It's over. In the future, there will only be 2 goddesses in our heavenly saber pavilion. Indeed, this brat is too dishonest. It's fine if you kissed her, but why did you have to show such a wretched expression? I hate it. If only it were me. This is senior sister Lu Ryue's first kiss. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted into an uproar. The way they looked at Xiaochen turned from envious, jealous, and hateful expressions into murderous gazes. However, the crowd did not know that Xiaochen was suffering in silence. He had already started cursing. If he felt anything, it would be fine. However, he did not feel anything at all. His first kiss was gone just like that. He had become the scapegoat for Ao Jiao. Trashy master, remember to comprehend listening to the sword and communicating with it as soon as possible. That way, I will be able to come out and play occasionally. Also, remember to refine the broken sword in the universe ring as soon as possible. Ao Jiao's cheerful voice sounded somewhat fatigued. After she spoke, Xiaochen felt dizzy. He regained control of his body. He recovered his wits and quickly let go of Lu Ryue. When he saw her blood-stained face, he said anxiously, "Elder sister Ryue?" Lu Ryue smiled faintly. Her pretty face was like a flower. Even though her face was covered in blood, it could not hide her charm. "Don't be silly, I know it was not you." After Lu Ryue spoke, she closed her eyes and sat down cross-legged. She started to slowly absorb the essence of heaven and earth into her body. The essence of heaven and earth that Ao Jiao gave Lu Ryue this time was even more than what she gave by previously. She would need at least half a month to completely absorb it. It could be said that this was a blessing in disguise for Ao Jiao. Not only would her cultivation not drop, it would even improve after half a month. Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. When his gaze fell on Lu Ryue's long eyelashes, he discovered that her eyelashes could not help but tremble slightly. It looks like elder sister Ryue is not as calm as she said. Xiaochen sighed in his heart. He did not know whether this was a blessing or a disaster. How should he face this in the future? Pu Ci. Song Ke, who was not far away, asked the mysterious girl for a medicinal pill. The pained expression on his face finally eased up a little. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the horrifying aura on Xiaochen's body had completely disappeared. It was obvious that the state he was in earlier had disappeared. When Song Ke thought of the humiliation he suffered today, he felt very sullen. When he saw that Xiaochen was not paying attention to him, a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Xiaochen's body bounced up in the air and he picked up the saber on the ground. There was a flash of white light, and Song Ke had already arrived behind Xiaochen. He raised the saber in his hand and swung it down ruthlessly at Xiaochen's back. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they were astonished. This Song Ke was simply too shameless. He actually used a sneak attack on a junior. Xiaochen's heart tightened. My life is over. From the moment Song Ke grasped his saber, he felt a sharp killing chi. However, without Ao Jiao possessing his body, even if he felt the killing chi, his body would not be able to react in time to a peak martial king. The most important thing was that he was attacked from behind. If he wanted to counterattack, he would not even have the chance to turn around. Scram! Just at this moment, a shout came from the summit of Qingyun Mountain. It was the word scram. It was like it traveled through time and space and pierced through space. It carried a boundless force as it smashed into Song Ke's body. The crowd seemed to clearly see the word scram imprinted on Song Ke's body. A small world appeared in the sky. Song Ke's body suddenly curled up and rolled back like a rubber ball. Boom, boom, boom. After rolling for an unknown distance, Song Ke's figure completely disappeared from the foot of Qingyun Peak. After taking a trip to the gates of hell, Xiaochen felt a chill run down his back. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Who is Yi Chen? Suddenly, 4 martial kings wearing the law enforcement hall's uniform descended from the sky. After they landed, they immediately asked loudly. It turned out that when Song Qianhe saw that his father was in danger, he had sent people to inform the law enforcement hall. Seeing that the law enforcement hall's people had arrived, Song Qianhe, who was wrapped up like a dumpling, quickly jumped out. He pointed at Xiaochen and said loudly, He is the one who has no respect for his elders. First, he insulted my father. Then he borrowed a secret treasure and tried to kill the Biyun Peak's peak master. He has committed great crimes. I beseech the Law Enforcement Hall's elders to kill this person on the spot. The Law Enforcement Hall knows what they are doing. It is not up to you to interfere. One of the people looked at Song Qianhe with disgust. Another person took a step forward and said to Xiao Qin, "Come with us. We will investigate this matter before you leave." When Lu Ruyue, who was sitting cross-legged and recuperating, heard the Law Enforcement Hall's voice, she quickly got up and interrupted her recuperation. She said, "Wait a moment. I will personally make a trip to the Law Enforcement Hall 3 days from now. Would everyone please take your leave for now?" Lu Ruyue was very clear on what kind of place the Law Enforcement Hall was. They would handle ordinary matters impartially. However, if it involved the upper echelons of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, after Xiao Qin entered, he would not have a chance to come out. Who knows what will happen in 3 days? If you want to explain yourself, then come with us now. That person did not accept Lu Ruyue's suggestion and said in an unyielding manner. Lu Ruyue was injured. Naturally, she could not follow them now. Xiao Qin took the initiative and said, "Don't make things difficult for my master. I will go with you." Boom. Just at this moment, a rectangular wooden box landed in front of the 4 Law Enforcement Hall Marshal Kings. The wooden box was facing the 4 Law Enforcement Hall Marshal Kings. The wooden box looked very ordinary. One could not see anything different about it with the naked eye. However, there were 4 bold and tyrannical words written on it, like an emperor had arrived personally. When the 4 Law Enforcement Hall Marshal Kings saw the words on the wooden box, their expressions changed greatly. They raised their heads and bowed respectfully to the summit of Qingyun Peak. Then, they left the place as though they were fleeing. It was like an invisible hand had descended from the sky and grabbed the wooden shavings. With a sh sound, the hand withdrew as though nothing had happened. That wooden box looked familiar. However, Xiao Qin could not be bothered to think about it. He turned around and pushed Lu Ruyue down again. He said, "Continue recuperating. You wasted all the time you spent recuperating." Lu Ruyue nodded gently. She had a complicated gaze as she looked at the towering summit of Qingyun Peak. She sighed to herself and sat down cross-legged again. The mysterious fairy-like girl had a gentle smile on her face. She slowly walked to Xiao Chen's side and said, "Heroes emerge from youth. I have made this trip for nothing. If you have time in the future, I hope that little brother Yi can make a trip to Jade Maiden Peak." After she spoke, the girl took out a bottle of medicinal pills and handed it to Lu Suifeng. She instructed him to hand it to Lu Ruyue. Lu Suifeng's pig-like face revealed an excited expression. However, what happened next caused the excitement in his heart to instantly vanish. The girl handed a name card to Xiao Qin and said, "If you have time, please make a trip to Jade Maiden Peak." Under the envious gazes of all the surrounding Heavenly Saber Pavilion inner disciples, Xiao Qin received the name card. The aura of this girl was extraordinary. With one glance, it was as though he had fallen into a deep abyss, unable to extricate himself. He could not help but feel it was strange. How could there be such a beautiful girl in Jade Maiden Peak? She is even more outstanding than Chu Xinyun. He cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks for elder sister's invitation. If I have time in the future, I will definitely make a trip to Jade Maiden Peak." After Xiao Qin spoke, the surrounding people all revealed strange expressions. They could not help but think in their hearts, "This brat is too shameless. He is even more shameless than that old man Song Ke." Chapter 170. When the girl heard this, she was stunned at first. Then she laughed out loud. She was like a fairy, captivating everyone and causing them to raise their eyebrows. "Remember to come. I will take my leave first." After the girl spoke, she floated up and returned to the jade ship. The celestial music rang out again. The fairy rode on the misty jade ship and slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing everyone's gaze, Xiao Qin felt like he said something wrong. However, he could not figure out what went wrong. He could not help but look at Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng moved closer to Xiao Chen's ear and said in a low voice, "That was our ancestral martial aunt earlier. She is more than 200 years old. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, She is like an immortal. Even though Xiao Chen's skin was thicker than the city walls, he could not help but blush at this moment. He actually called a 200-year-old ancestral martial aunt Lu Suifeng elder sister. This joke was too big. Lu Suifeng continued, "Ancestral martial aunt actually personally handed me the medicinal pill. She thinks too highly of me. In the future, when I chase after Miss Xinyun, I will be able to get twice the results with half the effort." However, when he saw Xiao Chen casually place the name card in his bosom, the pride in his heart instantly vanished. He could only sigh, comparisons are odious. Since the surrounding disciples had nothing to see, they all left. After this battle, Yi Chen's name would definitely spread throughout the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Not only did he defeat the Martial King of Biyun Peak, he even received a personal invitation from the Jade Maiden Peak's ancestral martial aunt. In the past few hundred years, no one had been as glorious as Xiao Chen. After everyone left, Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng stayed behind to take care of Lu Ryue, who was in the midst of recuperating. The sun completely disappeared into the horizon. Night finally descended. Lu Ryue's injuries were clearly very severe, aside from her internal injuries. Aside from internal injuries, there were even more horrifying external injuries. Her body was covered in saber wounds of varying depths. It looked very horrifying. This time, Lu Ryue would not be able to recover completely without at least half a month. Furthermore, with so many scars on her body, it would be very unsightly. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of the medicinal pills in the Compendium of Cultivation. There was a beauty-nourishing pill for women. After consuming it, removing scars was just an additional function. The most important thing was to make the woman's skin look like water, whiter and smoother. Furthermore, the effects could last for 40 years. However, he needed too many herbs. It would be very troublesome to find them. Xiao Chen recalled Lu Suifeng mentioning that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had a great medicinal herb store. So, he asked, "Suifeng, where is the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's medicinal herbs?" Lu Suifeng replied, "It's on Jade Maiden Peak. There is a very large medicinal field there. Almost all the medicinal herbs in the world are grown there. Why are you asking about this?" When Xiao Chen heard this, he rejoiced in his heart. He quickly asked, "How can I buy them? Spirit stones?" "Spiritual." Xiao Lu, he, spiritual, he was he. Lu Suifeng quickly replied. These were the most basic things in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If he stayed here for a while longer, he would know. "Merit points?" Xiao Chen said, "What is it? I've been here for so long. How come I've never heard of it?" Lu Suifeng smiled gently and said, "You have always been training in the dueling grounds and have never gone out. How could you possibly know? There is a hall in the heaven viewing platform that gives out missions. After inner disciples complete their missions there, they can receive their contribution points. These merit points can be exchanged for spirit stones, medicinal pills, medicinal herbs of different ages, battle armors, soul weapons, martial techniques, and cultivation techniques. Almost anything related to cultivation can be exchanged. After you find enough contribution points, you can go to Jade Maiden Peak to exchange for the herbs you need. However, I see that ancestral martial aunt thinks very highly of you. Maybe you can do her a favor." The two of them stopped talking. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looks like the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is not as simple as I thought. There is already a complete internal system. However, this is normal. This is a sect that has existed for tens of thousands of years. If they do not even have a complete system, it would be strange. In the middle of the night, Lu Suifeng started to feel sleepy. Xiao Chen saw that there was no danger at the foot of the mountain, so he let Lu Suifeng go to sleep. He stood guard here alone. A cool breeze blew gently as Xiao Chen sat beside Lu Ryue. He had nothing to do as he looked at the night sky filled with stars. Using the weak starlight, Xiao Chen took out the flowing cloud scripture that Lu Chen gave him and slowly flipped through it. The weak starlight could not obstruct Xiao Chen's vision. After he advanced to Martial Grandmaster, he discovered that his sixth senses were much stronger than before. Although he could not see through the night like it was day, it was still easy for him to read the words in the book when he was awake. The flowing cloud scripture was derived from a remnant of an ancient martial scripture. The so-called martial scripture was very different from martial techniques and cultivation techniques. It could not be used directly in battle. It was not like martial techniques, which could manifest a cultivator's cultivation in their moves. It was also not like cultivation techniques, which could help a cultivator absorb spiritual energy to increase their cultivation. The martial scripture was similar to the nourishing life scriptures from his previous life. It was mainly used to regulate the essence in a cultivator's body. To put it more bluntly, it was to prevent the cultivator's essence from becoming chaotic and enter a state of berserking chi after cultivation. The martial scripture was not very useful for cultivators below martial king. This was because the essence in the body would not cause a situation like berserking chi. However, to Xiao Qin it was very beneficial. He used the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula to simulate more and more martial techniques. The effects were not that great yet. In the future, if he could not harmonize them with the martial techniques that he had learned, it would be a huge problem. If Xiao Qin prepared for a rainy day now, he would not have to worry about this problem in the future. After an unknown period of time, just as Xiao Qin was struggling to keep his eyes open, Lu Riyue suddenly opened her eyes and stood up. Xiao Qin instantly reacted. He said joyfully, "Elder Sister Riyue, your internal injuries should be more or less healed by now, right?" Lu Riyue smiled faintly, "Come with me to a place." Xiao Qin nodded gently and followed behind Lu Riyue, heading to the top of the mountain. Lu Riyue led Xiao Qin through many winding paths, secret routes that Xiao Qin did not know about. Finally, they stopped in front of a cave. Xiao Qin followed Lu Riyue into the cave. Not long after, he heard the sound of bubbling water. Warm, humid air wafted over. There should be a hot spring here, Xiao Qin guessed in his heart. However, he could not understand why Lu Riyue brought him here. Indeed, after walking for a while, a hot spring with steam rising from it appeared in front of the two of them. The steam permeated the surface of the water. There were bubbles coming out from time to time. "Turn around," Lu Riyue said softly. Xiao Qin's face turned slightly red. He guessed something. Lu Riyue took off her clothes, piece by piece. Then, there was a loud splash as she fell into the hot spring. Lu Riyue found a comfortable place to lie down. She said to Xiao Qin, "You can turn around now." Xiao Qin did not know what Lu Riyue was thinking. He could not figure it out. After hesitating for a while, he slowly turned around. After a while, he saw a scene of blood spurting out. He felt his blood surging. Amidst the mist, the blood on Lu Riyue's body had already faded away. Her voluptuous figure was faintly discernible in the water. It was incomparably tempting. It gave one the urge to commit a crime and immediately pounce over. "Come down, accompany me for a chat." Lu Riyue's voice sounded very lonely. It gave one a desolate feeling when they heard it. This immediately extinguished the burning flame in Xiao Qin's heart. With a piu tong sound, Xiao Qin jumped down and created a large splash. Then he slowly sat down opposite Lu Riyue. When Lu Riyue saw the situation, she burst out laughing. "Do you not take off your clothes when soaking in the hot spring?" Xiao Qin smiled bitterly in his heart. "I would like to take them off. However, how would I dare to do so in front of you?" He could only smile and say something that he did not mean. "It's fine. I am used to soaking in the hot spring like this. If I take off my clothes, I will feel uncomfortable." After laughing, Lu Riyue seemed to be in a much better mood. She explained, "This hot spring is not an ordinary hot spring. It originates from a medicinal spring in Jade Maiden Peak. By soaking in it, you can quickly treat your external injuries. When I was young, I liked to soak in the hot spring. At that time, there was not much water in the hot spring. I rarely came here. However, I was very happy every time." Lu Riyue revealed an extremely warm smile on her face. It was like she was recalling a very happy past. However, after a while, she turned desolate. "However, after Qingyun Peak declined, I came here more and more often. At that time, I would fight with people every day. When Sui Feng, Xiao Yang, and the others were young, they were often bullied. Every time, I would rush over immediately. No matter who bullied them, I would make them pay 10-fold or 100-fold. No matter how injured I was, I would make them pay. Since I was young, those people never gave up on the idea of swallowing Qingyun Peak. They used threats and temptations. They used all sorts of despicable methods. I endured until today. I would fight almost every once in a while. I forced myself to become stronger, walking step by step to where I am today. Lu Ryue was like a chatterbox. She spoke a lot in a short while. Aside from the grievances she suffered when she was young, she talked more about the glory of Qingyun Peak in the past. At that time, she was still young. Qingyun Peak was the top peak of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The dueling grounds were packed with people every day. The foot of the mountain was crowded with people every day. There was an endless stream of people coming and going. After that, she personally witnessed the tragic change in Qingyun Peak. Those people who tried to curry favor with Qingyun Peak all turned around and trampled on them. Such a huge change dealt a great blow to her young heart. Xiao Chun felt sorrowful in his heart. He felt that they were in the same boat. When he was young, he had fallen from the peak to the bottom as well. He had suffered the cold gazes and humiliation of everyone. However, that Xiao Chun chose to sink into depravity. From then on, he was unable to recover. If it were not for Xiao Chen's arrival, he might have been mediocre for the rest of his life. However, Lu Ryue chose to shoulder all of this alone. She turned into a rose with thorns. Her character was as sharp as a sword. She was ruthless to her enemies and even more ruthless to herself. Chapter 171. She hid her weak side under her saber, not letting anyone see it. After suppressing it for a long time, she poured out all the grievances and sufferings she had suffered in one breath. In the end, the corners of Lu Ryue's eyes turned moist. After a while, her tears turned into a smile. "Thank you for chatting with me for so long. Go back first, let me be alone for a while." Everyone needed to vent, especially those women who looked like strong women. If they kept the loneliness in their hearts, they would definitely suffer from it for a long time. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and slowly got up. He had already tossed aside the desires in his heart. Since he had completed his mission, there was no need to stay here any longer. Xiao Chun took out a set of clean clothes from the universe ring and placed them at the side of the hot spring. Then he jumped out and headed for the entrance of the cave. Xiao Chun knew that when he walked out of the cave and saw Lu Ryue again, she would turn back into that thorny rose. She would only reveal her saber-like appearance. She would no longer have the appearance of a little girl. Seeing Xiao Chun leave, Lu Ryue felt slightly disappointed in her heart. After a while, she smiled bitterly and shook her head. Then she sank her entire body into the water. The misty hot spring made one feel warm. However, one's heart slowly cooled down. There were some things that were impossible. One should not think about them. Early the next morning, Xiao Chun held the name card in his hand and thought about it carefully. In the end, he decided to make a trip to Jade Maiden Peak. Although the medicinal spring could speed up the healing of Lu Ryue's wounds, it would definitely not be as effective as the medicinal pill he was going to refine. However, in terms of removing scars, it was definitely not as good as the pill he was going to concoct. Thus, he wrote down all the herbs he needed and went to look for Lu Suifeng. When Lu Suifeng heard that Xiao Chun wanted him to bring him to Jade Maiden Peak, he quickly shook his head and said, "I can't. Look at how swollen my face is, like a pig's head. How can I go out like that? If Miss Xinyun saw me, I would feel like dying." Xiao Chun did not expect Lu Suifeng to use such a reason to reject him. He found it funny and settled for the next best thing. "Then, can you send me to the foot of Jade Maiden Peak?" Lu Suifeng laughed and said, "Let me say this first, I will not go up the mountain. I will go change into a cloak later." After a while, Lu Suifeng appeared wearing a pitch-black cloak. The hood completely covered his face in the shadows, making it hard for others to see him clearly. However, it looked somewhat strange. That's more like it. Lead the way," Xiao Chun said with a faint smile. When Lu Suifeng had nothing to do, he liked to go to Jade Maiden Peak. Thus, he was very familiar with the route. He led Xiao Chun to the foot of Jade Maiden Peak. Jade Maiden Peak towered high above the ground. Clouds and mist lingered at the peak, and there were countless lush greenery in the mountains. The entire Jade Maiden Peak was filled with a delicate fragrance. It could be smelled from far away, and when one smelled it, it made one feel relaxed and happy. What surprised Xiao Chen was that there were many disciples from the other peaks at the foot of the mountain. All of them were standing there elegantly in groups of 2s and 3s, chatting and laughing. There are Jade Maiden Peak disciples coming down the mountain. Suddenly, someone said loudly. The crowd was instantly stirred up, and they all rushed over like a swarm of bees. They did not care about their elegance as they pushed and shoved each other to the front. They only wanted to be the first to reach the Jade Maiden Peak disciples. Junior Sister Xiao, are you going to do a sect mission? Let me accompany you. I recently advanced to superior grade Martial Grandmaster. I can guarantee your safety. Junior Sister Xiao, I obtained an Earth-ranked spirit weapon a few days ago. My strength has increased greatly. Let me accompany you. Let me accompany you. Junior Sister Xiao, I have a profound ranked battle armor. I can give it to you and it will protect you. A girl in white clothes was surrounded by the crowd like the moon surrounded by stars. There were Heavenly Saber Pavilion inner disciples in the surroundings, trying to please her. They all expressed their desire to go with her to do sect missions. The girl with the surname Xiao had an impatient expression on her face. She ignored the people around her. In the end, she became annoyed and scolded the people around her. Only then did no one continue to follow her. Xiao Chen found it interesting and asked, "What's going on? Why is there a group of people surrounding a girl?" Lu Suifeng replied, "The other peaks of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion have more males than females. If those disciples want to find a girl, they can only target Jade Maiden Peak. However, men are not allowed to go up Jade Maiden Peak. So they can only wait at the bottom of the mountain." So that's the case. How did Lu Suifeng go up? When Xiao Chen thought of this, he could not help but ask suspiciously, could there be something special about Lu Suifeng? Lu Suifeng smiled proudly, "Who am I? How can these people compare to me? If I want to enter Jade Maiden Peak, it would be easy. Furthermore, I would be very popular. These people cannot compare to me." As he spoke, the Jade Maiden Peak disciple with the surname Xiao walked over to the two of them. Lu Suifeng was clearly nervous. He quickly stopped talking and lowered his head. The instant she walked past them, the girl suddenly stopped. She turned around and looked at Lu Suifeng carefully. After a while, she revealed a strange expression. "Lu Suifeng, why are you dressed like that? Didn't you apply for leave due to your injuries? Why are you so lively now? I was just about to look for you." Lu Suifeng smiled helplessly. "Junior Sister Xiao, I am here to accompany a friend. I am really injured. I'm not lying to you." Junior Sister Xiao snorted. "Who would believe you? Quickly come back with me. After you left for the past few days, there have been birds pecking at the herb field that I am in charge of. I was scolded by Master. Quickly come back with me and help me chase away those birds. Otherwise, I will tell Master that you are lying. You will not be allowed to go up there in the future. Let's see how you are going to chase after Senior Sister Chu then." Xiao Chen found it funny. So this Lu Suifeng is on Jade Maiden Peak, doing things like chasing birds to protect the herb field. He was so magnanimous earlier. No wonder he can go up Jade Maiden Peak. When the surrounding people heard that Junior Sister Xiao needed to go up the mountain to chase away the birds, they all surrounded her. They shouted, "Since he is not willing, I will go and help you." Junior Sister Xiao snorted and said, "Who asked you to go? Go somewhere cool and stay." Xiao Chen was astonished in his heart. He did not expect that there would be so many people fighting over a job like chasing birds. From this perspective, Lu Suifeng did indeed have the right to be arrogant. Lu Suifeng was forced into a corner. He was caught red-handed. He could only follow Junior Sister Xiao to Jade Maiden Peak. Xiao Chen followed behind the two of them in silence. Who is he? Doesn't he know that outsiders are not allowed to enter Jade Maiden Peak? Junior Sister Xiao said unhappily when she saw Xiao Chen following them. Lu Suifeng quickly explained, "He has a name card from Martial Grand Uncle. He was invited." "You are Yi Chen." Junior Sister Zhao's eyes lit up as she said in pleasant surprise. After a while, she pouted and said, "He does not look that good. Why did you chase Song K away?" This girl was really direct. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not reply. The three of them continued walking forward. Along the way, Xiao Chen found out how Lu Suifeng chased the birds away. The herb field on Jade Maiden Peak was very vast. Many of the birds on the mountain had their eyes on the herb field. Occasionally, they would go down and peck at the herbs. Furthermore, these birds were not ordinary birds. They had been bathing in the rich spiritual energy of Jade Maiden Peak for a long time. Their intelligence was much higher than the birds on the mountain. Once they found an opening, they would immediately swarm over. Just any one of the herbs in the herb field on the peak would be worth 1,000 gold. It would be a pity if an old herb was eaten by the birds. Hence, the upper echelons of Jade Maiden Peak had a headache dealing with these birds. Sometimes, when some spirit herbs matured, there would even be high-ranked flying spirit beasts coming over. Hence, every herb field would be guarded by people. There was a period of time when Jade Maiden Peak did not have enough manpower. Hence, they issued a sect mission. Lu Suifeng was very lucky and received this mission. Lu Suifeng was very good at chasing birds away. As long as it was the herb field that he was guarding, there would never be a bird pecking at it. Hence, when the deadline for the mission was up, the Jade Maiden Peak's peak master even gave him the position of a field guard, in charge of chasing birds away. Xiao Chen also found out that the girl with the surname Xiao was called Yuhuan. She was 14 years old this year. Along the way, she often pestered Xiao Chen and asked him some strange questions, giving him a headache. Soon, the group arrived at the first checkpoint. Xiao Chen handed over his martial granduncle's name card. The person guarding the checkpoint did not stop them. He even sent someone to lead the way for Xiao Chen. When they saw Xiao Chen directly climbing up Jade Maiden Peak, the people at the foot of the mountain were extremely astonished. Some of them thought that they would be able to climb up Jade Maiden Peak directly. In the end, before they reached the checkpoint, they were mercilessly thrown down from the slope. They fell flat on their faces and rolled down. They had lost a lot of face. "We can't go up. How can that brat go in directly?" Someone said in astonishment. There was someone who had seen Xiao Chen yesterday. He mocked. "He is using Martial Grand Uncle Shen's name card. If you have it, of course, you can go up directly as well." So, he is Yi Chen. He is only an inferior grade Martial Grandmaster. How did he chase Song Ke away? He used Qingyun Peak's secret treasure to chase Song Ke away. Furthermore, the old Peak Master of Qingyun Peak also made a move. With his strength, how could he be a match for the Biyun Peak's Peak Master? On the peak, Xiao Chen still could not hear these words. After he arrived at a herb field, he no longer traveled with Lu Suifeng and Xiao Yuhuan. Herb fields appeared in front of Xiao Chen one after another. It was an eye-opener. Lu Suifeng's words were indeed true. As he walked, he saw over 10,000 herbs. Aside from some spirit herbs that required a special environment to grow, all the herbs in the Tianwu continent could be easily found here. After a while, Xiao Chen was brought to the top of a steep cliff. There was a wooden pavilion at the side of the cliff. It stood in the air, like a pavilion in the sky. "Senior Brother Yi, wait here for a while. I will go and inform Martial Granduncle first." Xiao Chen nodded. Not long later, the girl who brought Xiao Chen here came out and led Xiao Chen to the hall of the pavilion. The fairy-like girl that he saw yesterday was sitting on a wooden chair with a gentle smile on her face. When Xiao Chen saw this girl again, he still could not believe that she was already over 200 years old. Chapter 172. However, this time, he did not dare to be careless. Xiao Chen said respectfully, "Yi Chen greets Ancestral Martial Aunt. I have offended you yesterday. I hope Ancestral Martial Aunt is magnanimous enough to forgive me." The girl smiled faintly and took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Xiao Chen. She said, "No problem. I did not expect you to fall today. I have something to ask you. Did you personally refine this pill?" Xiao Chen received it and took a look. It was the blood-replenishing pill that he personally refined. He started to think. Back then, when Nangong Yen saw the pill that I refined, he was incomparably shocked as well. Could it be that the pill that I refined has some sort of secret? However, this was not the time to think about this. How should he answer? After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chen decided to answer honestly, reporting to Ancestral Martial Aunt, This pill was indeed personally refined by me. I wonder if there is anything wrong with it? A strange look flashed in the depths of the fairy-like girl's eyes. She smiled and said, "There is nothing wrong with it. I would like to ask you to help me refine a pill. I wonder if you can help me with this?" Lingyun Mountain Range, at the foot of Qingyun Peak, Lung Liusu had a complicated expression as she stood there. After hesitating for a while, she finally made up her mind. She turned into a red shadow and quickly headed for the middle of the mountain. After a while, she arrived outside Lu Ryue's courtyard at the middle of Qingyun Peak. She took out a bottle of pills and clenched it tightly. Finally, she entered Lu Ryue's courtyard. "Young pavilion master, why are you here?" Xiao Meng came out from Lu Ryue's room. When she saw Lung Liusu, she asked in astonishment. Lung Liusu said indifferently, "Where is Lu Ryue? Is she in her room?" Xiao Meng knew about the grudge between Lu Ryue and Lung Liusu. She did not like Lung Liusu. She said softly, "Elder sister Ryue just fell asleep. It is best not to disturb her now." "She fell asleep? That's good too." Lung Liusu took out the bottle of pills and handed it to Xiao Meng. She said, "Although I do not know the name of this pill, it is quite effective in treating external and internal injuries." Xiao Meng received it suspiciously. She opened the bottle and took out a pill. She revealed a doubtful expression and said, "Why is it the same as the pill that Brother Yichen gave me?" Lung Liusu, who was already at the door, stopped. She turned around and asked Xiao Meng excitedly, "Brother Yichen gave you this pill?" Xiao Meng nodded and took out a bottle of medicinal pills from her pocket. She said, "This is the medicinal pill that Brother Yichen gave Xiao Yang. It's exactly the same as yours." "Yichen it is?" It was like a bolt of lightning struck Lung Liusu's mind. She was stunned. She did not expect it to be Xiao Chen. Could it be that he was by her side that night? Lung Liusu recovered her wits and said, "Where is he? Where did he go? Is he still at Qingyun Peak?" Lung Liusu suddenly felt a rush to find Xiao Chen. The truth was too unbelievable. The person she had been searching for so long was actually that perverted thief. Yichen went to Jade Maiden Peak with Sui Feng early in the morning. In Jade Maiden Peak, Xiao Chen felt that he heard wrong. His martial grand-uncle actually wanted him to help him refine a medicinal pill. Although he could not feel the other party's strength, Xiao Chen guessed that this person was at least a martial monarch. With such strength and being in Jade Maiden Peak for a long time, how could his alchemy skills be weak? "Martial grand-uncle, are you joking? Brat, what virtue or ability do you have to help martial grand-uncle refine medicine?" "My name is Shin Manjun. You can just call me Senior Shin." "Martial grand-uncle sounds very old." "Truth be told, I have never liked it," said Shin Manjun with a gentle smile. "I can sense the spirit core in your body, so I know the grade of your medicine. Therefore, the pill I want to concoct is not because of the grade, but because of the concoction method. I have a pill recipe here, take a look." Xiao Chen suddenly felt a lingering fear in his heart. He had actually sensed his spiritual core in an instant, but he had not felt it at all. Just how strong was this person? Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill. After taking a look at the alchemic recipe, Xiao Chen was startled. His expression did not change, and Xiao Chen looked at it carefully. After he finished looking, Xiao Chen somewhat understood what Shin Manjun meant. It turned out that the refining method of this pill was exactly the same as the alchemy method in the Compendium of Cultivation. Shin Manjun might not have been able to figure it out. After he saw Xiao Chen's blood-replenishing pill, he immediately felt that the refining method of this blood-replenishing pill was very different from the current refining method. This Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill requires an ancient alchemy method. I am completely unable to figure out how to do it. This blood-replenishing pill of yours should be refined using ancient alchemy methods. As long as you know how to do it, you should not be afraid of not being able to refine the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill, Shin Manjun said softly from the side. Xiao Chen thought very quickly. When he thought of Nangong Yan's attitude back then, he felt that he could not admit to this matter immediately. After all, one might know a person for a long time, but not their heart. Xiao Chen had only met Shin Manjun once or twice. If he admitted to it, it would be hard to guarantee the consequences. With his current strength, if something really happened to him, he would not be able to resist Shen Manjun at all. After he made up his mind, Xiaochen said in a deep voice, "Senior Shen, my alchemy methods came from a mysterious alchemist. I do not understand the refining method of this immortal cloud life-extending pill." Shen Manjuan's eyes were filled with disappointment as she said, "I need to refine this pill to save an old friend's life. If you can really refine it, I can help you raise your cultivation to the martial highness realm within a month." Unexpectedly, it was not for her. This surprised Xiaochen. However, looking at Shen Manjuan's vitality, it gave off the feeling that she had lived for a long time. It would not be a problem for her to live for another 100 years. She did not seem like someone who was lethargic. Raising his cultivation to martial saint within a month was not attractive to Xiaochen at all. He knew that there were medicinal pills in this world that could raise one's cultivation rapidly. Or they could receive the cultivation of their predecessors and directly raise their cultivation. Xiaochen did not know which method Shen Manjun was referring to. However, regardless of the method, they all had the same drawback. This cultivation was not his. If he could not refine it completely, it might become a hindrance in the future. When Shen Manjun saw that Xiaochen did not seem to be interested in this suggestion, she continued, "If you are worried that you will not be able to refine this cultivation, you can choose other items of equivalent value. Be it spirit stones, secret treasures, martial techniques, medicinal pills, spirit weapons, or battle armor, they are all fine." Xiaochen quickly said, "Senior Shen has misunderstood. I really do not know how to refine this immortal cloud life-extending pill. Even if you make a huge promise, there is nothing I can do. Although I do not know how to refine this immortal cloud life-extending pill, I do have an immortal cloud life-extending pill that has been passed down in my clan. I have not used it yet. If Senior needs it, I can exchange it with Senior." After Xiaochen spoke, he stepped forward and took out the immortal cloud life-extending pill from his universe ring, handing it to Shen Manjun. To some of the older generation, this item was very valuable. However, it was useless to Xiaochen. He might as well do her a favor. Coincidentally, he had something to ask of Shen Manjun. Killing two birds with one stone, why not? Shen Manjuan's originally despaired heart suddenly rejoiced. She received the immortal cloud life-extending pill and checked it carefully. It was indeed a complete immortal cloud life-extending pill. However, it seemed a little different. This is a superior grade immortal cloud life-extending pill. Its effects are twice as good as a regular immortal cloud life-extending pill. It can extend a person's lifespan by 40 years, Shen Manjun said hoarsely when she finally saw what was different. Originally, Xiaochen did not hold any hope. He did not expect to receive such a pleasant surprise. Shen Manjun revealed an extremely happy expression. "Yi Chen, if you need anything, you can tell me immediately. If I can do it, I will do it for you immediately. If I can't, I will find someone to do it for you." Xiaochen did not have anything that he needed urgently. However, he was anxious to obtain the ingredients for the beauty-nourishing pill. However, it was not worth it to use them to exchange for the immortal cloud life-extending pill. "Can you exchange them for spirit stones? It would be best if you have medial-grade spirit stones." Shen Manjun opened her eyes wide. She did not expect Xiaochen to make such a simple request. She smiled and said, "That is easy. I will give you 500 inferior-grade spirit stones and 20 medial-grade spirit stones. What do you think?" Being able to exchange for so many spirit stones shocked Xiaochen. After a while, Xiaochen said, "Actually, I came to Jade Maiden Peak today because I have a request. I hope to purchase some spirit herbs." Shen Manjun received the note that Xiaochen handed over and took a look. After she finished reading, she said, "I think you probably do not have any contribution points. So you want to use this as a backdoor?" "Unfortunately, I am not in charge of the herb fields on Jade Maiden Peak. Furthermore, I need contribution points to exchange for spirit herbs. Otherwise, even if I use spirit stones, I will not be able to purchase them." Xiaochen continued, "In that case, I would like to ask, how many contribution points do I need to exchange for these spirit herbs? Can Senior be my guarantor? I will owe you these contribution points first. I will definitely be able to repay them within a month. Shen Manjun muttered to herself for a while before saying, about 500 contribution points. Being a guarantor is indeed not in line with the rules. However, if you urgently need these spirit herbs, I can make an exception for you. Xiao Chen felt joy in his heart. He immediately wrote a promissory note. After Shin Manjun received it, she called someone over. Soon, someone brought over all the spirit herbs that Xiao Chen needed. Keep these spirit stones first. I only have 10 medial grade spirit stones on me. I will get someone to send the rest to you the day after tomorrow. Before Xiao Chen left, Shin Manjun passed the spirit stones to Xiao Chen. After leaving Shin Manjuan's pavilion, Xiao Chen looked at the bright sun in the sky. He was in an extremely good mood. On this trip to Jade Maiden Peak, not only did he manage to complete his original plan, he even obtained so many spirit stones for free. It was simply a windfall. It looked like stealing Gu Yunbin's medicinal pills back then was a wise move. Xiao Chen's face was filled with a smile as he arrived at the herb field where Lu Suifeng was. Along the way, he met many Jade Maiden Peak disciples. All of them were as pretty as flowers. They were youthful and very pleasing to the eye. No wonder there were so many people at the foot of the mountain trying to get in. Even if they were doing odd jobs here, it was a blessing to have so many beauties watching them. It seemed like someone had already informed Xiao Chen. Along the way, he did not meet with any questions. He directly arrived at the herb field where Lu Suifeng was. Beside the herb field, Lu Suifeng was chewing on a stalk of grass. He wore a conical bamboo hat and sat on the ground listlessly. His expression was extremely unsightly. Chapter 173. Xiao Chen walked over and smiled. Why is your complexion so unsightly? Were you dumped by someone? Lu Suifeng smiled bitterly and said, more or less. Earlier, when last Xiao took off my cloak, she immediately made fun of my pig face for a long time. Furthermore, she actually called Miss Xinyun over as well. My image has been completely destroyed. Do you think Miss Xinyun will still care about me in the future? This fellow wants to chase after someone, but he can't put down his pride. Xiao Chen looked down on this in his heart. He did not want to discuss this topic with him, so he said, I have already obtained the herbs I wanted. I will go down the mountain first to refine the herbs for your sister. When Lu Suifeng heard this, his expression turned serious. I did not expect ancestral martial uncle to give you face. How did you do it? I placed 500 contribution points on ancestral martial uncle. I said I would return it within a month, Xiao Chen answered honestly. When Lu Suifeng heard this, he said in astonishment, you are finished. I can't even get 50 contribution points a month. You actually want to get 500 contribution points in a month? When Xiao Chen heard this, his expression changed. Could it be that 500 contribution points is a lot? Why did Senior Shen not remind me at that time? In reality, Xiao Chen had misunderstood Shin Manjun. Shin Manjun had not done a sect mission for over 100 years already. Her impression of contribution points was still the same as before. Thus, she did not feel that it was difficult to obtain 500 contribution points in a month. If she knew, she would definitely extend the time. What will happen if I cannot complete it by the deadline? Xiao Chen asked. Lu Suifeng scratched his head and said, that is hard to say. There has never been such a precedent before. However, the most important rule of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is to accumulate contribution points. You will know about it in the future. If you set a precedent and still cannot complete it, the people from the Hall of Contributions will definitely let you off easily. This is because this precedent cannot be set. Xiao Chen thought about it for a while and felt that what Lu Suifeng said made sense. Setting a precedent was already breaking the rules. If they still could not fulfill the agreement, the impact would be too bad. If Xiao Chen were in the upper echelon's shoes and wanted to protect the Hall of Contributions' prestige, he would definitely kill the chicken to warn the monkey, shutting everyone's mouths. Lu Suifeng said, Yi Chen, why don't you talk to Martial Granduncle again and ask him to extend the deadline? As the two of them were talking, a large flock of birds suddenly swooped down from the sky. The timing of this flock of birds was very good. It was the moment when Lu Suifeng was distracted. Lu Suifeng was already in a bad mood. When he saw the situation, he scolded angrily, "Bunch of bastards! There's no end to this." Swoosh! With a flick of his finger, a few stones flew out, and a few birds immediately fell to the ground. With a few more rustling sounds, the flock of birds was chased away. Senior brother's finger technique is really good. There will be bird meat to eat again tonight. Xiao Yuhuan laughed happily as she picked up the birds that fell to the ground. When Lu Suifeng saw that Xiao Yuhuan still dared to come out, he quickly chased after her and scolded, "Silly girl, you still dare to show yourself. I will beat you to death." "Senior brother, don't worry. This pig head of yours actually has quite a character. Who knows, senior sister Xinyun might have a unique taste and fall in love with you." When Xiao Chen saw the two of them chasing after Xiao Yuhuan, he smiled faintly and headed for Shen Manjuan's pavilion. He felt that it was better to look for Shen Manjun again and extend the deadline to be safer. What? Martial granduncle already left? When is she coming back? When Xiao Chen rushed to the pavilion, the maidservant at the door told him that Shen Manjun left right after Xiao Chen left. "I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 days, maybe 3 or 5 months. Martial granduncle's movements do not follow any pattern." Xiao Chen could only descend Jade Maiden Peak helplessly. There was still a large group of disciples from the other peaks waiting at the foot of the peak. Xiao Chen ignored these discussions and headed straight for Qingyun Peak. The most important thing now was to quickly refine the beauty-nourishing pill. After that, he would think of a way to obtain the 500 contribution points within a month to prevent himself from getting into trouble. Halfway there, Xiao Chen suddenly stopped. He turned around and saw that there was no one behind him. Suddenly, he said, "Friend, after following me for so long, it is time to show yourself." There was no response. Xiao Chen thought suspiciously in his heart. Could it be that I sensed wrongly? Ever since he left Jade Maiden Peak, he felt a figure following behind him. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense a few times, but he did not feel anything. However, he did not completely trust his spiritual sense. His spiritual sense did not discover the martial saint behind him in Evil Wind Valley. Xiao Chen said it again, but there was still no one appearing. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with it anymore. Now that everyone knew there was an old peak master in Qingyun Peak, there should not be anyone seeking trouble. Just as Xiao Chen turned around to leave, a figure landed firmly on the ground. Xiao Chen quickly turned around with his guard up. When he saw the appearance of this person, he could not help but feel a headache. If this person wanted to seek trouble with him, there was no need for him to fear the old peak master of Qingyun Peak. That person looked at Xiao Chen quietly. It was unknown what he was thinking. The atmosphere seemed a little off. Xiao Chen looked at Leng Liusu's appearance. Unexpectedly, she did not make a move on him the moment he appeared. This was not in line with Leng Liusu's character. "Yichen, let me ask you. Were you the one who saved me from Leng Tianyue that day?" The two of them stared at each other for a long time. In the end, Leng Liusu could not help but ask. Although Xiao Chen was suspicious of how Leng Liusu knew about this, it was a good thing. This would resolve the misunderstanding between the two of them. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "You can say that. Why did you save me?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "Back then, when I entered a state of berserking qi in the pool of water, you coincidentally saved my life. I saved your life, so we are even." When Leng Liusu heard this, she smiled faintly. "Since you saved me, why did you take advantage of the situation to kiss me before you left? It looks like I did not misunderstand you when I called you a lecher." Then she found out. Xiao Chen said awkwardly, "Did I? I don't seem to remember. Perhaps you sensed wrongly. Am I that unsightly? You kissed me, yet you do not even have the courage to admit it," Leng Liusu said sullenly as her expression changed. Xiao Chen could only correct himself. "You are not unsightly. I did kiss you." Pooh. Suddenly, Leng Liusu flew forward and drew her saber with a huang dang sound. A dazzling saber light created a strong wind as it hacked at Xiao Chen violently. She was still fine earlier, fighting as she pleased. Xiao Chen did not understand. He executed the 3 flowing cloud images and turned it into a vast ocean. The saber swung gently and splashed out like water. Water is good like water. Water benefits all things but does not fight. It looks like it does not fight, but in reality, it fights by not fighting. No matter how strong the external force is, it will not be able to quell the water. Even if it is really quelled, it will immediately recover. Even if you have thousands of soldiers and horses, splitting mountains and seas, I will not budge. I fight without fighting. This was the true meaning of the 3 flowing cloud images. Counterattacking while defending, using the unchanging to deal with the myriad changes. Lung Liusu took a step back. Her face was filled with astonishment. 3 months ago, she could still easily knock Xiaoqun back. Now that she had advanced to inferior grade martial saint, she could not knock him back. Lung Liusu pushed off the ground and hacked at him with her saber again. Xiaoqun frowned slightly and sheathed his saber with a huang dang sound. He did not dodge this saber strike. Lung Liusu's attack did not contain any killing intent. If they fought, there would be no end to it. Xiaoqun did not have the time to waste here, so he could only take the risk. Indeed, Lung Liusu's saber stopped when it was only half an inch away from Xiaoqun's forehead. The instant the saber stopped, the wind created by the saber trembled. It blew Xiaoqun's hair back gently. "Are you not afraid that I will kill you with one saber strike?" Lung Liusu said coldly, "Of all the masters, you chose to take Lu Riyue as your master." Xiaoqun's expression turned cold. He did not like hearing these words. He said indifferently, "Who I take as my master is up to me. I think the grudges between us have been settled. I gave you a chance to kill me earlier, but you did not. I will take my leave now." After retreating, Xiaoqun immediately turned around and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. He dashed on the ground and slowly disappeared from Lung Liusu's vision. Lung Liusu watched as Xiaoqun left. She smiled gently. "Leaving after eating, is there such a good thing? Lu Riyue, let's see how you are going to compete with me this time." After returning to Qingyun Peak, Xiaoqun stopped thinking about Lung Liusu. He focused on refining the beauty-nourishing pill. The rank of this beauty-nourishing pill was not high, but the ingredients needed to refine it were extremely complicated. Several of the ingredients required aged herbs. Furthermore, in order to prevent failure, he prepared a total of 5 sets of ingredients. This was the reason why the herbs were so expensive. Xiaoqun took out the blue dragon medicine cauldron and Feng Feishue's figure immediately appeared in his mind. He smiled gently and collected his thoughts. He said, "It seems like I have not refined a new medicinal pill for a long time. I wonder what my success rate is." Xiaoqun took out the herbs from the universe ring one by one and arranged them neatly on the table. He closed his eyes and started to carefully recall the steps to refining the beauty-nourishing pill. Not long after, Xiaoqun slowly opened his eyes. He revealed a confident expression. He flicked his finger and 6 strands of purple flames, separated by half a meter. They formed a circle and floated around Xiaoqun. Today, Xiaoqun's cultivation realm was much higher than when he was in Mo City. Naturally, he no longer had to worry about the lack of essence or the lack of control. He could only use 1 strand of flame to extract the medicinal liquid. The instant Xiaoqun flicked out the flames with his right hand, he patted the wooden table with his left hand. He used his strength and the 6 herbs flew into the air. They automatically flew into the flames and started to burn. Boo! Boo! With a thought from Xiaoqun, the spiritual core entered the flames using his spiritual sense. It instantly entered the interior of the 6 herbs and quickly found the nodes. After that, he controlled the flames and started to burn them continuously. The 6 strands of flames quickly revolved around Xiaoqun and the herbs in the center of the flames quickly melted. Xiaoqun's hands were very fast. He quickly placed 6 porcelain bottles on the table and caught all the medicinal liquid. Immediately, new herbs poured into the flames. Just like that, the herbs on the table slowly decreased while the number of porcelain bottles increased. Not long later, all the medicinal liquid had been burned. The first step of refining the pill was completed. Xiaoqun heaved a sigh of relief. He stretched out his right index finger and the flames gathered again. With a so sound, they were sent into the blue dragon medicine cauldron. Chapter 174. Xiaoqun followed the steps and slowly poured the medicinal liquids on the table into the medicine cauldron. When all the medicinal liquids were poured in, A fragrant medicinal fragrance assaulted his nose and spread throughout the entire room. Xiao Qin patiently controlled the purple thunder true fire and slowly merged the medicinal liquids together. Some of the unnecessary impurities flowed out of the mouth of the blue dragon medicine cauldron. Although the refining method of the beauty-nourishing pill was complicated, its rank was not very high. Thus, it was relatively easy to refine. It just required a little more time. ZZ. After burning for a long time, the medicinal embryo of the beauty-nourishing pill finally formed. Xiao Qin started to lower the temperature of the flame and proceeded to the third step of molding, using a warm flame to slowly shape it. This molding was the most important step in the refining process to determine the quality of the medicinal pill. The quality of the molding directly determined the rank of the medicinal pill. Thus, Xiao Qin did not dare to be careless. The uneven medicinal embryo slowly became smooth under the control of Xiao Qin's purple flame. Finally, a brightly colored medicinal pill was formed. Xiao Qin finally revealed a satisfied smile. Next up was the final step of nourishing it. Rings of multicolored pill markings started to appear on the medicinal pill. With a huang dang sound, the refined medicinal pill flowed out of the mouth and into the porcelain bottle. Xiao Qin picked it up and sniffed it. He felt slightly excited in his heart. Success! I succeeded on my first try. This is a good sign. Xiao Qin revealed a sincere expression of joy. He still had 4 batches of ingredients in the universe ring. He could not waste them. Xiao Qin started to continue refining. However, his luck was not as good as the first time. His success rate was only half, and he failed twice. However, his overall success rate was not low. After putting away the 3 beauty-nourishing pills, Xiao Qin headed for Lu Riyue's courtyard. When he arrived at Lu Riyue's door, he was about to knock when the door opened with a creak, revealing Lu Riyue's somewhat astonished face. The blood on Lu Riyue's body had already been washed clean. She had regained her usual appearance. She was still wearing the tight-fitting training robes, and her complexion looked much better. However, there was a faint scar on her face that had yet to fade. For a girl, this affected her beauty. However, based on Lu Riyue's appearance, she did not seem to mind. Is something the matter? Lu Riyue asked. Xiao Qin recovered his wits and nodded. He handed the beauty-nourishing pill to Lu Riyue and said, "Elder Sister Ryu, this is a beauty-nourishing pill that I refined myself. It can remove scars and nourish the skin." When Lu Riyue heard this, she smiled. She felt happy in her heart. All girls love to be beautiful. Naturally, Lu Riyue was no exception. It was just that she did not have a strong desire in this aspect. "Are you trying to bribe Master?" Lu Riyue joked as she received the medicinal pill. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "Elder Sister Ryu, I will be going to the Hall of Contributions later. I might not return to Qingyun Peak for a month." Merit Hall? Lu Riyue thought for a while before saying, "It is good to go. Many of the martial techniques at the summit of Qingyun Peak require contribution points to exchange for. Come with me. Your basic saber techniques have already reached small perfection. Before we go, I will teach you a secret technique of Qingyun Peak." Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He said, "Elder Sister Ryu, your injuries have not healed yet. It is not good for you to circulate your essence. Let's talk about it after I return." Although Xiao Chen really wanted to learn Qingyun Peak's secret technique, given Lu Riyue's current condition, it was not a good time to teach it. If she circulated her essence while she was recuperating, it would be very harmful to her body. Lu Riyue smiled gently and said, "There is no problem. I am very clear about my own body." Qingyun Peak, Dueling Grounds. Lu Riyue stood across from Xiao Chen and said, "The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's martial techniques all have their own specialties. The speciality of Qingyun Peak's saber technique is its speed, a saber that is even faster than the wind. Hence, the secret techniques of Qingyun Peak are all related to speed. There is a total of 7 secret techniques of Qingyun Peak. According to the Lunar Shadow Saber, there is only one that is suitable for you: Clear Wind Chop." Clear Wind Chop? Xiao Chen remembered that he had once obtained a Clear Wind Chop martial technique. He could not help but rummage through his universe ring. After a while, He took out a martial technique manual and handed it to Lu Ryue. This is a martial technique manual that I obtained in the past. Is it this one? Lu Ryue felt it was strange. She received it and took a look. After that, under Xiao Chen's astonished gaze, she threw it into the air. Then she drew her small saber and danced in the air. The clear wind chop manual was split open. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Countless sounds of wind could be heard in the air. As Xiao Chen stood across from her, he could feel the intense wind. The cool breeze caused his clothes to flutter and his hair to flutter nonstop. The book trembled in the air. The pages of the book turned into loose pages and floated away. Then, they neatly fell from the air and stacked on top of each other. By the time the small saber returned to its scabbard, the pages of the book had already been split open. The book that fell to the ground was surprisingly neat. The topmost page was actually the cover of the book. If Xiao Chen had not seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought that the book on the ground was an intact book. It was too neat. This is an incomplete manual that was spread out. It is not very useful. What I executed earlier was the clear wind chop. I'm not sure if you saw it clearly. Lu Ryue explained to Xiao Chen. Nonsense, I only read it once. How could I have seen it clearly? Xiao Chen shook his head honestly. When Lu Ryue heard this, she said, "It is fine if you did not see it clearly. You just have to remember the main point of the clear wind chop. Clear wind, clear wind. Only the clear wind, not the saber. Only the clear wind, not the saber." Xiao Chen repeated this phrase in his heart a few times. Suddenly, he came to a realization. When Lu Ryue drew her saber, the saber sliced through the air and created a cool breeze. It was clearly an air current created by the saber. However, Xiao Chen could only feel the presence of the cool breeze. He could not feel the saber as clearly as the saber itself. Seeing that Xiao Chen seemed to have understood something, Lu Ryue continued. The meaning of this phrase is to hide your killing qi in the cool breeze. This way, the enemy will not be able to feel the presence of the saber. As such, they will not be able to judge the direction of your saber. It is just like this. After Lu Ryue spoke, she took a step forward. She drew her saber and an intense air current was generated. It immediately created an unending cool breeze. In a daze, Xiao Chen seemed to see the small saber in Lu Ryue's hand suddenly disappear into the air. Although he did not feel any killing qi, he felt it instinctively. He quickly reacted and took 2 steps back. The instant his feet landed on the ground, the small saber seemed to appear out of nowhere and cut the clothes on his chest. Lu Ryue sheathed her saber and turned around. She tossed a book to Xiao Chen and said, "This is the handwritten copy of the cool breeze chop. Although it is handwritten, it is complete. The one in your hand cannot compare to this. All right, you can go now." Xiao Chen took a look at the secret technique in his hand. After he put it away, he asked, "Is this the end of teaching? It seems like I did not learn anything." Lu Ryue burst out laughing. She used the scabbard in her hand to smack Xiao Chen. "What else do you want? This is the essence of what I comprehended. It is enough for you to avoid taking a detour. Just remember the words I told you, only see the cool breeze, not the saber. That's right, don't take on missions that are too dangerous. After you return, I will teach you listening to the sword and communicating with it." Xiao Chen did not know how to reply. He felt that Lu Ryue's kindness was something that he could not bear. It was too heavy. Lu Ryue said, "There is no need for you to overthink this. Although we are only a few years apart, we are still master and disciple. Teaching you martial arts is part of my duty. Furthermore, helping you is also helping myself." After bowing sincerely to Lu Ryue, Xiao Chen turned around and walked out of the dueling ground. He prepared to leave Qingyun Peak and rush to the heaven viewing platform. After Xiao Chen was far away, Lu Ryue could not help but cough a few times. The Hall of Contributions, where the sect missions were issued, was located on the bustling heaven viewing platform. This was something that Xiao Chen had heard about along the way. After leaving Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen immediately increased his speed and rushed to the heaven viewing platform. The heaven viewing platform was very eye-catching in the Lingyun mountain range. That huge platform could be seen even from far away. As the saying goes, looking at the mountain, one does not realize how far it is. Only when one walks do one realize how tiring it is. One could easily see the heaven viewing platform from Qingyun Peak. However, Xiaochen had to run at full speed for 2 hours before he reached the foot of the mountain. The last time he came to the heaven viewing platform, he had used Gu Yunbin's jade ship. It was very convenient and not as troublesome as today. When Xiaochen reached the peak, he looked at the tall heaven viewing platform. When he thought about how he had to climb all the way to the peak, he could not help but feel a headache. This junior brother is going to the heaven viewing platform, right? Sit on my flying spirit beast. You only need 2 inferior grade spirit stones. Little junior brother, sit on mine. I only need 1 inferior grade spirit stone. Furthermore, my spirit beast is faster than his. Just as Xiaochen was about to walk up, a group of people suddenly appeared around him. These people all had a flying spirit beast behind them. They seemed to be sitting in a carriage. However, the price was frighteningly expensive. It was just a trip, yet it cost 1 inferior grade spirit stone. It was even more expensive than flying. In the end, Xiaochen still spent an inferior grade spirit stone and rode on the flying spirit beast. He estimated the height of the heaven viewing platform. With his speed, it would be dark by the time he reached it. Time was not worth it. Furthermore, he did not lack spirit stones. He had just obtained a large sum of spirit stones earlier. There was still a large number of spirit stones in his universe ring. He would not feel any heartache if he used them now. After that person received the spirit stone, he immediately called Xiaochen to sit on his flying spirit beast. His spirit beast was a little special. It was a wind-attributed bird. With a leap, a gust of wind blew, and he rose into the air, flying rapidly toward the top of the mountain. His speed was really as fast as he said. Seeing so many people possessing flying spirit beasts, Xiaochen could not help but feel strange. How did they obtain flying spirit beasts? Among the spirit beasts that could be tamed, the value of flying spirit beasts was the highest. This was because they were the hardest to tame. When the owner of the spirit beast heard Xiaochen's question, he smiled and replied, I used the sex contribution points to exchange for them. You can use the sex contribution points to exchange for them in the sex spirit beast hall. However, the ranks of these spirit beasts are rather low. Their value is not very high. Xiaochen felt it was strange, so he asked, What do you mean? That person explained, There is no spirit blood jade, and they were not raised from a young age. Thus, the spirit beasts that are purchased are not more than rank 2. It is easy to imagine the strength of a rank 2 spirit beast. If you want to pull them out to fight, it is almost impossible. You would be thankful that they do not drag you down. Thus, you can only use them as transportation tools. Chapter 175. Otherwise, why do you think there are so many people doing this business at the foot of the mountain? They are all cheated badly. Xiaochen understood something in his heart. Actually, the main problem was not that these spirit beasts were too weak. Instead, it was that they did not communicate well with their masters. This required a special method. Only the great Tang nation's beast abode had such a method. The other nations did not have such a good method to tame them. It was already very impressive to be able to make them understand some ordinary commands. However, this person was talking excitedly. Xiaochen did not want to interrupt him, so he allowed him to continue. After a while, they arrived at the top of the mountain. After Xiaochen expressed his thanks, he immediately asked around for the location of the Hall of Contributions. The area of heaven viewing platform was even larger than a small city. There were many buildings, pavilions, and jade palaces. They were arranged in picturesque disorder. There were many people coming and going. It was very bustling. After asking around for the location of the Hall of Contributions, Xiaochen started to feel his way there. This was his first time there, so he did not know the way. He took a long time before he found the Hall of Contributions. Hall of Contributions? What kind of place is that? With some anticipation, Xiaochen slowly walked into the Hall of Contributions. There was an endless stream of people going in and out. Did I come to the wrong place? Xiaochen looked at his surroundings in astonishment. There were many wooden tables in the hall, and there were groups of people seated at the tables. They were drinking and eating, chatting in low voices. If there was a waiter here, this place would be like a restaurant. Furthermore, it would be the simplest kind, without any luxurious decorations. However, if one looked carefully, they would discover that the atmosphere here was completely different from the taverns at the foot of the mountain. There were no loud noises. There were hundreds of people gathered here, but they could only hear some soft chatter. Furthermore, every single one of them exuded a faint murderous aura. When the murderous aura in the hall gathered together, it was like thousands of streams converging into a vast ocean. If a person with a weaker cultivation walked in, they would immediately faint and crawl on the ground in front of this overwhelming killing chi. Xiaochen focused and calmed himself. He had a premonition that this place was not as simple as he thought. He grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly and slowly walked towards the counter in front. The tables in the hall were arranged very neatly, forming a wide path in the middle. As Xiaochen walked on it, he felt a little strange. Only his footsteps could be heard on the path. Ding! A saber tore through the air and flew towards Xiaochen's face. Xiaochen drew the lunar shadow saber with a huang dang sound and easily deflected the saber. Just as the steel saber was about to fall to the ground, a huge suction force came over and quickly sucked the steel saber over. The owner of the steel saber was a man wearing Wan Renfeng's attire. He looked at Xiaochen and said coldly, "Where did this wild brat come from? Don't you know the rules? Is it your turn to accept a mission now?" Xiaochen looked in the direction of the voice. There were more than 10 inner court disciples wearing the uniform of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak. All of them were looking at Xiaochen with a murderous look on their faces. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not forbid fighting. As long as it did not kill or cripple someone's cultivation, the law enforcement hall would not interfere. Not far away, someone noticed the Qingyun Peak identity token on Xiaochen's waist. He could not help but sneer. "I was wondering who it was." "So, it is someone from Qingyun Peak." People of the Qingyun Peak obediently find a table and sit down. Today is the day that the Hall of Contributions is issuing high-level sect missions. Once the core disciples of the various peaks have accepted these missions, the order of the Hall of Contributions will be restored. Since it was a sect mission, there would definitely be a difference in difficulty, and the rewards would also vary. Naturally, the rewards for high-level sect missions would be frighteningly high. Moreover, these high-level missions were not available all the time. They were extremely rare. In order to prevent these high-level missions from being snatched away by others, they had to make sure that there were more people and less meat. The disciples of the 5 peaks formed an unspoken rule. Every time there was a high-level mission, the core disciples of the various sects would split the rewards. The people of the Hall of Contributions turned a blind eye to this. The difficulty of a high-level mission would definitely be higher than an ordinary mission. If the core disciples were to complete it, they would be able to complete it earlier. Xiaochen came at an inopportune time. Coincidentally, there were high-level missions being issued today. The core disciples of the 7 peaks were discussing how to split the high-level missions. The results were not out yet, so the inner disciples in the hall did not move. This was to prevent others from misunderstanding and thinking that they were going to take a high-level mission. There was a kind-hearted inner disciple at the side who told Xiaochen everything in detail. He advised him to sit down first and wait for the high-level missions to be taken before taking them. Stop trying to persuade him. He is someone who does not even care about the Biyun Peak's peak master. They are just the core disciples of the 5 peaks. How could they catch his attention? Someone who recognized Xiaochen said, That makes sense. I think he is doing this on purpose. He is just an inferior grade martial grandmaster. I can squash him to death with one hand. I don't believe he can exchange moves with a peak martial king," the Wanren Peak disciple who made a move against Xiaochen said. He was already a superior grade martial grandmaster. He was 2 grades higher than Xiaochen. He looked at Xiaochen provocatively. "Is this a high-level mission? If there really is one, it might be possible for me to obtain 500 contribution points in a month. However, this place seems a little noisy." Dragon's seizing hand. Xiaochen snorted coldly and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. A huge black hand appeared from nowhere. It passed through the crowd and covered that person's head, smashing down ferociously. The crowd immediately dispersed and the huge black hand smashed down on the wooden table. There was a loud boom, and the huge force caused the wooden table to shatter into splinters that filled the air. Everyone in the great hall of the Hall of Contributions looked at Xiao Chen in astonishment. They did not expect Xiao Chen to make a move here. No matter what, he was just one person. How could he be a match for so many Wanren Peak disciples? You really dare to make a move? If I don't cripple you today and let you know what it means to respect your seniors, then I am not Li Yu. The leader of the group cursed loudly when he saw Xiao Chen make a move. Who? Just as he was about to lead the Wanren Peak disciples forward, a huge black hand suddenly rose up from the ground. It was like a demonic shadow. It clenched and caught him off guard, instantly grabbing him. Xiao Chen pulled gently and a huge force pulled Li Yu forward from the crowd. Then he punched him in the chest. The huge black hand disappeared and the punch landed heavily on Li Yu's chest. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Bang! Li Yu struggled to stand up. However, Xiao Chen stomped on his chest and pushed him back. Xiao Chen used all his strength in this stomp and Li Yu vomited another mouthful of blood. Li Yu resisted with all his might under Xiao Chen's foot. However, it was to no avail. He could not help but shout, "It is just a sneak attack. What ability is that? If you have the guts, let me go and we can fight again." Xiao Chen was not a 3-year-old child. Naturally, he would not fall for his tricks. The Wanren Peak disciples at the side had already rushed over. Because they were afraid of Li Yu, who was under Xiao Chen's foot, they did not dare to make a move. When Li Yu saw the situation, he shouted, "Attack! This is the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He does not dare to kill me." When the crowd heard this, they no longer hesitated. Saber lights lit up on their sabers and attacked Xiao Chen from all directions. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and executed the 3 flowing cloud images. He did not even draw the lunar shadow saber from its scabbard. His entire body turned into a boundless ocean. Facing the relentless attacks, he did not show any signs of being affected. The lunar shadow saber was like flowing water. It rippled gently, changing its direction continuously. These attacks seemed like they were attacking the surface of the water. They kicked up huge waves. The waves surged and surged. However, after a while, the water surface returned to its calm state. It became as smooth as a mirror once again, without any waves. Perfection like water, fighting without fighting. The attacks that landed on Xiao Chen's scabbard were all reflected back. Everyone was shocked. After a while, the flood-like attacks attacked Xiao Chen again. Xiao Chen did not move at all. His heart was as calm as still water. He sheathed the saber in his hand and firmly blocked the attacks of the crowd. Kasi. When the crowd blocked the 5th wave of attacks, Xiao Chen lost his patience. The lunar shadow saber gave off a piercing cold light as it was drawn from its scabbard. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber in his right hand and stabbed at Li Yu. With a pew sound, the tip of the saber pierced an inch away from Li Yu's heart. A large amount of blood spurted out from Li Yu's mouth. The originally very quiet hall was now completely silent. Everyone's jaws were slightly agape. They were dumbfounded. Their minds were in a momentary daze. Because of the angle, everyone thought that Xiao Chen had pierced Li Yu's heart with his saber. They all thought that Xiao Chen had eaten the guts of a leopard. He actually dared to kill someone in the Hall of Contributions. Xiao Chen quickly drew his saber, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. While the many Wanren Peak disciples were distracted, he executed the 3 flowing cloud images in succession. Xiao Chen executed the 3 flowing cloud images one after another. His figure became blurry, and it was as though the entire place was filled with Xiao Chen's figure. When all the figures merged together, every Wanren Peak disciple was stabbed in the chest. Electricity leaped around their wounds. Blood flowed unceasingly. It was incomparably painful. Rumble! The Wanren Peak disciples fell down one after another. They cried out in pain. In the quiet hall, their cries were very ear-piercing. Hoo-hoo! Suddenly, 2 figures appeared from nowhere. They checked Li Yu's injuries and quickly sealed his acupoints. After that, they exchanged glances and ignored the other injured people, leaving. Xiao Chen understood in his heart that these two people were the people in charge of the Hall of Contributions. If he had really killed Li Yu, these two people would not have just stood by and watched. Xiao Chen continued walking forward, ignoring the gazes of the crowd. He did not care about anything else. He was preparing to see what kind of high-level mission was the secret agreement of the 5 peaks. In Xiao Chen's opinion, since it was a mission from the Hall of Contributions, everyone had the qualifications to accept it. Taking on all these missions was clearly a form of bullying. Furthermore, he was in urgent need of contribution points. Even if he offended these people, it did not matter. It seemed like he had already offended these people on the heaven ascending platform. Today's incident did not matter. Chapter 176. An old man sat behind the counter with his eyes closed. Xiao Chen walked over and gently knocked on the counter. He said, "Stop pretending to be asleep. Come and take a mission." That old man slowly opened his eyes. There was no light in them, as though he had just woken up. He smiled and said, "I was just taking a nap, not pretending to be asleep. This is your first time taking a mission. Hand over your identity token." The old man received the identity token that Xiao Chen handed over. He looked at it and said, "Qin Peak, Yichen. I did not expect that after not going out for a while, Qingyun Peak has already recruited someone. Leave the identity token with me first. I will help you register. Go to the 2nd floor to take the mission." "Second floor? Where is there a 2nd floor?" Xiao Chen looked around but did not see any staircases. He could not help but look at the old man suspiciously. The old man was currently looking at Xiao Chen's identity token, carving something. When he saw Xiao Chen looking at him, he thought of something and said, "I forgot, this is your first time here. Just push open that door and you will see it." Xiao Chen looked in the direction that the old man pointed. There was a door in the shadows behind the counter. The position of the door was very well hidden. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice it. Xiao Chen walked to the door and pushed it gently. Then he stepped in. Before his feet even touched the ground, Xiao Chen felt dazed. The environment before him suddenly changed, and he found himself in a huge library. There is actually a small spatial formation here, Xiao Chen thought in astonishment. Then he started to size up the environment. There was something written in front of the door. Messenger pigeons flew in and out continuously. It was clearly a sealed environment. Xiao Chen did not know how these messenger pigeons got in. The first elder of Beichen Peak has issued a mission. He needs a rank 4 spirit core. Quickly record it down. Ordinary mission, 5 contribution points. Jade Maiden Peak is looking for someone to protect the herb fields again. Same rules, simple difficulty, 5 contribution points for half a month. The people from the Spirit Beast Hall need to capture 10 young rank 5 spirit beasts. Difficult mission. 15 contribution points for each young spirit beast. The person who received the pigeon quickly read out the contents of the letter. Someone immediately recorded it down. This was the process of how the Hall of Merit operated. These recorded missions would be sent to the next level for re-examination to see if the difficulty of the mission was too different from the mission itself, or if there was something wrong with the mission reward. After the second trial, there was still the final trial. However, the final trial would only be for the difficult missions. Missions below the difficult rank could be directly issued after the second trial. The sex missions were divided into 3 levels: basic missions, advanced missions, and special missions. Each level was further divided into 3 smaller levels: easy, normal, and difficult. Xiao Chen arrived at the place where the tasks were issued. It was in front of a wooden wall. Behind the wooden wall was the Merit Hall staff that issued the tasks. The man looked at Xiao Chen through the wooden window and asked suspiciously, "Are you here to accept a quest?" This person clearly knew of the unwritten rules set by the other 5 peaks, aside from Jade Maiden Peak and Qingyun Peak. When he saw that Xiao Chen looked unfamiliar and was not a core disciple of one of the 5 peaks, he felt suspicious. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Pass me the detailed list of advanced missions." "Which peak's disciple are you from? Let me see your identity token." The person did not immediately agree to Xiao Chen's request. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He said, "I am a disciple of Qingyun Peak. My name is Yi Chen." This is the first time I am here to accept a sect mission. I have already given my identity token to the old man downstairs. Chinyun Peak? The person muttered, feeling it was strange. Wait a moment, I will go and verify it first. Xiao Chun felt slightly angry in his heart. He finally understood why Lu Ryue was so desperate. It turned out that Chinyun Peak disciples were making things difficult for him no matter where they went. The person seemed to be discussing with the upper echelons. After a long time, he returned to the window and handed a list to Xiao Chun. These are the advanced missions that will be issued today. Take a look. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. He received the list and looked at it carefully. There was a total of 10 missions on the list, and they were all rather difficult. Using the elimination method, Xiao Chun first eliminated the missions that were clearly impossible to complete. For example, killing 10 rank 6 spirit beasts within a week. After eliminating them, there were only 5 missions left. Xiao Chun continued using the elimination method. Those that required cooperation from others had to be eliminated as well. Like this, there were only 3 missions left. One was to guard the spirit vein for a month. After completing it, there would be 800 contribution points. The other was to kill 100 rank 5 spirit beasts. There was no time limit and no restrictions on the species of spirit beasts. After completing it, there would be 1,000 contribution points. The last mission was to pick a rank 7 herb, yellow springs grass. There was no time limit. After completing it, there would be 2,000 contribution points. It was no wonder that the sect's high-level missions would be privately divided up. The rewards were simply too tempting. Even the lowest reward was 800 merit points. Xiao Chun thought about it carefully. In the end, he chose the mission to guard the spirit vein. He still used the elimination method. Although the mission to kill spirit beasts did not have a time limit, it was impossible to complete 100 rank 5 spirit beasts within a month. As for the mission to pick the yellow springs grass, Xiao Chun could only shake his head and smile bitterly. Although the rewards were frighteningly high, he did not even know where it was. How was he going to pick it? The mission to guard the spirit vein referred to guarding the spirit stone vein of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for a month. There was no requirement, he only had to guard it for a month. The reward was not high, but it was more than enough for Xiao Chun to repay his debt. I choose to guard the spirit vein. This is my first time accepting a mission. What procedures do I need to go through? Guard the spirit vein. You just need to sign here and come back tomorrow morning. There is no limit to the number of people on this mission. When everyone is here, you can set off. As for the procedures, you just need to bring this wooden token down. That person took out a contract and got Xiao Chun to sign it. After that, he handed him a small and exquisite wooden token. Xiao Chun took it and looked at it. Aside from a string of numbers carved on it, there was nothing special about it. However, when he scanned it with his spiritual sense, Xiao Chun unexpectedly felt a strong aura. A strand of aura from beyond the heavens passed through the Hall of Contributions and pierced into Xiao Chen's mind. Don't act rashly. Xiao Chen was startled and quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. He looked around carefully and discovered that no one was paying attention to him. He quickly left the place. The owner of the strand of aura on the wooden token was very strong. He might have thought that Xiao Chun was trying to tamper with the aura on it, so he immediately gave him a warning. There were too many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiao Chun felt a sense of reverence in his heart. He no longer dared to release his spiritual sense. He opened the door he came from and was immediately sent downstairs. Shua! A silver identity token flew towards Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun caught it and looked at it. It was his own identity token. That old man smiled faintly at Xiao Chun. Young man, you can leave now. Remember the aura on the identity token. Don't act rashly. Otherwise, there will be a great disaster. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. So the aura on the wooden token was left behind by this old man. Xiao Chen nodded and prepared to leave the Hall of Contributions. After Xiao Chen appeared, a group of people immediately stood up from the wooden table and rushed towards Xiao Chen. Although these people were all wearing different clothes, there were 3 golden threads embroidered on their collars. This was the mark of a Heavenly Saber sect core disciple. These people were all peak martial grandmasters, just a step away from becoming a martial saint. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. He knew these people did not come with good intentions. However, he did not feel any fear in his heart as he rushed forward. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation realm, aside from martial saints, martial grandmasters, aside from those with inherited martial spirits, there was basically no pressure on him. "You are Yi Chen." One of the people wearing the uniform of Wanren Peak walked forward and said sternly to Xiao Chen. Killing chi spread out from his body as he stared at Xiao Chen with a sharp glint in his eyes. "That's right. Remember my name, Yang Qi. You can go." Before Yang Qi finished speaking, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. The lunar shadow saber was quickly drawn with a huang dang sound. A cold light hacked at Yang Qi. Seeing that Xiao Chen actually dared to make the first move, the corner of Yang Qi's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Two short sabers, each about half a meter long, appeared in his hands. He waved his right hand in the air and gently swung it, dodging the sharp light of the lunar shadow saber. The short saber in his left hand struck out at lightning speed, piercing towards Xiao Chen's chest. This was the first time Xiao Chen met an opponent who used dual sabers. He was not used to it. Xiao Chen could only dodge the sharp light and execute the blue dragon cloud soaring art. He pushed his feet off the ground and his body moved like a flood dragon. He moved in an arc and dodged Yang Qi's attack. Xiao Chen stabilized his footing and just executed the three flowing cloud images. Yang Qi had already arrived in front of him. The attacks of the dual sabers flowed like the moving clouds and flowing water. Although Xiao Chen could easily deal with every attack of his opponent with the help of the three flowing cloud images, the angle of his opponent's attacks was too crafty. Furthermore, his speed was extremely fast. Slowly, Xiao Chen was unable to keep up with his rhythm. It felt like he was tearing down the east wall to mend the west wall. It was extremely strenuous. Xiao Chen's body moved back continuously. He executed the three flowing cloud images to its limits, like a vast ocean, bitterly enduring. "Hu Qi!" Suddenly Yang Qi stretched out his hand and threw out a short saber. The short saber spun continuously in the air, flying towards Xiao Chen's face. Its speed was extremely fast. The instant the short saber left Yang Qi's hand, another short saber appeared in Yang Qi's hand. When Xiao Chen dodged, this short saber flew out again. Immediately, two short sabers danced in the air. Yang Qi also held a short saber in each of his hands. When the short sabers spun in the air, they returned to Yang Qi. Yang Qi immediately threw out the short saber in his hand and caught the returning short saber. Just like that, the four short sabers spun around in the air. However, Yang Qi's attacks did not stop for even a moment. Xiao Chen, who had been caught off guard in the first place, immediately found himself at a disadvantage. The short sabers had already left several wounds on his arms and thighs. Xiao Chen quickly thought to himself, the three flowing cloud images could defend against some extremely powerful attacks. However, if the enemy's speed and angle of attack reached their limits, the weakness of the three flowing cloud images would become very obvious. I have to think of a solution quickly. Xiao Chen slowly felt that something was wrong. These four sabers were probably not his opponent's limit. Chapter 177. Moreover, he discovered that this martial skill was extremely special. The more short sabers that appeared, the more powerful they were. The more short sabers he used, the faster the speed of his attacks became. When he only had two sabers in his hands, his speed was more than twice as fast as now. This is Wanren Peak's secret technique, chaotic flow of sabers. It is said that when practiced to the highest realm, one can control 18 short sabers. Yang Qi can easily control 4 short sabers now. His status as a Wanren Peak core disciple is really impressive. He was originally a peak martial grandmaster. Furthermore, with the might of the secret technique, Yang Qi would be able to hold his own against an inferior grade martial saint. It should not be a problem for him to deal with an inferior grade martial grandmaster. The most important thing is that he allowed Yang Qi to make the first move. Given this, he basically has no chance. After executing the chaotic flow of sabers, his speed will only increase. Even if he has any martial techniques that can turn the situation around, He will not have a chance to execute them. This brat is very courageous. He dares to injure so many Wanren Peak disciples in the Hall of Contributions by himself. Yang Qi is not the only core disciple in Wanren Peak. Furthermore, there is still a true inheritor who has not appeared yet. He is too courageous. The battle became more and more intense. Xiao Chen's situation was worrying. The surrounding people all commented on him. In the end, he was just an inferior-grade martial grandmaster. If he met the stronger Yang Qi, he would not stand a chance. Xiao Chen remained silent. The lunar shadow saber in his right hand rippled like water as he calmly blocked the short sabers in Yang Qi's hands. He held the scabbard in his left hand and moved it up and down, knocking away the short sabers circling in the air. Yang Qi drew the 2 short sabers from his waist. In an instant, he controlled 6 short sabers. His speed became even faster. The saber lights were like flowing shadows as they spun around. When the weapons clashed, there was a continuous metallic sound. Xiao Chen's arm was slashed a few more times. Although Xiao Chen was at a disadvantage, his heart was as calm as still water. He did not panic at all. A fierce flame started to burn in his right eye. He was preparing to release it after storing up energy. It was not time yet. This was not his limit yet. Xiao Chen thought to himself. The biggest feature of the chaotic stream of daggers was its consistency. The more daggers he controlled, the more consistency he needed. The reason why the more sabers there were, the faster the speed was because they were forced to do so. If the speed slowed down, once the number of sabers increased, the continuity would immediately be broken. It was like a rotating chain. If it slowed down, the speed of the car would immediately drop, and there might even be a situation where it couldn't run anymore. If the chain broke, what would happen to the car? If the chain suddenly broke while driving at high speed, the car would immediately roll over and become a wreck. This was the opportunity that Xiao Chen was waiting for. He was waiting for his speed to reach its peak. Then he would be able to defeat him with a single strike. Before that, as long as his vital parts were not hit, he would be able to endure it. Puchi. Another gash appeared on the right button. Blood immediately spurted out. Xiao Chen bit his lips. His gaze was resolute. He did not reveal any expression of pain. Sweat poured out of Yang Qi's forehead continuously, dripping to the ground. He felt anxious in his heart. This chaotic stream of daggers exhausted a lot of essence. However, he had already reached the point where he could control 6 sabers. However, he still could not force Xiao Chen to retreat. If this continued, before Xiao Chen could be defeated, Yang Qi would end up retreating due to the exhaustion of his essence. At that time, all his efforts would be for naught. Kill! Yang Qi's expression turned serious. He clenched his teeth and shouted. Suddenly, 2 short sabers shot out from his sleeves. The tips of the sabers spun continuously, tearing through the air as they flew towards Xiao Chen's chest. Xiao Chen, who was already prepared, immediately leaned back, and the 2 sabers flew past his face. Then he kicked Yang Qi, who was about to charge forward, and forced him back. After he landed, he pushed off the ground again and appeared behind Yang Qi. When the blue dragon cloud soaring art erupted, Xiao Chen actually managed to shake off Yang Qi's airtight attacks. After Xiao Chen landed, he pushed off the ground again and appeared behind Yang Qi. When the blue dragon cloud soaring art erupted, Xiao Chen actually managed to shake off Yang Qi's airtight attacks. Yang Qi's speed was not slow either. His reaction was very fast. After Xiao Chen landed, he somersaulted and attacked Xiao Chen again. The 8 short sabers spun very quickly. At first glance, it looked like there were countless sabers spinning around. The sabers tore through the air, creating a strong air current. Small hurricanes formed. Right now, this should be your limit. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and swung the scabbard in his left hand. As a short saber flew at him, he sheathed it with a schwa sound. Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile as he dodged to the side, avoiding the vital parts. This allowed the short saber to stab into his left shoulder. Blood immediately flowed out and a pained expression appeared on Xiao Chen's face. However, Xiao Chen's hands did not stop moving. He quickly tossed aside the scabbard in his hand and grabbed a short saber flying at him, letting the blood flow. Yang Qi's continuous chaotic torrent of sabers was instantly disrupted. Only 3 short sabers remained in the air. Xiao Chen shouted, "Arc light chop." A purple arc of light shot out from above. Electricity flickered on the arc of light. The electricity trembled and a ripple appeared in the air. The 3 short sabers were immediately knocked away. Chaotic torrent of sabers was actually broken like this. Cries of surprise came from the crowd. Xiao Chen actually used a method that was close to self-mutilation to break Yang Qi's peak chaotic torrent of sabers. The instant the chaotic torrent of sabers was broken, Yang Qi's smooth essence instantly turned chaotic. His aura became unstable and he quickly retreated. "You want to run? Can you?" Xiao Chen smiled coldly and shouted, "Purple thunder true fire, shoot." The blazing flame in Xiao Chen's right eye instantly condensed into a purple beam of light and shot out. This was what Xiao Chen had comprehended from the ice line of the ice ape. Since cold qi could condense into a thin line, then the flame could condense into a light beam as well. The purple thunder true fire that Xiao Chen had been storing up power for a long time instantly pierced through Yang Qi's chest. A finger-sized wound appeared and blood flowed out continuously. Yang Qi staggered and fell to the ground. He pressed his hand against his chest, trying to stop the blood from flowing out. However, it was to no avail. It did not help at all. Xiao Chen ignored him and tossed aside the short saber in his left hand. Then he pulled out the short saber from his right shoulder and picked up his own scabbard. Xiao Chen slowly walked towards the exit of the Hall of Contributions. The crowd automatically parted to form a path for him. Step by step, Xiao Chen arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Contributions. "Stop right there." Finally, the other core disciples of Wanren Peak could not help but call out to Xiao Chen. 3 Wanren Peak core disciples walked towards Xiao Chen. In the earlier battle, because they cared about the face of the core disciples, the 3 of them did not surround and attack Xiao Chen. However, they saw that Xiao Chen had first defeated many ordinary disciples of Wanren Peak. Now, he had defeated the core disciple Yang Qi. If they just let him walk out of the Hall of Contributions like this, Wanren Peak would lose all their face. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "What advice do you have for me? You injured so many disciples of my Wanren Peak. Do you think you can just walk out like this?" Xiao Chen found this funny. He said indifferently, "If he did not attack first and then provoke me, would I have injured the disciples of your Wanren Peak? In that case, senior brother Yang Qi was only asking you a question. Why did you take the initiative to attack him?" Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. He said coldly, "Stop talking endlessly. Your skills are inferior, yet you still have such a vile attitude. If you want to stop me, just say it clearly. Do you want to fight one-on-one or all at once? It's up to you." The 3 of them muttered to themselves. If they fought one-on-one, they were not confident of making Xiao Chen stay. However, if the 3 of them attacked together, they would not be able to lose face in public. They were in a dilemma, not knowing what to do. "I am pressed for time. Forgive me for not being able to accompany you. If you want to find me, I will accompany you any time." Xiao Chen could tell what the 3 of them were thinking with one glance. He could not be bothered with them. After he spoke, he walked out. Xiao Chen was indeed pressed for time. He did not have the time to waste here. His mission to guard the spirit vein would begin tomorrow. He only had one night to prepare. The mission to guard the spirit vein sounded very simple. However, it was a high-level mission for the sect. The reward was also very high. There would definitely be danger involved. After all, the person who set up the mission was not a fool. They would not give contribution points to you so easily. Xiao Chen decided to go to the Heaven Viewing Platform's market to take a look. He originally had more than 1,000 spirit stones on hand. Adding the ones he obtained from Shenmanjun, he had close to 2,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. With so many spirit stones, it was sufficient for cultivation. It would be a waste to keep them on hand and not spend them. After consuming a blood-replenishing pill and treating his injuries, Xiao Chen found out the location of the market and slowly made his way there. Aside from the deep wound on his right shoulder, the others were all superficial wounds. After the blood-replenishing pill's medicinal energy spread out and he rested for a night, he should be fine. After wandering around for a long time, Xiaochen finally found the entrance to the Heaven Viewing Platforms market. When he entered, he actually had to pay an entrance fee of 1 spirit stone. He could not help but feel that he was black-hearted. A regular inner disciple only had a monthly stipend of 15 spirit stones. If they did not have any other additional income and lost this spirit stone, they would feel a heartache. The market was very bustling. There were many Heavenly Saber Pavilion inner disciples here. They could sell or exchange goods here. There were also official shops that sold all sorts of items: martial techniques, spirit weapons, battle armors, cultivation techniques, and everything else. However, in this place, everything was priced with spirit stones. The money of the mundane world was not very useful here. However, there were special places where one could use silver taels to exchange for spirit stones. Back when Xiaochen was in Whitewater City, he had swept away the Jiang clan's hundreds of years of savings. He had obtained a total of 30 million gold taels and spent another 20 million gold taels at the Flying Snow Manor. There were also 10 million gold taels worth of banknotes in his universe ring. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen decided to exchange them all for spirit stones. In the past, Jean Fatso had unintentionally revealed that the peak auctions in the continent all used spirit stones for transactions. Gold was not even worth mentioning there. It was completely useless. Rather than letting it rot in the universe ring, Xiaochen might as well use this opportunity to exchange for spirit stones. Chapter 178. In this market, the place where spirit stones and gold banknotes were exchanged was a shop set up by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. There was a fixed processing fee. When Xiaochen arrived at the shop, there were still some people inside. They were all inner sect disciples preparing to go down the mountain. Most of them were here to exchange spirit stones for gold banknotes. The owner of the shop was an ordinary person who did not cultivate. He wore fine silk clothes and had a small mustache. A bright light flashed in his eyes. He had the look of a typical merchant. After everyone left, that person walked over to Xiaochen with a smile. "This little brother has waited for so long. Are you spending a lot of money?" "His eyes are pretty good," Xiaochen smiled faintly. "Just call me Xiaochen. I have not asked for the owner's name yet." "Haha, I can't be called the owner. I am just helping out. If you do not mind, you can just call me Old Hu." The owner revealed a smile and said unhurriedly. Xiaochen did not say anything and took out stacks of gold banknotes from his universe ring. He placed them neatly on the table and slowly covered the entire exquisite wooden table. A look of astonishment flashed on Old Hu's face. His mustache curled up as he slowly walked to the door of the shop. He cautiously closed the door and hung up a closed sign. After that, he turned around and faced Xiaochen. "You really cannot judge a book by its cover. Little brother Yi is indeed spending a lot. I estimate that there are at least 10 million gold taels worth of gold banknotes. Are you going to exchange them all for spirit stones?" Xiaochen nodded. Old Hu smiled. "This must be your first time exchanging here. Exchanging on such a large scale would be very disadvantageous for you. Could it be that the exchange rate would change based on the amount of gold banknotes?" Xiaochen felt suspicious as he asked, "What do you mean?" "Look over there." Old Hu turned around and pointed to a wooden board on the wall in the middle of the shop. Xiaochen looked in the direction he pointed. The wooden board clearly stated the exchange rate of gold banknotes for spirit stones. 3,000 gold taels could be exchanged for 1 inferior grade spirit stone. However, at 100,000 gold taels, it became 5,000 gold taels for 1 inferior grade spirit stone. The larger the value of the transaction, the lower the exchange rate. Xiaochen looked down and saw that it had reached 10 million gold taels. The exchange rate had reached 10,000 gold taels. 10,000 gold taels could only be exchanged for 1 inferior grade spirit stone. Xiaochen was speechless. 10,000 gold taels for 1 inferior grade spirit stone. That was to say, the 10 million gold taels he had could only be exchanged for 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. What's going on? Exchanging for one at a time only requires 3,000 gold taels. Why is it that as the amount increases, the exchange rate decreases instead of increasing? Xiaochen asked in confusion. If he exchanged once a day, he would be able to exchange for close to 4,000 inferior grade spirit stones. However, he could only exchange for 1,000 at a time. That was 4 times less. No one would be able to accept this. Old Who smiled faintly. In the past, there were people who used large sums of money to exchange for spirit stones. They were all rich clans who had no way of obtaining spirit stones and came here to take advantage of the situation. Think about it. Which is more valuable, spirit stones or gold? Spirit stones are gone after they are used. They are expendable. However, gold is liquid and will never disappear. Furthermore, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion does not have that many spirit stones for people to exchange for. Hence, they set up this rule. However, if you want to exchange spirit stones for gold, the greater the exchange rate, the higher the exchange rate. This is the reason why gold has a price but spirit stones are priceless. Xiao Chen thought about it and agreed. For cultivators, it was much easier to obtain gold than spirit stones. If the exchange rate was too high, they would be at a disadvantage. After all, this money belonged to someone else. Xiao Chen felt the heartache for a while. In the end, he still chose to exchange for spirit stones. Old Who immediately counted the spirit stones with a smile on his face. After he finished counting, he immediately gave Xiao Chen 1,000 spirit stones. After Xiao Chen took the spirit stones and walked far away, Old Who revealed an expression of wild joy. He thought to himself, if there are a few more fools like this, I will probably be promoted soon. Actually, Xiao Chen also felt that he was at a disadvantage. Old Who's final smile clearly showed that he was impatient. However, this was, after all, something that he snatched. It was fine as long as he could exchange it for spirit stones. When Xiao Chen arrived at the area where he could freely set up stalls, he started to wander around. There were so many things that it was dazzling. Xiao Chen took a quick look and discovered many rare treasures. The horn of a rank 5 spirit beast, silver horn tiger. 20 spirit stones or a rank 4 or higher medicinal pill for treating injuries. Xiao Chen's gaze stopped at a stall. The stall owner was a middle-aged man. He was an inferior grade martial saint. After reaching a certain age in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, if one had not reached the corresponding cultivation realm, they would not receive any benefits. They could choose to leave the mountain or stay in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, they had to do everything themselves. Furthermore, they had to pay a certain amount of spirit stones every month. The middle-aged man in front of Xiao Chen should belong to the latter category. Due to the dense spiritual energy in the Lingyun mountain range, he could not bear to leave. Hence, he chose to stay. I want this beast horn. However, can it be cheaper? How about 10 spirit stones? A youth stood in front of the stall and bargained. The middle-aged man shook his head. No way, this is already the lowest price I can offer. I cannot go any lower. 15 spirit stones, this is the highest price I can offer. What do you think? If you want to sell it, be more straightforward. Consider yourself lucky. I need this beast horn to refine a medicinal pill. Otherwise, no one would buy it. That person was clearly dissatisfied as he continued to bargain. The middle-aged man still shook his head. I will not sell it for less than 20 inferior grade spirit stones. The horn of this silver horn tiger grows by 1 centimeter every 10 years. For it to grow to this length, it would take at least 150 years. The spiritual energy contained in such a beast horn is very dense. Be it made into a strong bone weapon or ground into powder to refine into a medicinal pill, its value would be very high. 20 spirit stones is already the lowest price. Bang! That person tossed the beast horn he was fiddling with onto the stall. He said in disdain, "Trash, shamelessly staying on the mountain. I'm buying your things because I think highly of you. Let's see who will buy this beast horn from you. When the time comes, let's see how you hand over the spirit stones to the main hall. Just wait to be kicked off the mountain. I gave you face, but you do not want it. You are simply looking for trouble." The youth was only a medial-grade martial grandmaster. When the middle-aged man was mocked in front of him, his expression did not change. He was extremely calm. At the very least, I have to be worthy of my investment. Selling this item at a low price is selling myself at a low price. If I am chased off the mountain, I am willing to do so. After the youth mocked the middle-aged man a few more times, he left while cursing. Before he left, he occasionally turned his head back and stared at the silver-horned tiger's beast horn. He was clearly dissatisfied. Xiaochen walked over and carefully inspected the beast horn. He extended his spiritual sense into it. It was as the middle-aged man had said, it was indeed a 100-year-old beast horn. The spiritual energy was extremely dense. It was the best material for the life bestowal spell. Although with Xiaochen's current cultivation realm, he could use ordinary materials for the life bestowal spell. However, the effects would not be as strong as using good materials. Friend, you are also here to buy this beast horn. If you want to bargain, then there is no need to buy it. I will not lower the price. Xiaochen smiled faintly. I do indeed want to bargain. There is something wrong with this price. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Just as he was about to speak, Xiaochen continued, the price is on the low side. 20 spirit stones is already a bargain. I will offer 50 spirit stones. That would be worthy of your investment. After Xiaochen spoke, he took out 50 spirit stones and handed it to that person. Then, he picked up the beast horn and placed it in his universe ring. Then he turned around and left. The middle-aged man's words had moved Xiaochen. He was alone in the heavenly saber pavilion. The amount of disdain and indifference he received was definitely more than what he received in the past. Yet, he was still able to maintain such a state of mind under such circumstances. This caused Xiaochen to feel compassion for him. So, he decided to help him out. After all, 50 spirit stones was just a small sum to him. Who knows, it might be able to help others. Little brother, why are you helping me? The middle-aged man quickly caught up to Xiaochen and asked. Xiaochen turned around and smiled gently. The river flows east for 30 years, and then west for 30 years. Who knows what the future will be like? Who knows, if I help you today, you might be able to make a name for yourself in the future. I might even be able to gain a favor for free. The river flows east for 30 years, and then west for 30 years. Who knows what the future will be like? The middle-aged man muttered to himself, however, will I, Lan Cho, have such a day? Taking advantage of the moment when the middle-aged man was distracted, Xiaochen turned around and used his movement technique to quickly leave this place. It was just a small matter, there was no need to pay too much attention to it. It was still early, so Xiaochen continued to stroll around. He saw a few more things. There was the blood of a high-ranked spirit beast, as well as some rare ores and herbs. Another 100 spirit stones were gone in an instant. A stall with many people gathered in front appeared in Xiaochen's vision. Feeling curious, Xiaochen pushed through the crowd and squeezed his way in. The stall owner was a youth about 20 years old. His cultivation had already reached peak martial grandmaster. He wore the uniform of Baichen Peak, and there were 3 golden threads embroidered on his collar. This was a core disciple of Baichen Peak. There was only one thing displayed on his stall. It was a piece of wood that was half a meter long and as thick as a finger. The piece of wood was placed calmly on the stall, but there was a faint cyan spirit chi that was visible to the naked eye rising up like smoke. Fusong's spiritual tree. Xiaochen exclaimed in his heart. The spiritual energy was inexhaustible. There was an immortal flower on the tree that bloomed once every 1,000 years. The flower took 10,000 years to bear fruit. It was the immortal divine fruit. After consuming it, one could live as long as the heavens and earth, never dying or aging. When the branch was broken, there would be azure smoke coming out. The piece of wood displayed in the stall was exactly the same as the description of the Fusong tree in the legends. No, that's not right, this is not the real Fusong spiritual tree. Xiaochen extended his spiritual sense and discovered the essence contained in the wood. Although the essence contained in it was extremely dense, it was currently slowly decreasing. Even after the Fusong spiritual tree's branches were broken, the essence contained in them was endless and showed no signs of decreasing. Chapter 179. This should be a broken branch from a subspecies of the Fusong tree. However, even so, it was still very valuable. This was because this type of tree was intelligent and knew how to cultivate. If it was an older spirit tree, it would be even stronger than a regular cultivator. According to legend, the Fusong tree was as strong as Emperor Wu. Why is no one buying such a good thing? Xiaochen thought doubtfully. Could it be that the price is too high? This is a broken branch from a 1,000-year-old wutong tree. I need a red nascent fruit. I will only exchange it, not sell it. If there is none, I will use it myself. The bark of the wutong tree was green like jade, and its leaves were like flowers. It was beautiful and elegant and had natural spiritual energy. According to legend, when the leaves fell to the ground, they would turn into golden leaves. Even the divine phoenix of the ancient era did not perch on this tree. Although it could not compare to the fusang tree, it was still a famous spirit tree. If it really existed for 1,000 years, then just one of its branches would be worth a lot. Not only could it be used to refine medicine, but it could also be used to directly absorb the spiritual energy from it. It could even be used to raise a cultivator's cultivation. Or it could be made into an accessory and worn on the body. It could also calm the mind and calm the mind, allowing one to achieve twice the results with half the effort when cultivating. When Xiaoqun heard that this person wanted to exchange for the red nascent fruit, he was excited. His expression did not change as he searched the universe ring with his spiritual sense. Soon, he found the item in a corner. He could not help but rejoice. Since he obtained this item in the periphery of Seven-Horn Mountain, he had not used it. He had nearly forgotten about it. He did not expect it to be so useful here. I'll pay 80 spirit stones for this item. Is that possible? Someone asked eagerly. 80 spirit stones was already a very high price to buy this incomplete wutong spiritual wood. However, that Beichen Peak disciple shook his head and said, "No, I urgently need the red nascent fruit to cultivate. The red nascent fruits on Jade Maiden Peak are not ripe yet. I can only try my luck here. If there are none, then I will use this wutong tree for myself." Thinking about it, he was a core disciple of Beichen Peak and should not lack spirit stones. Just the stipend of a core disciple was much higher than that of an ordinary disciple. In addition to the missions he completed, he should have enough spirit stones. The man was unwilling, but he still shook his head and left. The onlookers also slowly dispersed. Although a spirit herb like the red nascent fruit was not rare, it took several decades for it to ripen. Obtaining it required luck. Seeing the crowd slowly disperse, the Beichen Peak core disciple revealed a disappointed expression. He got up and prepared to pack up and leave. Xiaoqun quickly went over and said, "Wait a moment, I have a red nascent fruit. I wonder if I can exchange it with you?" When the Beichen Peak disciple heard this, he rejoiced and said, "If it is a ripe red nascent fruit, I am willing to exchange for it with more spirit stones. If it is not ripe, you will have to add some spirit stones." When Xiaoqun heard this, he took out the red nascent fruit from his universe ring and handed it over. The red fruit gave off a fragrance and a dense spiritual energy assaulted the nose. Its glass-like surface seemed to have a fiery glow. A matured red nascent fruit. It's really matured. That person had an excited expression on his face as he said, "My name is Fong Ning. Thank you for the red nascent fruit. I will give you another 10 inferior grade spirit stones." Fong Ning was incomparably happy in his heart. He had been stuck at Peak Martial Grandmaster for a very long time. Because he cultivated a fire-attributed cultivation technique, he had been unable to break through. Now that he had the red nascent fruit, advancing to Martial Saint was just a matter of time. He did not expect to be able to obtain 10 inferior grade spirit stones. This was a pleasant surprise. Xiaoqun carefully put away the spirit stones and wutong spiritual tree that Fong Ning handed over. His face also revealed a joyful expression. He had been searching for similar spiritual trees for a very long time. However, he always ended up with nothing. Reality proved that the life bestowal spell was most effective when using spiritual wood. Even the beast horn, which was filled with spiritual energy, could not compare to it. After obtaining the red nascent fruit, Fong Ning immediately packed up his stall and left. He could not wait to leave the market and prepare to enter closed-door cultivation. Xiaoqun stopped this person and said, "Brother Fong, can you tell me where you found this wutong spiritual tree?" Fong Ning stopped and shook his head. He said sincerely, "Brother, it is best that you do not know. That place is extremely dangerous. I went there with my master. The tree has already turned into a spirit. It is not easy to deal with." After he spoke, he left without looking back. No matter how Xiao Chen called out to him, he did not stop. Xiao Chen was slightly disappointed. He looked at the sky and saw a large patch of burning clouds in the west. The sunset dyed the entire sky red. It was already dusk. As it was still early, Xiao Chen decided to continue going to the official shops of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to see if there were any good items. About 200 meters behind him, there was a sinister gaze staring at Xiao Chen. This person was the person who wanted the saber-toothed tiger's beast horn. You caused me to be unable to complete my master's mission. I want to see who you are. How dare you snatch something that I am interested in? Feeling that gaze, Xiao Chen extended out his spiritual sense. When he saw the appearance of this person, he smiled faintly and ignored him. He continued walking forward. There were very few people in the official shops. It was not as lively as the free market. Xiao Chen took a quick look and was not interested in it. The items sold here were very expensive. They were all herbs, medicinal pills, martial techniques, cultivation techniques, and the like. They might be of interest to others, but to Xiao Chen, they were of no interest. Xiao Chen had the battle sage origins. He could imitate all the martial techniques in the world. If it was not an extremely rare martial technique, he would not be interested in it. As for medicinal pills and medicinal herbs, he needed to prepare them when he was cultivating. Now was not the time yet. Xiao Chen only bought a few good quality antidotes for emergencies. After that, he did not buy anything else. He left the place in disappointment. Xiao Chen was about to depart at dawn. He intended to find a desolate place and spend the night there. There was no need to care too much about one night. When Xiao Chen was about to leave the market, a figure quickly charged at him, trying to stop him before he left the market. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and locked onto the person behind him with his spiritual sense. A huge black hand appeared from nowhere. Xiao Chen clenched his fist and grabbed that person. Xiao Chen casually waved his hand and tossed that person high into the air. Then he landed on the ground with a loud bang. The huge black hand descended from the sky again. It clenched its fingers into a fist and punched continuously. It only stopped after that person vomited blood and fainted. From start to finish, Xiao Chen did not turn around. He withdrew his hand and quickly left this place. This person was just a wretched tramp, yet he dared to stop him. He was simply reckless. Under a towering tree on the heaven viewing platform, Xiao Chen looked up at the lush tree and revealed a satisfied expression. I'll spend the night here. He pushed off the ground and leaped onto a branch of the tree. Then he changed into a comfortable position and lay down. Xiao Chen took out a carving knife and the saber-toothed tiger's horn and prepared to start carving. Xiao Chen had never seen the saber-toothed tiger before. Hence, he could not use the life bestowal spell. The materials to carve the Golden Lion King were not right. Furthermore, the Golden Lion King was too big. If he used it to carve, he would only be able to carve a flawed Golden Lion King. It was not worth it. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen measured the size of the beast horns. In the end, he decided to carve 5 rank 5 ice apes. The rank of the ice apes was not too high. It was easier to control them, and it would exhaust less essence. The ice apes were only martial saints. However, when there were more of them, their combat prowess could not be underestimated. After Xiao Chen made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. He leaned against the tree and started to carve seriously. Shwa! Shwa! Xiao Chen infused his essence into the carving knife. Bone shards fell off the white horns continuously. He recalled the appearance of the ice apes in his mind. His hands moved like flowing water as he carved. Xiao Chen's carving skills had already reached the acme of perfection. Not long after, an exquisite sculpture of an ice ape appeared in his hands. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and placed it in the universe ring. Then he continued to carve. When he finished carving the 5 sculptures, the sky had already turned dark. Night had already fallen. Xiao Chen took out the Wutong spiritual wood and observed it carefully. Then, he carefully placed it in the universe ring. This item could only be found and not sought. Xiao Chen did not want to waste it. It would be useful in the future. Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. The purple thunder divine incantation slowly circulated and the dense spiritual energy in the surroundings immediately poured into his body. The density of the Lingyun mountain range's spiritual energy was truly tempting. Xiao Chun sighed in his heart again. No wonder it made people yearn for it. Cultivating here for a year was equivalent to cultivating outside for 3 years. The spiritual energy circulated in his body for a great cycle. Finally, it gathered in the dantian where his martial spirit was. Within that strange space, it fell like rain, pouring into the surging river. When he was a martial disciple, the source of his essence was a few white clouds. When he was a martial master, it was a clear pond. Now that he was a martial grandmaster, it had turned into a gushing river. Every time he advanced a realm, the density of the spiritual energy in his body would increase exponentially. It was extremely horrifying, causing Xiao Chun to feel both shocked and happy. The amount of essence that Xiao Chun could use now was something that no one within the martial grandmaster realm could compare to. Furthermore, the purity of his essence was also much higher than that of regular cultivators. Such a good thing was indeed a pleasant surprise. However, if one were to ask about it, they would not know the reason for it. The only thing Xiao Chun could be sure of was that it was not because he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was only a cultivation technique. According to the records in the Compendium of Cultivation, such a phenomenon would not occur. If he really wanted to find the reason, he could only look for it from the blue dragon in the river. However, the Shao clan's inheritance was broken long ago. There was no way to find out about this. Perhaps Feng Feishue, who was in the imperial capital, would have some understanding. However, she was temporarily unable to go there. Since he could not figure it out, he could not be bothered to think about it. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and entered a state of cultivation. Early in the morning, when the first ray of sunlight penetrated through the leaves and shone on Xiao Chen's face, Xiao Chun opened his eyes and took a deep breath. After a night of cultivation, his mental state had returned to its peak. The medicinal energy of the blood-replenishing pill had already completely permeated into his body. The injuries from yesterday had completely healed. His mental state had returned to its peak. Hu Qi! Suddenly, the wooden token at his waist started to shake non-stop. With a dwing sound, it flew out. Xiao Chun understood in his heart. The people from the Hall of Contributions were urging him to depart. Bang! Just as Xiao Chun was about to land on the ground, a petite figure beat him to it and jumped down from the top of the tree. She stretched lazily on the ground and turned her head to smile at Xiao Chun. Then she quickly left in a flash. Xiao Chun did not expect that he would meet someone with the same intentions as him in a random tree. He cursed himself for being careless in his heart. Before he came, he should have used his spiritual sense